Preface, Part 1, of A Visit to Paris in 1814. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Celine Major. A Visit to Paris in 1814, by John Scott. Preface, Part 1. It was observed in the preface to the first edition, that just as the following work was originally completed for publication, a change of the political situation of France occurred, which bore a strong testimony to the truth of many of the views taken of the French character and condition in the course of its pages. The change alluded to was that caused by the return of Bonaparte from Elba, and the expulsion of the Bourbons from the nation, to the sovereignty over which they had been so recently called. The 3 months that have carried off the first edition of the Visit have both commenced and concluded the second reign of the Emperor; and the second restoration of the Bourbons, and the various circumstances by which that event has been accompanied, give superadded confirmation to the author's general estimate and authority to his particular statements relating to the French people. The burning but self-irritation of the French soldiery appeared to him in October 1814 to threaten future disturbance; and in March 1815 the fermenting mischief burst forth and took a fiery course. The almost utter want of public principle and private honor in France struck him as a hideous apparent system of her morbid state, and the perfidy, profligacy, and inconsistency of her notorious individuals, and the regardless vanity and inconstancy of her multitudes, have been since disgustingly displayed in the face of Europe. But the author ventured to say that the French carried their boasting far beyond their merits, and that their vauntings before the day of trial would not always be found sustained by their fortitude and ability when it arrived. This opinion also, though severe, has been amply vindicated by the second subjugation of this misguided and misbehaving people; by the severe chastisement which they have received chiefly from the hands of England; and by their unexampled disgrace in the fact of their capital being twice in the possession of foreign armies in the space of 12 months. That army which had the character and influence of a firebrand is now almost extinguished. That cry of ferocious exultation which rung in our startled ears is subdued into the tone of plaintive appeal. Our fine country has become our unhappy country; and the philanthropist has, for once, a satisfaction in the contemplation of suffering, because it involves the downfall of a pernicious system of society and government. The probability of the establishment of Bonaparte in France offered the prospect of no slight calamity to those who looked rather to facts than to fancies, and considered that the character of a man is essential in itself, and not to be varied with the words that flow from the mouth. This is a subject to which 1 or 2 introductory pages may be with propriety devoted, and as I have already been led to express my sentiments upon it, in a work which may not go into the hands of the majority of the readers of this, I am tempted to make the following extracts serve the purpose, and save the trouble of fresh writing. Quote, "Little as we are inclined to praise what may be termed the system of the Allied Princes, we must retain in all its original force our conviction that the prospects of the world have been injured by the restoration of the power of Bonaparte. The former withholds what is desirable; the latter disgraces its reputation and poisons its essence. The former then stimulates to exertion, while the latter weakens the principle of action, and corrupts the source of virtue. The old governments display the connection between profligacy of conduct and imbecility of mind, which is one of the most salutary exposures that can be made; but Bonaparte has all along opposed intellect to principle, which is the most horrible disunion that society can possibly witness. His system, in a greater degree than any other, leads to a disregard of personal honor, by making it an avowed rule to reward accomplishment, independently of any reference to the means employed. It substitutes destructive errors, which are adapted to the complexion of the times, for those which were decaying of themselves, or which the advancing tide of public opinion was about to wash away for ever. The whole course of Bonaparte's history should surely be sufficient to convince that people might as wisely expect iron to sparkle like a diamond, or emit odor like a flower, as that he should take a generous view of the interests of mankind, or be touched with kindness towards them as individuals. His ends are essentially inconsistent with human happiness and the dignity of the human character. and the best proof of this is, that his invariable instruments are falsehood and cozenage. Under his influence a language of affectation, bombast, and duplicity was introduced into addresses from public bodies more sycophantic and tawdry than had been offered to the oldest despotisms. Under his influence books were sifted, not to detect passages hostile to his government or censuring his conduct, but that no generous sentiments or vigorous principles might find their way to his people, to render their hearts too good or too disdainful for his purposes. In the coldness of his craft he set about a design the most nefarious which human villainy ever attempted. It was by a regular system of training to depreciate the character of a whole people, forming a very considerable proportion of the present generation of mankind, to the fittest level for the designs of tyranny and lawless ambition. For this purpose talent was disciplined so as to leave it but its sagacity and dexterity which might be employed in his service, while its fine sensibilities and nice taste for simplicity and truth were destroyed as worse than inconvenient. A most extraordinary and deplorable process has been proceeding under him, with reference to what have hitherto presented legitimate objects for admiration. Angels have been by him converted into devils. That is to say, he has extracted all their excellence and beauty from high pursuits and great achievements, and while he has seemed to promote and encourage them, has been perverting their very natures, converting their balm into poison, their fragrance into offensiveness. For example, he has fostered a military spirit, but he has robbed the military character of all its virtues. His soldiers break their parole of honor, his generals perjure themselves as a clever manoeuvre, and to steal a king in this school of new nobility is thought as honorable as to vanquish one. He has patronized the arts, which being interpreted means he has plundered their seats. Which of his artists or savants joins sensibility with skill? They are all cant and cold vanity and mere mechanical dexterity. They will talk in raptures of an ancient statue of Brutus, and then remove it from its ordained place, where it has rested for ages, to grace a trumpery theatre for a night, where a Roman story is performed by bad actors to their savage soldiery. The first thing they do with one of Raphael's pictures is to repaint it. The first sensation they have when they come upon a time-hallowed relic of departed excellence, is to remove it within a short walk of the gambling houses and toy shops of the Palais Royal. All this is according to the system of Bonaparte, who feels nothing and uses everything. The world is positively thrown back further than a state of ignorance by this system, for it is one by which knowledge loses all its beneficial tendencies, and great powers which dazzle the observation are stripped of all their recommendations to the heart. Yet some have in our hearing called this the triumph of intellect. If it be so, it is like Agamemnon's triumph on his way to Troy, when he offered up the fruit of his loins to ensure the success of his arms. It is gained to the disgrace and detriment of human nature, by trampling on virtues and affections that are far more valuable and honorable without talent than talent is without them. We had better be contented with the natural though scanty growth of our time, and to labor hard for an increase hereafter, than thus receive all the finest fruits of the earth, with their flavors destroyed and their richness drained by an unnatural forcing. Unbounded concession is most cheap to this emperor, for in the first place, he never feels a promise to be binding, and in the second, the terror he inspires by his known dispositions will effectually counteract the lenity of his laws. In this lies the difference between him as a ruler and others, that whereas they limit themselves in some measure by their engagements, his engagements are neither limitations nor intimations. What his civil courts cannot do, his military commissions can; and what these dare not perpetrate by day, they can perform in the darkness of the night. He will readily swear to respect anything you point out to him, and after this there is nothing that he will not violate, if it stands in his way. This being proved by his whole history, is it not idle now to indulge credulous anticipations of his good intentions, because he heads his proclamations to his soldiery with a declaration of the inviolability of civil rights, and because such men as Davout and Fouché, called to his ministry, speak of the paternal and moderate intentions of the Emperor? Are there persons yet to learn that Bonaparte always speaks to his hearer according to what he wishes to make of him? never from himself according to what he thinks and feels. He now praises liberty and peace as he praised Jacobinism to the revolutionists, Mahomet to the Turks, and the English nation to our countrymen that visited him in Elba. It is worthy of philosophical patriotism, in its anxiety to see the condition of society improved, to turn with hope towards the liberality and integrity of a man who, when he kidnapped Ferdinand, told him that the feelings and interests of the people and their rulers must always be at variance; who has broken every pledge he has made, not excepting his abdication for himself and his heirs; who comes back through a purely military movement, and aided not merely by broken oaths, but by the meanest personal duplicity; who is still keeping up the farce in our faces by returning to the old false jargon about his "torn heart" and his "truly great people," and who is now surrounded by persons, all like himself at this moment, full of zeal for the rights of man, who have been the most cruel instruments, alternately of Jacobinism and of military despotism. The most hideous feature of France, which she has acquired under the influence of this regenerator, is the utter looseness of her principles, evinced in the conduct of her conspicuous characters. Thus Ney kissed the King's hand, swore fidelity to the royal cause, and then went and joined the Emperor. Soult accepted the office of Minister of War under Louis, took oaths of fidelity, issued a proclamation against Bonaparte, and, as it is now strongly suspected, had been preparing everything for his return when acting as the sworn servant of the Bourbons. Several of the other marshals apparently penetrated with devotion to their unfortunate, infirm, and well-intentioned monarch, attended him on his retirement from Paris, merely, it seems, to cajole him out of the French territory, and to take care that his cause should not be supported. These men now return laughing to the Tuileries, to sport the decoration of the Legion of Honor, to join their chief in some new piece of baseness, and look in his face to receive his smiles, in the consciousness of reciprocal villainy. This is the new school of nobility of which Bonaparte is the parent, and from which is to proceed the regeneration of the world. We are called upon to rejoice in the predominance of this, because it will pull down feudal bondage and superstition. We can only reply that we see no cause for congratulation in the substitution of a young, sturdy, and desperate cut-throat, for a hoary-headed knave fast dropping to his dissolution and able to commit only petty depredations. But we shall take our stand on another ground and affirm that the system of the old rulers, with all its faults, will admit of more favorable views to be taken of it than this which the regenerator has introduced. It gives more room and encouragement for personal honor amidst political profligacy; its offences partake more of the nature of habits, and less of dispositions. It has grown up with us, it has not been forced upon us. It is not so directly aimed at all that gives confidence to our firesides, peace to our hearts, security to society. From Champion No. 117, April 2nd, 1815. A new and a great change has taken place since these reflections were written. The Bourbons are again the nominal sovereigns of France, and Bonaparte, after a reign of 3 months, has been hurled from his throne, and plunged into captivity, chiefly by his oldest and most constant enemy England, into whose custody he preferred to commit himself. Yet, although this triumph seems on the whole to be favorable to the interests of mankind, the state of affairs in France at present is equally appalling to the friend of order, the friend of liberty, and the friend of peace. It seems to be precisely in that condition of distraction and violence which leaves to just principles no refuge, which exposes them to destruction from the most opposite quarters of danger, when nothing has had so bad a chance of thriving as honesty, when no line of conduct is so unsafe as moderation, when even the well-intentioned are constrained to act suspiciously, and when the faction that is justly detested is opposed by a party that cannot be safely encouraged. It is true that from the gratification of party spirit a miserable consolation may be derived. The weakness of the King's government is a source of gladness to those illuminated admirers of liberal principles and practice, who were in love with Bonaparte as a reformer; and the outrageous enemies of the despot Napoleon comfort their minds, enamored of national and political independence, with the idea that the government of France is upheld by a foreign force, and that the expression of her opinions is regulated by the general orders of Prussian commanders. But the thinking and cool observer cannot sympathize with either of these zealotries. In his view, the aspect of things is disheartening. Whatever satisfaction he may feel at the overthrow of the chief danger by which Europe was threatened, is sadly dashed with fear for the mischievous consequences of the terrible remedy which has been applied to the disorder. It is true, the predominance of Bonaparte, wicked, base, and cruel as his nature has been proved to be, over a nation so vainglorious, so volatile, and so unsound as the French, could not only offer no ground of confidence, but would have destroyed every principle of rational hope, since flattering appearances and general professions were with him the usual harbingers of ruin and oppression. His destruction as a ruler, therefore, seems absolutely necessary, both as an expiation and a security, and his aggressions on foreigners, by means of France, gave foreigners a title to interfere with France, and prohibit her from again placing herself at the disposal of one in whose hands she could only inspire hatred and alarm. Nevertheless, I am not prepared, with a writer in the Journal des Débats, to congratulate mankind on the resolution of a combination of sovereigns to support what is called legitimacy as the only principle of peace and order, and to assemble in behalf of any one of their number who may be called to account by his subjects. I have my anxieties and discontents. By making this confession, I shall incur the sneers of those who have more prepossessions than scruples; and the consolation under them must be, that the wisest and best of men hitherto have felt even their wishes paralyzed, by discerning how much of the elements of evil are mingled up with everything here that offers itself as a choice. The measure of forcing a king on the French nation will be an abominable one, and it does seem that without the help of foreigners he could now scarcely keep his throne. But it is not to be denied that France has herself imposed it on Europe as a duty to take measures for preserving her peace and possessions, and if there shall be something of rough interference in these, who is to blame? Yet it is by no means clear that France disowns the Bourbons. This time of burning resentment and wounded pride is not one for the display of what can fairly be called the national sentiment. All, therefore, that can be done rationally at present, is to show ourselves ready to make a stand against abuse and mischief from whatever quarter they may chiefly threaten; and to hope that a period will soon arrive, when the French king shall have an opportunity of rendering himself secure, by what will be more pleasant to his feelings and honorable to his character, than the bayonets of the powers that have espoused his cause. The fact of Bonaparte's being fairly out of the way may help to extricate the king from the very embarrassing situation in which he has been hitherto placed. Owing his return to the Allies, he has been fixed betwixt ingratitude to his friends and a submission to the degradation of his kingdom, which would for ever render him unpopular with his subjects. The earnest desire of every honorable mind must be to see liberty and integrity joining hand in hand, and laying in France the order of a new and better system. That this might take place, it was necessary perhaps that all parties should be chastised; but chiefly that the wild brigand spirit, which was so insolent in its ebullitions, should be severely humbled. This has certainly been done. The army, to be sure, has kept up a haughty and angry tone, and at first it seemed that they rather held out conditions to the king than begged his forgiveness. But regarding the military strength of France as now broken, and not to be built up again for years, it is not to be regretted, perhaps, that something of intractability should manifest itself, which may keep the royal party from driving the court into pernicious recurrences to exploded practices. There is but one good reason for preferring Louis to Bonaparte; namely, a conviction that under the former, more certainly than under the latter, concessions in favor of liberty will be wrested from the government and remain to the people. The event has turned out precisely as was to be wished. Louis XVIII sees that he must lean still more decidedly towards the party for freedom. The proclamation dissolving the Chamber of Deputies is a proof of this; it is an important acknowledgment in favor of popular rights. With regard to his ministers, some of them certainly are men for whom no one can entertain respect; but I hesitate not to declare that I would rather see Fouché in the cabinet than Blacas, and would sooner hear of riots on the boulevards than of priests' processions from the Tuileries to Notre Dame. But I repeat, there can be no reasonable doubt that the cause of political freedom in France will be benefited by what has happened. Bonaparte's fall has proved that he was not supported by the opinion of the French, and if not so supported, his return was a piece of ruffian violence, and his pretensions since his return sheer knavish imposition. Lafayette, who is the representative of the only true respectable party in France, took no part in the proceedings of the Chambers which had for their object to secure the government in a Bonaparte branch. Although he was very zealous that improvement should be made of the crisis to give to France a constitution which should secure to her freedom under any sovereign. If this shall be done, as let us hope it will, the return of Bonaparte, terminating as it has done in an increase of his disgrace, will have been a most fortunate occurrence, for the Bourbons certainly needed a fresh lesson. The Allies had no business to insist on their restoration, but the Allies have business to demand from long troublesome and now beaten France, indemnity for the past and security for the future. The following observations on Bonaparte's surrender to a British frigate were written by the author of this work for the publication already quoted from in the course of the present introduction, and he confesses that he is anxious they should appear incorporated with the present volume, thinking that they belong to the class of its subjects. Quote, Bonaparte's surrender of his person into the hands of Great Britain, in preference to trusting any of her allies, or making a bargain, which we have no doubt he might, with the government of France, gives a romantic finish, an unexceptionable completeness to the crown of glory which our nation has acquired in the struggle. This, then, is the issue for our country of the wonderful events of the last 20 years. Throwing one's eyes back on the prodigious past, looking from this towering eminence on all the fearful vicissitudes and besetting dangers through which she has travelled, recalling the many and severe trials of her heart and patience to which she has been exposed, the seemingly hopeless blackness of the wintry day through which she has toiled, the gloomy loneliness in which she has been left, the distance from all her objects to which she has been thrown, the present consummation, going as it does to the full extent of the dreams of the most sanguine fancy, nay, beyond what the most sanguine fancy could at one time have figured to itself as possible, strikes with a force that almost drives one into a languid frame of mind as a refuge from the intensity of feeling. People have exclaimed their joy and astonishment so often that, being no longer able to keep up the proper climax of interjection, they now receive each new fact which tops its predecessor with a sort of remonstrating silence and a meek look, confessing that their faculties are quite overpowered, and that instead of continuing to take a spirited advantage of the gale, they must resign themselves in calmness and inaction to be carried along with the whirlwind. Decline now when Britain may, as probably decline she must, she need not be ashamed to be the victim of a law which as yet seems to have had unsparing application. Fine as are the memorials of antique glory, and fully as they redeem in the estimation of mankind the weakness and poverty by which they have been succeeded, the fame of all the past will for the future be overshadowed by the lofty image of England as she now exists, predominating in the eyes of posterity, inasmuch as she will appear seated on the summit of an era destined to be supreme over all others in the world's annals. The ages and revolutions that increase her distance, without obscuring her port or dimming her splendor, will but render her more venerable, and consequently more magnificent. Fairly considered, it does not seem that the achievements of any former people have been performed on a greater scale than those of Britain, or that fortune ever gave a more poetical conclusion to heroic adventure than that which, at the present time, she has awarded to the struggle in which this nation has been successful. When the events of this day are removed from the columns of newspapers, and are no longer sounded as the catch-pennies of hornblowers, when they are arrayed in the dignified garb of history, and are invested with the solemn pomp which living imagination awards as a tribute to what it recalls, they will be classed amongst those magnificent examples of the higher qualities of public character, that form the common stock of human nature's valuable possessions, in which every one takes an interest and a pride, without regard to time or place. Nor is this the unmeaning vaporing of national prejudice. Let those who would oppose it with a cold sneer look around them, and come with us to a sober estimate. To begin sufficiently low, our streets are cleaner, our fenders brighter, our firesides more snug, our domestic economy neater and completer at this hour than these things will be found to be elsewhere. Note. America shares with us most of our advantages, as in fact she inherits them from us. But as a growing country, and without the European circle, she is not included in the comparison. As a scion from our stock, the merit she possesses cannot reflect disgrace on us. To mount higher in the scale, the moralities and decencies of conduct are here held chiefly in estimation. Integrity and vigor of mind have been here for centuries, exercising themselves in all the varieties of religious and political dissent, unaccompanied by the ferocity and extravagance that proscription and persecution occasion. Here we abolished the worst absurdities of superstition at a period long after which all our neighbors continued, as many of them do to this day, to wallow in their grossness. Here thrive beyond parallel, by means solely of the popular stamina, institutions for enlightening and improving the condition of mankind. Here, and here only, does a superb union of public spirit, opulence, and liberality evince itself in voluntary subscriptions, uninstigated and unaided by power, in behalf of almost every desirable object of attainment, and needy object of compassion. What is the character of a philosophy that hesitates to acknowledge a national superiority so constituted? The ingenuities of speculation may run a man in and out of his own nature, and the nature of the things about him, until he deranges duties and distorts realities so as to form for himself a labyrinth of tormenting perplexity, in which his spirit is likely to wander and perish, far from all cordial communications and substantial utilities. But common sense, and that general propriety of thinking which is to the mind what health is to the body, enable one to see the practical and therefore essential worth of what have been enumerated, and cause one to feel how deeply interested the world is, that they should be found to constitute the superiority of political strength as well as the lustre of moral reputation. It is to a country so distinguished that Bonaparte has chosen in preference to surrender himself, and thus his testimony has been received in favor of the superior respectability of the national character of Britain. How remarkably, nay, may we not say how affectingly contrasted is this catastrophe of his fate to the maledictions he fulminated against our island in the noontide of his power? If he really feel no resentment against the British nation, it is a proof how completely he is in the habit of considering the complication of human interests and passions in the light of machinery, in which each part necessarily acts as it is operated upon, and the whole of which is made to be influenced by an adroit hand as convenience may require. This is perhaps at once the best explanation of his character, and the best apology that can be made for his conduct. A man of this moral constitution necessarily considers life or death, truth or falsehood as means merely, to be used, almost indifferently, as most applicable to circumstances. He feels himself to be placed amongst certain materials of which he has to make the most for his own use, and he therefore conducts himself towards what is about him, precisely according to the view he takes of his personal interests and the particular situation which he occupies at the time. He is not sensible of any general eternal rules of right and wrong, and would just as soon think it cruelty to set traps for rats, or cut down trees for timber, as to kidnap and destroy a dangerous individual, or place men in the way of being slaughtered, to gain the gratification of his ambition. If we are right in this account of the system of his mind, the facility he shows in adapting himself to reverses, which has excited some surprise, is at once accounted for. How should one of this complexion put himself to death in a fit of wounded sensibility, or rush in the way of the bullets in the despair of a proud spirit? It is his business to strive for a guinea, and to accept a halfpenny if he can get no more; and in this way Bonaparte acts to the last. He abdicates, he becomes Emperor of Elba, he returns and becomes Emperor of France, he abdicates again, and lastly, he surrenders himself to the English, the nation of shopkeepers whom he was to humble at least if not destroy, having, as he says, the most unbounded confidence in their honor and generosity. It really would seem as if he had returned from Elba for nothing but to elevate, still higher than it was, the renown of this country. It was in some measure open to dispute the last time what share we had in causing his downfall; but now we are undoubtedly the principals. England found 30 millions sterling in the course of a few weeks with which she assisted every power in Europe. England found an army also which sustained alone the whole shock of the enemy's collected strength. and to England that enemy finally surrenders his person as a trophy, stating at the same time that while he acknowledges the superiority of her arm, he has the greatest reliance on the magnanimity of her disposition. It will be a curious feature in future history that our country should have afforded an asylum to the two most notorious members of the notorious family by whom it has been so bitterly assailed. English booksellers published Lucien's epic poem. An English frigate picked up the shattered wreck of the Emperor of the French. The better part of even the zealotry that has been excited against him speaks, we observe, of his life as being now sacred, since he has confided it to our keeping. He has surrendered himself to the Prince Regent, as one conquered in war, and His Royal Highness may well be proud of his prize; too much so, we are sure, not to justify to the world the feeling on the part of his prisoner which procured him this distinction. It has been suggested that the great heroes of antiquity, who are celebrated in poetry, and are become the standing themes of common celebration, and the instructive objects to which emulation is directed, had their characters stained with the very worst propensities and passions attributable to Bonaparte; and that he probably finds a refuge in this similarity from the painful feeling of self-reproach, and the consciousness of having disgraced himself. The reply to this is, that the world ought to be, and seems to be, growing wiser; and that instead of pointing to those who were unduly admired in former ages, to lessen the odium justly incurred by a modern delinquent, the errors of the false estimate should be exposed to guide the public to a true one in the case before them. It is not one of the least encouraging signs of the time that the action of public opinion has degraded to the rank of a ruined criminal, one who in former periods would have been elevated by it to the class of demigods; and philosophy, patriotism, and morality are little indebted to those who would perpetuate the delusion, or rather who do not strenuously forward the general disposition which is throwing it off. As to Bonaparte's own conceptions, one would willingly allow them to be anything that reduces the positive turpitude of a fellow creature. Severity is more pleasantly, and fortunately more usefully, exercised against the individual as he is an example to others than as his actions concern himself. It is very probable that he does fancy himself to be playing the Alexander, the Caesar, etc., and the relief that this gives to the blackness of his portrait is partly composed of a trifling puerility in the conception, which throws him amongst the fraternity of coxcombs, though certainly we must place him at the head of them. There is usually attached to genius, if indeed it does not belong to it, some susceptibility that reaches to weakness, while it stimulates to the highest efforts; and Bonaparte seems to be of the nature of that which drove the schoolboys in Germany out into the forests as robbers, to emulate the glories of the outcast Moor. What Schiller's play was to them, Plutarch's Lives seem to have been to him; and a total deficiency of what is termed humanity left him open to the full force of the invitation so strongly made in the classic page, and powerfully seconded by the bias of his own disposition. Thus we may most rationally account for the triumphs and the crimes of his career. His carelessness about the precepts of morality is probably not greater than 9 monarchs and shopkeepers out of 10 of all times and places had or have in an equal degree; but his nature contains an unusual portion of what is called intellect, united with much sternness, and a will which is seldom puzzled or scared by considerations of common propriety or fear. This view of his character is supported by his frequent schoolboy allusions to classical names. He was willing, he said a month ago, to sacrifice himself for France like the Athenian king, and now he writes to the Prince Regent that he comes like Themistocles, to throw himself upon the hospitality of the British people. If he really solaces himself, and we rather imagine he does, with these whimsical references to his French translations of the classics, both weakness and bad taste are displayed in this turn. If they are only intended to take in those to whom they are addressed, they are rather clumsy than cunning devices. They are, at all events, better adapted for use in France than in England. Referring to the victory of one country and the defeat of the other in this last great struggle, it may be said, we believe, and under all the circumstances without any violation of generosity, that the two extremes of previous boasting and subsequent depression and disgrace could have happened in no country of Europe, within the same space of time, but France; and we apprehend it may be said consistently, under all the circumstances, both with truth and decency, that the succession of the latter to the former could not have been so rapidly forced on such an enemy by any other country than England. Neither the taunt nor the self-congratulation would be worth writing, unless connected with the vindication of certain principles, every triumph of which is a benefit gained for mankind generally. If the enjoyment of political liberty, of freedom of expression, and independence of personal condition be really worth the sacrifices made to gain it, or warrant the lofty language in which it has been celebrated by men in every age, its value must be seen in its effects on the public character, eminently fitting it to sustain the great trials of heart and intellect. As liberty is the chief distinction of England from other European countries, the superior firmness of its courage may fairly be traced to the high personal sense which necessarily belongs to each individual under such a system, and to the robust habits to which his mind is braced in the general freedom of the exercise of opinion. This mode of accounting for what is so admired is further justified by the fact that America, which partakes of British liberty, evinces also much of that deeply bottomed bravery characteristic of Britain, which we have seen take so high a rank over the heated and clamorous intoxication of feeling that our theatrical adversaries contrive to excite, for the purpose of carrying themselves fiercely on to an attack. It is the proud distinction of the British troops that they are alike to be depended upon in doing or in suffering, while the French are nothing unless they are doing. The latter must be carried out of themselves to reach to anything that is great, and when the artificial stimulus fails, or is checked, they drop back into their natures, which do not well sustain them. Their British adversaries, on the other hand, have no occasion to go beyond the essential qualities of their character, and their efforts, being thus sounder in motive, are more substantial in effect. The difference may be represented by calling one the rock and the other the foaming spray which it beats back. During the whole course of the war in Spain this difference was very perceptible. But never has it been exhibited on so grand a scale as in the late battles in the Netherlands. The French were impetuous and desperate in their charges; the British were immovable and calm in receiving them. Wherever any number, no matter how small, of British troops could be thrown forward to meet the enemy, there was the enemy, no matter how strong or how triumphant over others, abruptly stopped. Moral superiority took the aspect of a physical obstacle, which must be annihilated to be removed. In the grand result the French have felt, the world has seen, and posterity will know, that England's sons are the best in the fight, and that they are capable of the mightiest exertions of every kind. Their country alone has held out without interval or faltering. Their country alone has entirely escaped degradation in these times of misfortune. She alone has assisted all, and held her own head high without assistance. Our enemy has now experienced the superiority of England in every way. All his publications for many years have avowed that his great design was to ruin England. His measures have all been directed to this end. He has tried to effect it at sea, on shore, singly, and by alliances. He has tried to effect it by commercial, financial, and sentimental means. We have destroyed him at sea, we have beaten him on shore. We have repelled him singly, we have conquered him with our allies. We tired him out of his anti-commercial system, and our finances have at least outlasted his, without the commission of any breach of faith to our creditors. We have exposed the meanness and falsehood of his sentiments. Lastly, in one great battle, England, away from her own shores, has, in the teeth of superior numbers, beaten the collected might of France on her own frontier, headed by an imperial general whose superiority over all captains, ancient or modern, the public voice of France has asserted and sworn, in prose and poetry, in harangues and writings, in insolence, in perfidy and falsehood. In one battle England has dealt to France a blow that has gone to her heart, and sent her reeling and tumbling backward on a throne which, in theatrical show at least, she had sworn to defend to the last drop of her blood, in behalf of which she but the other day held forth the boldest language of defiance; a throne which was said to present a superb spectacle, a sublime spectacle, an imposing spectacle, and heaven knows how many spectacles besides. This throne has tumbled down like rotten wood under her stagger and fall. Her soldiers have disappeared, like the smoke of her cannon after the prodigious noise they made. and between her frontier and the neighborhood of her capital, scarcely an arm has been raised to preserve the fine country, to vindicate the honor of the great nation, to fulfill the destiny which had decreed France to be the Queen of the West. Her orators will extricate themselves from their late praises and pledges with French dexterity. Her journals, so full the other day of the genius of the Emperor, now talk very coolly of Napoleon, who has left Paris, and whose future plans, they say, are not known, but in the evening there was no longer any sentinel at the Palace Elysee. By and by we shall have them full of sentimental abuse against Bonaparte. Already they tell us that the caricatures against the House of Bourbon have nearly all disappeared, and a little above this intimation of magnanimity we see it said, "The kings struck with our courage, our firmness, and our misfortunes, will suspend the march of their armies." If it be true, which has been taken for granted by some among us here, that it was the will of the people of France that Bonaparte should reign over them, the ruin of that person at one blow, the instantaneous desertion of him in the teeth of engagements to support him to the last, and the breaking up of a national army by one defeat, form a more severe humiliation of the French than any which they have inflicted on other countries. Nothing that has been done by them to Prussia or to Austria was so severely disgraceful to the vanquished as this which has fallen on themselves, supposing that they were enlisted in Bonaparte's cause. Assuming, on the other hand, that Bonaparte's return was a measure of violence, that it was offensive to the public sentiment of France, what is to be said of a people that are thus to be wrested to and fro, knocked like a shuttlecock from one government to another, and all the while keep prating about their destinies, and their deliberations, and their high attitude, deriving that self-satisfaction from words which they ought to seek in things? Some, we know, feel a distrust and disheartenedness from the utter overthrow of Bonaparte, in consequence of regarding it as the overthrow of intellect. But if the matter be properly considered, it will appear that a grand vindication has been effected of those principles which combine intellect, morality, and freedom together. It has been proved that it is only from this union that the invincibility of character can spring, into whose contemplation the idea of yielding is never admitted, which acquires strong feeling from serious reflection, and its keenest enthusiasm from a sober sense of self-respect. This is a description of character which at least applies better to England than to France. The triumph of the latter over the former, therefore, would have been a most melancholy event as a proof of the little practical worth of those domestic virtues, social comforts, and public rights which England possesses in a superior degree to France. But the victory of England is an assurance that they are of sterling worth; that, although they may demand some self-denials, yet that they well repay them; that Providence has a sacred store, from which it bestows its most splendid and imperishable gifts on those who willingly forfeit for their sake the easy pleasures that are within the reach of indolence and sensuality. It would, indeed, have been a miserable thing for the hopes of the world, if a perjured and unprincipled soldiery, a careless and fickle people, a perfidious and declamatory government had, in the terrible and decisive struggle of faculty and art, gained the day. But the great fight of Waterloo has, with the instrumentality of English heroism, connected the political and moral qualities which philanthropists enforce, with that public strength which is the common ambition of the gross as well as of the enlightened. From the Champion newspaper. End of Preface, Part 1. Part 2 of Preface of A Visit to Paris in 1814 by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Preface, Part 2. The original articles in the appendix to this volume are the contributions of a very intelligent friend, who during a short stay in Paris employed the attainments which he eminently possesses in an investigation of the scientific and other institutions of that capital, conducted with an industry and accuracy that do him the greatest credit, and the total results of which, if laid before the public, would, I am sure, be deemed highly interesting and instructive. To complete the picture of Paris, and this notice of the great events that have occurred since the publication of the first edition of the Visit, I shall add to these introductory observations an amusing journal kept by a friend of mine who was in Paris during the whole of the duration of Bonaparte's second reign. Journal kept by a gentleman in Paris of the daily events and rumors that agitated the capital from June 20th to July 8th inclusive. Tuesday, 20th of June. 5:00 afternoon. A rushing whisper over Paris, increasing to a buzz in the cafes, etc., that the army had suffered a great defeat. Lucien Bonaparte has sold out 12 millions of francs today. Stocks fall to 50 francs. The greatest agitation on the Change. 9:00, evening. The news keeps us all on our feet, streaming to the places where our anxiety is most likely to be relieved. Questions are put by every one to his neighbor, who again looks to him for satisfaction. People throng towards the Tuileries, the barriers, etc. The report of a lost battle gains ground. Bonaparte has been killed. Jérôme is arrived wounded from headquarters. The officers and Bonapartists evince consternation. Wednesday, the 21st. 9:00 morning. The army is lost, annihilated. This is in everyone's mouth. Bonaparte is in Paris, wounded, killed. Not 200 of the Imperial Guards remain. Whole corps have passed over to the King. The Allies are rapidly marching on Paris. 11:00 morning. The Chambers are sitting in consequence of a hasty summons. Great crowds on the boulevards. Every one is asking, no one able to answer, except with fancies. The news of the defeat, however, with every possible aggravation, is loudly talked of. The officers and agents of the police interfere harshly with the assemblages in the streets to stop the circulation of the dreadful stories. At 1 or 2 points smart conflicts took place in consequence. The Royalists became at first agitated with hopes, then enthusiastic and regardless of restraint, as the certainty opens upon them. 2:00 afternoon. The news is fully confirmed. The representatives declare "la patrie en danger." They proclaim their own permanency, and that he is a traitor who shall attempt to dissolve them. Regnault of St. Jean d'Angely is not allowed to read Bonaparte's bulletin to the Chamber, after he had announced that it was not official, though the only account published in the Moniteur of the battle. This circumstance had a great effect on the minds of the people. "He dare not now publish his falsehoods as official statements," was generally said. Regnault, after his repulse, was taken ill, and carried away from the Chamber. Immense crowds surround the palace of the Representatives, but the people behave very well. The National Guards called out to protect the national representation in this awful posture of affairs. The ministers are ordered to the bar of the Chamber, also the officers of the National Guards, who receive orders to preserve the public tranquillity. A member expresses his surprise that Bonaparte has not yet sent his abdication. Stocks rise to 55 francs 50 centimes. 5:00 afternoon. The abdication is publicly talked of. It is proposed by some of the Representatives to give the command of the National Guard to MacDonald, and the government of the capital to Oudinot. Others murmur at these propositions. The people, though everywhere in crowds, are tranquil and evidently pleased. The promenades are full, the gardens of the Tuileries crammed. 11:00, night. Paris seems all in the streets at this late hour, but the crowds are quiet. They appear stilled by the weighty importance of the crisis. Every look is full of anxiety. Thursday, the 22nd, 10:00, morning. A council is sitting at the Élysée respecting the abdication. It gets abroad that Lucien, Fouché, Caulaincourt, and 3 other members advise it. The crowds increase round the Chamber of the Representatives. It is reported that troops have been ordered by the government to dissolve it. The moment suddenly becomes one of violent agitation. All the posts of the National Guard are doubled. Davout contradicts in the Chamber the report that a forcible dissolution of it was intended. The abdication is called for by many voices from among the crowd. The gendarmes are posted about the Chamber in strong bodies. 3:00 afternoon. The abdication of Bonaparte is announced by a proclamation. The stocks open at 59 francs with great applauses, and some cries of "Vive le Roi!" They continue to rise notwithstanding the alarm now occasioned by a perceptible movement among the fédérés, whose threats and outrages commence from this time. These men cry "Vive l'Empereur!" "There is no Emperor," is replied to them by thousands. Many of the fédérés are apprehended by the National Guards. Others of them in bodies go to the Palace Élysée, and there demand Bonaparte to head them. Marshal Bertrand appears. He tells them that it is not by the cries of Vive l'Empereur that they can serve the Emperor. They must serve him les armes à la main. They loudly call for arms. Disturbances take place in the Palais Royal, caused by decorated officers attempting to make the passers-by cry Vive l'Empereur. The National Guard, in its usual excellent spirit, apprehends all disturbers whatever side they may take. The stocks close ostensibly at 60 francs 20 centimes, and close finally at 62 francs 50 centimes. 7 o'clock, evening. The shops in the Palais Royal and Rue Vivienne are hastily shutting up. The most serious alarms prevail. The streets become almost deserted. No female is to be seen. The report is that Bonaparte has declared to the two Chambers that he would cannonade them if they did not acknowledge his son. This is probably an exaggeration, but it is now pretty well known that the greatest anger and disappointment prevail in the Élysée in consequence of the little attachment shown by the peers and representatives towards the dynasty of Napoleon. Some of his friends advise strong measures, others give up the thing as utterly lost. 10 o'clock, night. 30,000 of the National Guards are under arms. Patrols are placed in every street. The Café Montansier has been ordered to be shut up since morning. The gates of the Palais Royal are closed. The crowds are dispersed. No body on the boulevards. A terrific calm. Not a coach seen. Nothing heard but the dull beating pace of the national patrols, enlivened at intervals with the clatter of their arms and the qui vive of the sentinels. A vague consternation prevails everywhere, in consequence of the apprehension that an explosion of some sort will take place to-night. But the surprising number, good spirit, and firm countenance of the National Guard are tranquillizing. Midnight. Information is sent to the posts that money has been dispatched from the Élysée to the Faubourg Saint-Antoine and Saint-Marceau. Additional detachments of these guards are hurried off to these depots of the materials of disturbance. Friday, the 23rd, morning. The Royalists become now very active and enterprising. Napoleon declares to the deputation from the Chambers that he has only abdicated on condition that his son is recognized as Emperor. 3 o'clock, afternoon. Young Napoleon is ambiguously recognized by the Chambers. The stocks fall to 57 francs 25 centimes. Extraordinary speeches of Labédoyère and Ney in the Peers. A dreadful impression as to the extent of the military disasters is caused by the latter. Ney is accused of having betrayed Napoleon, and of having occasioned the defeat of the army. 500 cartloads of wounded soldiers enter Paris. The Parisians seem very little touched by the sight. Midnight. Serious apprehensions of some catastrophe again keep us from our beds. The commanders of the National Guards are ordered to trouble their posts in secret. The Guard assembles without beat of drum. Saturday, the 24th, 9 o'clock, morning. We hear that at 1 o'clock this morning the Fédérés attempted to disarm the National Guards at the posts. At one of these in the Place des Vosges they were successful, but fortunately the alarm was given in time, and the Fédérés were secured. It is no longer doubtful that they are excited by Bonaparte, and that money is distributed among them. Noon. Commissioners, it is ascertained, have departed for the headquarters of the Allies. Great hopes are entertained of an immediate cessation of hostilities. The young Emperor is publicly laughed at and scorned. Many projects are announced among the anti-Bourbonists. The Regency is the favorite, with various modifications, viz., the Empress to be regent, or her brother the Prince Charles. According to others, the crown should be offered to Eugène Beauharnois, if the young Emperor is rejected, or to the Duke of Orleans, or to an English prince. 20 millions of francs have been sent to England by Bonaparte, and the funds have risen in consequence. 10 o'clock, night. The departure of the commissioners has tranquillized the spirit of party for the present. All the Royalists arrested by Bonaparte's orders have been set at liberty. All caricatures against the king have disappeared this day. The Provisional Government has issued an ambiguous proclamation. Sunday, the 25th. All day. This has been one of the most careless and pleasant days to appearance that I have seen in Paris. The promenades were all crowded excessively; the ladies gay and gracious, the gentlemen alert and gallant. Plays, quacks, and sports all took their usual stations to attract the attention of the volatile Parisians, as in the most halcyon times. Yet mingled with this merry throng were to be seen the cadaverous frowning countenances of soldiers and officers, many of whom had their arms in slings, thus testifying that their blood had been shed only 7 days ago on the frontier, in a battle that laid France at the feet of Europe. Yet here they were now in her capital, surrounded by antics and levities. I particularly watched to observe whether they excited much interest or pity, and I can safely say they did not. Most people seemed to agree with the lady's reply to one who said, "Alas, madame, we have suffered a dreadful defeat." "What is that to me, sir? The army got into the scrape, let the army get itself out." It has been whispered to day that the King and the Allies have intimated to the Chambers that their members are to be held individually responsible for Bonaparte, and that General Becker has, in consequence, been appointed to take charge of him. Monday, the 26th, morning. Last night passed very quietly. The patrols were lessened. The rumor of the morning is that Ney has been tried, condemned, and executed snugly. It is an undoubted fact that he has betrayed Bonaparte. It is positively ascertained that the army has again been betrayed on all sides. These are undoubted facts, as well as Ney's execution. 3 schemes said to be contemplated by Bonaparte are in circulation. First, that he intends to give himself up to his father-in-law. Secondly, that he will request permission to reside in England with his whole family. Thirdly, that he will go to the United States should England grant him an assurance of safety. Noon. The boulevard rumors are that the Allies have not yet entered France. They have lost so many men in the battles that they are too weak to take advantage of their success. They tremble at the thought of setting their feet on the territoire sacré de la patrie. 10:00, night. Ney made a speech today in the Peers, which rather opposed the report of his previous execution. The return of the Bourbons is now publicly spoken of. Great quantity of lilies displayed everywhere. Caricatures against Bonaparte are publicly sold. The long faces of the ferocious officers and soldiers attract the insults of the market women, who during late years have lost all their Jacobin propensities, and are now conspicuous for loyalty. Many of the troops express resentment against Bonaparte, yet declare that they will defend him to the last. On the boulevards it is announced, as a positive fact, that the plague has broken out in the Russian army. Tuesday, the 27th, noon. A continuance of tranquillity. Monsieur Bonaparte, as he is now called, gives us, however, some uneasiness by continuing to abide with us, though his family are gone. It is now positively ascertained that the Allies have not crossed the French frontier, and it is hoped that they will not cross it at all. 5:00, afternoon. A bulletin makes its appearance from the Minister of War. The Allies are in possession of Noyon, Saint-Quentin, Guise, Avesnes. The advanced guard of the Prussians is near Compiègne. The stocks rose to 59 francs 50 centimes, the last regular cry, but soon afterwards to 62 francs 75 centimes in reality. Large trains of people are now entering the gates of St. Denis and St. Martin. The Vendéens have recommenced hostilities with great vigor. 10:00, night. A cannonading is said to have been heard toward Meaux. The remnant of the French army is said to have been surrounded. Soldiers enter the gates of Paris in small parties of 2, 4, 8, 10 at a time. Wednesday, the 28th, morning. The Allies are within a day's march of Paris. Small bodies of troops enter Paris in great disorder on all sides. The groups of poor peasants flocking in, with cartloads of furniture, cows, horses, sheep, etc., present very distressing spectacles. Paris, however, is perfectly tranquil. M. Bonaparte is still at Malmaison. Preparations are made to defend Paris. The Chambers declare it in a state of siege. It is understood that the commission of government or a majority in it is for the King. Davout, the War Minister, still holds out in stern opposition. There are warm debates in the Chambers on trifling subjects. The Allies are at St. Denis. Stocks have risen to 65 francs 50 centimes. Dreadful confusion at the gates of St. Denis and Saint Martin. 8:00, evening. Never to my recollection have I seen, not even on days of festivity, so many genteel people on the boulevard from the Rue de la Paix to the gate of Saint Martin as to-day. Crowds of elegant females were promenading, brought out by the critical state of public affairs, yet looking cheerfulness and confidence. Miserable remnants of half-destroyed regiments are passing constantly before these gay companies, but the eyes here are not much connected with the heart. The middle of the boulevard is crowded with artillery, cavalry, and infantry, going or coming, to and fro, the headquarters. Where? At the gates of Paris. At the sides of these horrid trains of destruction, people are sitting on chairs, reading the newspapers, eating ice, sipping lemonade, examining the spectacle. Is it not more than probable that in a few hours these seats will be filled with the dead and dying? What reason have we to feel confident that Paris will not this time be sacked? We are Parisians. That is the reply. 10:00, night. It is reported that Davout has declared himself for the Bourbons; that he has forsaken Bonaparte, who has thrown himself on the generosity of France and the Allies. The first Prussian prisoner has just passed. He was escorted by 5 grenadiers of the National Guard. He walked along dejectedly, leading his horse by the bridle. I hope, for the sake of the nation, that his escort will be able to protect him from the fury of the ruffians who now compose the French army. Thursday, 29th, all day. The most unpleasant reports have prevailed all day. It is reported that Bonaparte has put himself again at the head of the French army. It is ascertained that he has attempted it, but the government will not hear of it, knowing the disposition of the deputies. 3 people have to-day been killed by the soldiers in various parts of the capital, for having cried, "Vive le Roi!" Friday the 30th, 9:00, morning. The guns have been roaring in the plains of St. Denis from 2:00 this morning till 7. It seems it was a false attack, to cover a grand movement, the meaning of which is yet unknown. Bonaparte is officially announced to have quitted Malmaison for Rochefort. This is welcome news to all classes, for great is the terror which his name inspires. Noon. Great and precipitate movements are made by our army. The soldiers are all half drunk, and are crying "Vive l'Empereur" with the ferocious expression of untamable brutes. Their rage against the Royalists, the Prussians, and the English is to the last degree ferocious. The Allies have established themselves at St. Germain and Versailles. The principal part of Vandam's corps is arrived, and the French army has taken an imposing attitude. Alarm spread; the shops are mostly shut up. We are all listening to the distant firing. Partial fighting is kept up all day in the plains of St. Denis. Everyone seems mostly to fear the French troops, and the infamous conduct of the Imperial Guard too well justifies the general terror of them. The expectation is that a great battle will take place to-morrow. 10:00, night. Paris is full of wretched fluctuations of rumor and sentiment. The breathless whisper has been this evening that the Chamber has again proscribed the Bourbons. This idea causes great alarm. It is said that the Allies intend blockading Paris. The Parisians have become all of a sudden in terror for famine, and crowds are flocking to the merchants to purchase provisions. Public spirit is very low. Saturday, 1st July, the whole day. The greatest fear has prevailed the whole of this day, owing to its being understood that a most unfortunate dissension prevails amongst the members of the Provisional Government. Fouché and Caulaincourt have, for these some days past, been known to be for an arrangement with the Bourbons. The commission consisting of 5, it was necessary that they should have another on their side to possess a majority. Grenier, it is now said, has abandoned Fouché and Caulaincourt, and the King's party is overthrown. Carnot and the Bloody Quinette have it their own way. A great number of persons, we hear, are to be outlawed, and at the head of these is Fouché. The reign of terror seems to be commencing. 10 at night. The Chambers have an extraordinary meeting. The report is that it is to receive the accusation against Fouché and his party. Sunday the 2nd, the whole day. Gloom and fear have rendered this Sunday very different from the last. The people crowd in the Tuileries, but all seem impressed with the approach of a catastrophe. We fear the enemy, but the enemy of the interior most. The Allies draw nearer and nearer. They take all the strong positions near us. Their movements show them to be actuated by that determination which admits of prudence and humanity as its elements, and which is here considered the characteristic of your glorious Wellington, who is regarded by his enemies as the general of Europe, who chiefly considers the value of human life and property. Towards the evening the horizon has brightened a little. It is pretty well ascertained that the Commission has abandoned the revolutionary system, owing, it is said, to a very decisive message from Blucher to the chiefs of the Jacobin party, threatening them with the severest retaliation should enormities take place. Versailles has been taken twice. The inhabitants who came before the Allies with the white flag have been outraged by our military vandals. Several houses have been burnt, and an unfortunate functionary cut to pieces. Monday the 3rd, morning. The armies have been fighting ever since 2 o'clock this morning. The Allies evidently avoid a general battle. They maneuver and harass the French. Does Wellington again wait for 7 o'clock in the evening? 2 o'clock afternoon. The fighting has ceased. Bondy, Guillemino, and Guinon are at the headquarters of the Allies. The Allies refuse to treat but with the municipal body. Some of our marshals have been invited to visit the Allied lines. Wellington has shown them the force of the Allied army, all arranged at commanding posts, ready to commence the attack. 5 o'clock afternoon. An armistice is concluded. Terms unknown. Stocks, 62½. 10 o'clock evening. The greatest joy prevails in Paris. The army is in a state of fury not to be described. Some inquietude is on this account entertained, but confidence is reposed in the National Guard. Tuesday the 4th, noon. Preparations are making for the departure of the army. 9 o'clock evening. The cannon are firing from the heights. Great agitation everywhere. The streets are crowded with disorganized military of all ranks. Drums are beating to arms in every street. The shops are everywhere shutting. The soldiers are crying in all quarters, "Vive l'Empereur!" Paris, in short, is in a hideous convulsion. Wednesday the 5th, 1 o'clock morning. Tranquillity is re-established. A miracle has been wrought in our favor by the steadiness of the National Guard. It appears that the Fédérés who had been ordered to lay down their arms resisted, and that some of the French officers, outraged at hearing that the Prussians had ravaged Malmaison, had resolved to sack and burn the Tuileries. The army generally resisted the orders for it to withdraw. Never was Paris in a more critical situation. The patience and firmness displayed by the National Guard are above all praise. Night. The army has quietly set off during the day. Some few rencontres have taken place between the advanced posts, but they have not endangered the capitulation. Thursday the 6th, night. The barriers have been quietly given up. A body of above 2,000 National Guards have gone to pay their respects to their king at St. Denis. On the pretext that the capitulation did not allow them to go out with their arms, the gendarmes at the barriers obliged them to leave their muskets, etc., in the guard-house, and when they came back the barriers were shut against them by order from Masséna. They went back to St. Denis and bivouacked before the King's house. Friday the 7th, the whole day. The barriers are strictly shut. No one can go out but with an order of the Prefect of Police. The Prussians have taken possession of the Tuileries. The Commission and the Chambers are dissolved. Saturday, the 8th. The whole day. The white flag has been hoisted, and the white cockade appears on 9 out of 10. The King has entered amidst the most extraordinary acclamations. Paris feels as if reprieved at the place of execution, and it owes its safety to Louis XVIII. You know me to be incapable of deceiving you, and as an eye-witness and a man of honor, I declare myself unable to give you even a faint idea of the ecstasies of the Parisians. I saw Bonaparte make his last entry, and the contrast between the cry of a small but fierce faction composed of mere mob and military, and the shout of a redeemed and rejoicing people, has made an impression on my mind never to be effaced. Your friend D saw Bonaparte return, borne, as was said, on the bodies of a devoted population, and I bid you with confidence check my account with his. No order has been given relative to the royal procession. The infamous Bondy, Prefect of Police, probably hoping that some disorder would take place in which his party might attempt the King's life, had made no preparation to preserve regularity or even safety. The new commander of the National Guard and the Governor of Paris, being but just appointed, could do nothing. The gendarmerie without a head did not appear. Some 12 or 14,000 National Guards had gone separately to meet the King. The others were on duty at the military stations. Not a soul was there to prevent the interruption of carts and coaches, until the citizens formed a body, organized by themselves, and enforced rules fit for the occasion. Not a single accident happened, and the evident want of preparation, the disorder caused by eagerness and transport, and the free vent given to what may be termed the clamor and riot of satisfaction by the absence of official arrangement, gave a charm and effect to the sight not to be described. The road from St. Denis to Paris was crammed. The boulevard from the Rue St. Denis to the Rue de la Paix, and the avenues from the Rue de la Paix to the Tuileries were crammed to a considerable height in the air. For cornices, windows, balconies, and roofs all groaned under a living and waving weight, from which issued shouts and handkerchiefs, and pointing arms and eager heads. How is the procession to pass? Was every one's question. National Guards, officers mingling with privates, having no tie but loyalty, formed into small bands, and without arms, opened by degrees one space and then another. Then advanced the King's house, as we call it, amounting to about 5,000 or 6,000 men, who had followed his Majesty. The King was in a coach with his ministers. But the most interesting part of the procession was formed by a regiment of officers, men who, in these bad times, retained too much of the old French sense of military honor, which united bravery with gentlemanly feeling, to break their oaths. They had rejoined the King at Ghent, and had formed themselves into a regiment in his service. They retained individually the uniforms of their respective ranks, as generals, colonels, majors, captains, etc., but each carrying the musket and bearing his knapsack as a private soldier. This corps was upwards of 1,000 strong, and was received with great plaudits. In the evening the King attempted to come down into the garden of the Tuileries. He came alone. The people flocked about him, kissing his hands, his coat, throwing themselves at his feet. The greatest enthusiasm displayed itself. He found it useless to attempt to walk, so he went up again, and remained for half an hour in the balcony. When the people could cry Vive le Roi no longer, they began dancing. In a moment there were formed in the garden of the Tuileries as many country dances as the extraordinary concourse of people assembled would permit. The sets of dancers were not composed of the lower classes. Officers and privates of the National Guard, respectable citizens, their wives and daughters. A very pretty girl threw herself upon the neck of a female friend. "Oh, my dear," said she, "I am so happy. Let me kiss you." A gentleman who was with her friend was permitted to take a salute. Another, wishing to participate in this delightful patriotism, stepped up, exclaiming, "Au nom du roi." She scarcely hesitated an instant before she replied, "Eh bien, monsieur, soit au nom de notre bon roi," and she leaned forward her cheek. The example was universally followed, a congratulatory kiss went round the garden. Nothing was heard but "Au nom du roi." Here I end my journal. Send me your newspaper immediately. I long to know what side you have taken. The right side, I hope. If not, you are unworthy of your brave countrymen. I mean the Scotch, who have acquitted themselves so nobly in this campaign of 19 days. We are shockingly treated by the Prussians. They plunder everywhere. Ney's house, and the houses of several members of the late government, have been plundered. Your Wellington is enraged at Blucher. He has written to the King of Prussia to know whether the war is against Bonaparte or the King. We have gone through much, but surely it is now nearly over. End of Preface. Chapters 1 and 2 of A Visit to Paris in 1814 by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. Paris, which lately was the safest of all subjects for a writer to select, is now probably one of the most dangerous. Where is the family that has not sent out its traveller or travellers to the capital of France? Minute oral accounts of its wonders have been rendered at every tea-table. Criticisms on its arts and manners have found their way in soft whispers across shop counters. And sleep has been expelled from the insides of stage-coaches by anecdotes of its events and its inhabitants. How many letters have been dispatched from the very spot of observation to dear papas and dear mammas, and other dears not likely to feel less interested in the communications of the writers. Where is the newspaper, weekly or daily, that has not to boast of its special series of articles on Paris? What review has not been crowded with criticisms on the many pamphlets and volumes that have had this city for their theme? A style of information, adapted to the particular taste of every class of inquirers, has surely then, by this time, been furnished. And as to facts, perhaps it would be more serviceable to take from than add to the number that have already been recorded. It must be confessed that the visitation of another and a sizable book on this explored subject runs a great risk of being regarded as intrusive and expected to prove tiresome; but with very common self-complacency, the writer has satisfied himself, and trusts to be able to satisfy his readers that, in his case, it is better late than never. To tell the truth, he is inclined to think it on the whole in favor of his work, that so many persons already know so much about the various objects in Paris; for as those who accompany this visit will be asked to reflect a little on what is to be seen, the previous loss of the sharp edge of their curiosity seems absolutely necessary to dispose them to attend to him with patience, and well calculated to enable them to proceed with him advantageously. He hopes, to be sure, not to prove obscure or uninteresting to any one; but he chiefly calculates on the strong sympathy of those with his remarks who have seen or heard a good deal of the outward aspect of this remarkable capital, and who may either be inclined to look a little beyond appearances into qualities, or be willing to give him the benefit of their recollections, and compare his conclusions with their own. With these he will ramble through Paris as a companion, and he is therefore happy that so many have gone before him as guides. I believe foreigners have generally been the best scientific travellers. Germany and France probably beat us in journeys undertaken to extend the limits of natural history, or ascertain doubtful points in the knowledge of physics; but the literature of Britain is richer than that of all other nations put together, in the narratives of those excursions that have had no other object but to gratify an elastic spirit, anxious to overleap distance, interested in the general concerns of mankind, curious after novelties of habit, and eager to bring its possessors better acquainted with their fellow creatures. Our bookshelves groan with the travels of persons who have suddenly arisen from almost every class and profession of life to go their ways into almost every other country, as well as into every parish of their own. These usually have had no other design than to look about them in a general way, and no other preparation for publishing their adventures than a casual education and a common understanding. There is scarcely anything that may not be put with a ridiculous aspect before us, and the national curiosity certainly admits of this. But its source can easily be traced to certain sterling qualities of character, while the easiness of its gratification testifies to several enviable circumstances of condition, and its fruits are by no means disreputable to the talent and information of our people. We may have among us numerous flimsy works of this description, but where is the other country that could furnish so many individuals, from such a variety of situations in society, competent either to observe so keenly, or deliver themselves so clearly, as the majority of our writers of sketches, journals, tours, etc., manage to do? It is the impulse, however, that sends such a host of travelers away from it, that is chiefly creditable to our nation. It shows a freedom and custom as well as a power to think, a bold and independent disposition, careless of trifling embarrassments, and feeling certain of everywhere commanding respect; a constant and complete circulation of intelligence; an active temper; and lastly, a very general command not only of comforts, but of superfluities. So little are foreigners enabled to share with us in a propensity so arising, that nothing appears to them so unaccountable as the swarm of British immigrants, who put themselves to the trouble and expense of traveling for no definite nor even divinable purpose. At first it was imagined that our countrymen had some interested motives, which they concealed under an air of carelessness and extravagance. The Turks, who are masters of Greece, when they are interrogated by the lovers of art, where statues are likely to be concealed, suspect, with the acuteness of ignorance, that gold is the true object of the stranger's search, and that it is in the hopes of finding hidden stores of this precious metal, they take such pains with their pickaxes and shovels to remove the earth and rubbish. At length, however, the folks on the continent seem convinced that the English who visit it have really no object but to regard and examine their persons, buildings, and various possessions. And the consequence of this conviction is, that they now consider us greater fools than they were at first willing to believe we were. Not having that turn or those qualities of mind which would carry them from the theatres, walks, and gardens of Paris, to encounter strange faces, strange manners, and a doubtful reception; the probability of inconvenience, and the possibility of outrage; the French are of opinion that the impetus which drives us over to them, in crowds of all descriptions, arises from a species of derangement; nor are they singular in taking the standard of their own faculties and conduct as the test of reason in others. That artists by profession, and savants by profession, should flock to the finest and wisest city in the world for instruction, would not strike them as strange; but the motley groups of British that fill the streets of their capital, loitering, gaping, and inquiring, but never faltering, or seeming embarrassed, or appearing to feel that they are not at home, completely bewilder a Frenchman's conclusions, and as he has no clue within his breast to the meaning of this, he takes the usual short and simple course of deeming that to be very absurd which he cannot understand. That violence of public curiosity and interest which is here oftentimes felt, and which drives the whole force of the nation's thought and action before it in one stormy stream towards the one point of temporary attraction, is now unknown in Paris. The best proof of this is, that the most extraordinary event of modern times, the scene of which was their own city, which in its effect was most showy and in its consequences most important, is already out of the mouths and appears never to have been deeply in the hearts of the Parisians. Let any one who recollects the agitation which the murders of the Marr and the Williamson families caused all over the United Kingdom, how long they formed the exclusive topic of conversation with all persons old and young, rich and poor, fancy to himself at what rate our tongues would have run for years, relative to the capture of London, the subversion of the government, and what is more interesting still, the bivouacking of thousands of Cossacks in Hyde Park and the adjacent fields. It may fairly be asserted that the single bearded hero, by whose appearance in London a worthy seller of prints, in the Strand, has contrived to render his name coeval, and closely connected with the glories of the allied monarchs, has left a far stronger and more permanent impression on our recollections, than that which the great events of the months of March and April 1814, have made on the memories and feelings of the inhabitants of the French capital. When you question them concerning what then took place, they tell you facts that set English curiosity in a blaze; but from their manner it is easy to see that the ladies, past whose windows the small number of shells flew that fell in the city, forgot the circumstance the next week, and that it had slumbered in oblivion until it was roused by the interrogations of strangers, who felt more interested than themselves in the occurrence. This indifference as to the past chiefly arises out of a morbidly quick sensibility to the present. It is this that renders a common Parisian as thoughtless of travelling beyond the Champs Elysees as a planet is of departing for the next system. It is this that makes the events of the moment fill their minds with a dazzling sort of effulgence, to the obliteration of all the shadowy impressions of experience. It is this that renders them what is called versatile, which quality with them arises out of an engagement with what is doing, so excessive as to make them totally forget what has been done. A Parisian lady, who laughs at the costume of our countrywoman, laughs at what she was herself a few years ago, but she will not believe you if you tell her that she lately wore the little bonnet which she now ridicules. Show her the engraved fashions for 1806, that prove the fact, and she simpers in your face with an expression of increased poignancy, inasmuch as she had just been convicted of an error. This carelessness of the Parisians as to all that is out of their personal and momentary sphere is also to be traced in a great measure to the want of a general diffusion of intelligence relative to what happens among themselves. Their newspapers are very imperfect organs of communication compared with ours. A tradesman may have his pocket picked, or the carriage of a lady of consequence may be overturned, or a marriage between a marshal and a court beauty may be in progress, and the people of Paris know nothing of these momentous matters. Look at the poverty of their parliamentary and police reports. Would our newsmongers be satisfied with such meagre details of such interesting affairs? Observe and pity the total absence of miscellaneous paragraphs, those that introduce us into the very heart of the times. The persons in power say that they chiefly dread the uncontrolled liberty of the press, because among a people so lively and even licentious as the French, it would become the instrument of pasquinades and libels against individuals. To me it seems, from what I could observe, that society in Paris, however different 50 years ago, is at present too deranged, too unmarked with conspicuous characters, too undiscoverable, as it were, for this evil to prevail to any great extent. It has already been observed that it is easy to represent almost anything in a ridiculous or contemptible light. Our strong anxiety to learn domestic news, and violent propensity to detail it, may be open to a sneer; but if I mistake not, they form important links to unite British society closely together, which make each individual feel himself but as a part of one, and give to the body politic the full strength of all its component members. We are all here actively employed in thinking of and about one another. In France they know comparatively nothing of one another. It is needless to say in which country public spirit is most likely to abound. That the framework of a nation may be strong, each of its divisions must be let closely into others, for then a blow on whatever spot it may fall is sustained with the united strength of the whole. A huge British newspaper, its pages closely filled with commercial wants and supplies, with the arrangements of private convenience, the solicitations of distress, the acts of public societies, the declarations of popular meetings, the marriages and deaths and accidents and offences that happen in the community, the jokes of the day that are current, the arrival and departure of our fleets, the debates of our Houses of Parliament, the announcements of our numerous literary works, and ample intelligence from the 4 quarters of the globe, is perhaps the finest thing we have to show, as a proof of our national greatness, and the most trustworthy means of rendering it durable. What an immense mass of interests and connecting communications is here apparent, knitting the superstructure of our society together, and by its publication diffusing throughout the whole a spirit of general sympathy, as an animating mind to the clenched union of a commonwealth of rights and possessions. Each provincial town of any magnitude has one or more of these circulators of public sentiment, and diffusers of neighborly feeling. The farmer, the tradesman, the laborer, the learned, the ignorant, the rich, the poor, are by this means brought together. They become familiar with each other's names, occupations, and concerns. The cement of acquaintanceship binds them together. Differences of opinion are daily encountered, and thus lose their tendency to produce rancor, while they give keenness and independence to thought. National warmth is cherished. The national name is endeared. The national character is felt. All concealed inflammables are discovered and removed. Suspicion is prevented by knowledge, and fear by confidence. and when public emergencies occur, the public resources are soon marshaled to meet them, for the people previously know whom they ought to regard as leaders, where their means are to be found; and, what is more important still, each one has made up his mind as to the principles by which his exertions should be regulated. Steadiness, unanimity, and comparative propriety must necessarily distinguish the measures of the country that is so intimately and firmly bound together, and in which the impulse that originates with its noblest and most central organs diffuses itself, without interruption, to the smallest parts and remotest extremities of the frame. To show how cold and languid public sympathy is in the breast of the French, compared with its state in England, it need only be mentioned that none of their periodical works give a regular announcement of births, marriages, and deaths. If any very conspicuous character has been affected by one or other of these casualties, a paragraph in some of the journals will state the fact; but this is but one among many other proofs of the poverty and dependence of their feeling. They are perpetually looking above themselves with awe and admiration, or with anger, and never among themselves with frankness, self-respect, and good humor. They take off their hats frequently, but they seldom shake hands. They cherish nothing of that personal consciousness which here causes John to send intimation of his wedding with Mary to the Morning Chronicle, that Thomas may know of it. Their Thomases know nothing, and therefore care nothing about their Johns. It follows that they never join hands in any public cause, the strength of which must arise out of private confidence. They never unite cordially and confidently against one overgrown and ill-disposed personage, whose mischievous designs against them their mutual strength might successfully oppose, but whose power is too much for any of them singly. Their social spirit is not more deep or kindly than that which prompts an interchange of remarks and civilities at a place of public amusement, where individuals, who have no concert with each other in serious affairs, exchange simpers and nods under the excitement of trifles. I have thus early gone at some length into these very important national peculiarities, as they distinguish the French from the English, because the generally felt travelling propensity of the latter, which is deemed so wild and unaccountable by their foreign neighbours, is fairly to be traced to the activity, information, and earnestness of their public mind. In paying a visit to Paris, it is surely but proper to take some notice of our numerous fellow countrymen on the road, and to endeavour to vindicate their respectability, as far as it happens to be called in question. The crowding to France from this country has been attributed to a mania, and the people of Japan and China, who never stir from home, would be particularly severe on this efflux from our shores. Long, however, may it be the reproach of our nation, that its sons go about while others sit still, and that its institutions advance, while others remain stationary. 2. A large crucifix on the pier of Dieppe, seen from the deck of the packet, first caused me to feel that I was about to land on foreign ground, and mingle with manners and looks and language to which I had been unaccustomed. This feeling, when experienced for the first time, is a strong and a touching one. I am not ashamed to confess that I looked earnestly at the hills which rose before me to discover something French about them. They seemed, however, to be round and green, very much like those I had left behind. My eye earnestly sought out the clusters of farmhouses. They indicated life and intelligence that formed part of a different system of sentiments, manners, and expressions from that to which I belonged. The sensation that is caused by this conviction is not easily described. You seem to be going, as it were, beyond yourself; and you are surprised to find that your experience does not furnish you with a single anticipation of any of the appearances that are about to present themselves. This is a novelty, indeed, after a certain age, and revives again, in the exhausted and torpid breast, that activity of observation, quickness of feeling, and fruitfulness of idea that give to the moments of childhood as much of the essence of enjoyment as is contained in the years of after life. While a traveller keeps within his own country, he expects that, with something new, he will meet with more that is common. He knows how he will be received at the inns. He is conversant with the aspect of the towns; and the very features of the earth regard him as he passes with an air of old acquaintanceship. But when, for the first time, he quits his own country, he is prepared for nothing. Everything comes upon him with the force of a first impression; and nothing startles him more than the numerous resemblances to those objects and habits with which he is familiar. These he least expects to encounter, and at these therefore he is most surprised. The reported discovery of roads in the moon excited more popular admiration than the account of any monstrous prodigy on its surface would have done. As the packet entered the pier, the interest became stronger, for we were advancing within crowds of men and women, and into the bosom of the strange place. We could already hear the youngest children, and the most miserable of the poor, talking a language which we had been accustomed to consider as the proof of a liberal education. It was Sunday, and the beach and quay were thronged with persons waiting to see us land. "For the love of heaven," cried an English admiral's lady, "look at that creature in the red petticoat!" She was a fishwoman, and certainly presented a figure very grotesque to an English eye. The gray woven jackets of these women are tight around the waist; the expansion where the petticoat begins is immense, but the petticoat itself is short. Both their hands are usually in their pockets. They walk along with a careless air, hanging forward their bodies. Their physiognomies are sharp, but do not indicate rudeness; and from their ears huge golden drops and rings are suspended, that are bequeathed from mother to daughter with pride, and preserved in the family with care. Let me do them the justice to praise their cleanliness. Their dress is remarkably complete and trim. Their raised caps, with long loose flaps hanging over their shoulders, are white as snow; and I had an opportunity of confirming this observation in other towns of the coast, and on other days of the week besides Sunday. We could also discern some ladies on the pier, and their flowing shawls, high bonnets, and tricksome gait, bade our young gentlemen prepare their compliments in a new language and in a new style. I had been told not to expect much female beauty in France; but the first face I could distinctly perceive was that of a very beautiful French girl, who leaned with an air of triumphant weakness on the arm of her beau, a fierce fellow, with a cocked hat and cockade, while she regarded us with a look which cannot be described otherwise than by saying that it conveyed, with a marked intention, the quintessence of feminine expression. Her companions, for she was surrounded by several of her own sex, were excited into smiles by the view of our party, whose appearance, seasickness, and a night spent on board the packet had rendered very squalid; and as the vessel advanced they advanced also, to be close to the landing of so singular a set. Each had her protector, by whose side she tripped with a conscious shortness of step, a soliciting bend of her form, balanced by a lively confidence in her eyes and smiles. But the most impressive feature of the crowd before us, and that which most struck us with a sense of novelty and of interest, was its military aspect. Almost every man had some indication of the military profession about his person, sufficient to denote that he had been engaged in war. At the same time there was a self-willed variety in the dress of each, which had a very unpleasant effect, inasmuch as it prevented us from recognizing that stamped assurance of legitimacy as an armed force, which is impressed on the aspect of British troops. We could scarcely imagine that the dark-visaged beings, some in long loose greatcoats, some in jackets, some in cocked hats, some in round ones, some in caps, who darted at us keen looks of a very overclouded cast, had ever belonged to regiments steady, controlled, and lawful. They seemed rather the fragments of broken-up gangs, brave, dexterous, and fierce, but unprincipled and unrestrained. Much of this irregularity and angriness of appearance was doubtless occasioned by the great disbandment of the army that had just taken place. The disbanded had no call to observe the niceties of military discipline, although they still retained such parts of their military uniforms as they found convenient. They had not then either pursuits to occupy their time or even prospects to keep up their hopes. They still lounged about in idleness, although their pay had been stopped. And disappointment and necessity threw into their faces an expression deeper than that of irritation, approaching in fact to the indications of indiscriminate and inveterate hatred. They carried about with them in their air the branded characteristics of forlorn men, whose interests and habits opposed them to the peace of mankind; men who would cry with a desperate constance, "War, war, no peace; peace is to me a war." King John. When a Margate hoy evacuates her cargo, the crowd on the pier is usually considerable, but how different in its general aspect from that which now presented itself. At the English watering place, the arriving passengers find collected to receive them, snug, mercantile physiognomies, countenances indicating a settled and comfortable mode of living, unmarked by irritation or alarm, and a kind of lazy independence of manner, which by those who do not possess a good deal of knowledge of the nicer traits of character, is likely to be taken for insolence. In the French crowd, on the contrary, vivacity is everywhere apparent. The soldiers are vivaciously surly, the ladies vivaciously charming, the attendant porters and masters of hotels vivaciously solicitous, the common people vivaciously observant and assiduous. "Permit me to have the honor to carry little my lord up the ladder," said a fellow with a nightcap on his head, and a ragged jacket on his back, at the same time snatching up a little boy, who stood timidly in his mother's hand on the deck. He and 3 others followed the party to the hotel and stood silently in the room. An English gentleman, anxious to make his essay, and thinking that on these persons he might safely try his skill, addressed them in terms of obsequiousness which he intended to rival the French in their own country. To what were he and his friends indebted for the favor of the present visit? The spokesman of the set replied that messieurs, pointing to the 3 behind, and himself, had been so fortunate as to assist the landing of the bountiful English, and they craved the honor of being remembered for their services. "But why," rejoined the Englishman, "follow us all the way here? Why not demand your recompense at the vessel?" "It would have been most impolite in poor people like us, to have forced ourselves on your notice in the street," was the cunning answer, which could only be handsomely rewarded by a donation of several francs. We entered the hotel with our eyes springing out before our steps, on the alert to detect curiosities. The host led the way, talking such English that we were obliged to beg he would be intelligible to Englishmen by speaking French. A hasty glance as we passed the kitchen gave us a glimpse of a man cook, who gratified us excessively, being exactly what Hogarth has represented, as a specimen of the tribe, in the famous pictures of the Gates of Calais. Indications of soups and stews were abundant, and the female servants, in fancifully wild costume, took their stations within view, their faces all sparkling and up, as we say of soda water. The room into which we were shown gave strong evidence that we were not in England. It would have been fine and elegant if it had not been out of repair and dirty. Glasses of a size which we never see in our country but in the houses of persons of fortune, hung on the cheerless white walls in frames, the gilding of which was mostly worn off. A magnificent marble chimney-piece, and a superb hearth of the same, were by no means in harmony with a naked brick floor. Wash-hand basins stood on tables that had been superb in gold and were still curious in carving. After our voyage several operations conducive to personal comfort were necessary. These, such as washing, shaving, combing, etc., were all to be performed by all the party in the room devoted to breakfast. But the breakfast afterwards was good, the host and the waiters were civil; and their guests, in the heartiness and freshness of their feelings, found everything, however strange, and even incommodious, a source of amusement and pleasure. The house itself to which we were led deserves remark as affording a characteristic trait of the country, which stands prominently out in the view of the English, as something to which they have not been accustomed. It was very large, and its size had an air as if it were useless. It seemed as if it could extend accommodation far beyond the wants of its present possessors, and they, on the other hand, evidently were inclined to pay it no attention beyond what these wants demanded. Much of it, in consequence, looked ruinous and deserted, and as no care is ever bestowed in France to preserve what in England is called tidiness, the external aspect was loose and repelling. The roof seemed solid and strong, but its strength only emboldened the owner to neglect it. Long grass sprung up between the slates that were covered with a sort of gray coat. Here and there holes were seen that went through to the inside, admitting the weather with all its accidents. As there was room enough in the hotel for the inmates and all their purposes, without using the apartment so uncovered, why should these holes be mended? This is the general character of the common buildings in all the French towns I have seen. They are usually larger and stronger than is necessary for the uses of the persons who inhabit them. The consequence is, not that this overplus of good qualities elevates the condition and adorns the appearance of the people, but that an accurately proportioned degree of neglect brings them down, by means of filth, dilapidation, and desertion, to the level of humble life. But on this subject I shall have more to say when I get to Paris. In the meantime I must remark, that in England a spirited and steady demand for materials of every kind renders it absolutely necessary that nothing shall be wasted, either to give a privilege to idleness, or from a foolish fondness for displaying the qualities not required for the particular purposes in view. I am aware, however, that political events must not be left out of consideration here. These have made strange changes in France, and many of its habitations are now occupied by a description of persons very different from those for whom they were originally designed. It oftentimes happens that circumstances which run counter to our notions of comfort and propriety, and excite the dislike and ridicule of mere common sense, shed a picturesque effect and interesting air over the appearance of objects. It is unquestionably true that the forms and properties that are most available to poets and artists generally include much of moral evil and social inconvenience. The improvements of society will be found to lessen their number. In fact, the labors of the philanthropist, let us confess at once, are inimical to some of the finest celebrations of poetry and painting, being calculated to smooth the elevations of romantic heroism, and the depths of romantic pathos, into a very convenient level, admirably fitted for the transaction of business, and the general accommodation, but monotonous in its character, and uninspiring in its tendency. Numerous proofs of this will rush at once on the reader's mind, and one may be derived from the interesting and striking appearance which the great, dirty, and uncomfortable houses of the Continent confer on its large towns. Dieppe is, on this account, a very pleasing object of view to an English stranger who has a relish for the picturesque. Modern improvement has not here stepped in as the foe to fine effect. The streets are narrow, dark, and winding. The lofty houses overhang them with projecting spouts, curious signs, and elegant cornices. They break into all sorts of shapes: ends and fronts, pointed roofs, balconies, and clustering chimneys. The ancient slating reposes in venerable gray amongst moss and grass. The Scotchman who first touches the Continent at Dieppe will not be so much affected by its aspect, inasmuch as Edinburgh and other towns of Scotland have many of these features. But they are considerably more marked in the former place. It was Sunday, as I have already said, when I landed in France. No bells were heard, they had been melted down during the Revolution; but old women and children, with strings of beads and prayer books in their hands, were seen coming from church. The signs of devotion, however, were very scantily strewed over the surface of the town. The shops were open, and business was evidently going forward. At the extremity of the town stand a barrier and guard room at which a body of troops is stationed to take cognizance of incomers and outgoers. It was here I first saw French soldiers under arms, and the sight suggested the vast events in which they had been concerned. An Englishman's mind is peculiarly open to these impressions from his intimacy with the facts of his period; and one like myself, who has been for years engaged in speculating on the progress of the French power, and the course and tendency of French ambition, if he have really been smitten with the force of his themes, will feel, as I did, more than he can well express, when he first comes into the real presence of those objects with which his imagination has been so long filled, and that have so actively exercised his understanding. These military posts at the entrances of the French towns intimate very plainly to the British traveller that he is in a country where authority has been accustomed to stand out in a less disguised form, and with a more absolute spirit, than belonged to it in that which he has quitted. And they further declare to him that the public character of France has been formed under different influences, and her public manners modelled according to a very different training from those that have given to his native land her admired form and pressure. End of chapters 1 and 2. Chapters 3 and 4 of A Visit to Paris in 1814 by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. In journeying along the excellent roads and through the delightful villages of Normandy, the Englishman, who finds himself in the midst of persons and things of which he has scarcely yet learned to think but as surrounded with hostile images, will, if I may judge of others by myself, be struck with surprise, that from these people and from these scenes he has been so long forbidden by mutual hatred and actual violence. While the novelties that meet his view are sufficient to keep his faculties in a state of pleasant exercise, he is saluted with numerous similarities to his oldest and dearest acquaintanceships, that completely establish the doubted affinity of brotherhood, and set a stirring the kindest sympathies of his heart. He catches a glance of the domestic occupations of a peasant family as he rapidly passes a cottage window. The aged labourer looks upward to his carriage with that rustic hardness of expression which is so well known to him. The rivulet glides as pleasantly through that valley as it does in England. The skies look cheerfully down upon him with their English faces. The servants come with an air of frankness to assist him to alight. He sees in the country towns the common occupations of trade all in motion, and presenting aspects with which he is very familiar. He says to himself, "Can it be these people whose throats I have been wishing to cut, and who have been endeavouring to cut mine for the last 20 years? What has kept me from among them during all that time? Here are the roads, here are the accommodations, here are services for money, and smiles for nothing. This feeling, if I mistake not, cannot be called silly. It shows, in fact, how unnatural is the state of war, how little the people have to do with it, that it is the work of an interested few to the misery and destruction of the many, that its objects are in general so vague and trifling that they do not present themselves as substantial realities, involving true interests, but hide themselves in the obscurity of state mystery, or stand exposed, when closely looked at, as the mere delusions of statecraft. I could scarcely help imagining, when enjoying myself in a country with which England had so lately and for so long a time been in rancorous hostility, that it had been, during that time, enshrouded and rendered formidable by the vapours and storms of some surly enchanter, which being suddenly cleared away by soft influences, a fair and serene face uncovered itself where we had before contemplated only darkness and mischief. This is among the first impressions caused by landing in France. But I do not say that some of a less agreeable kind may not result from further observation. A French diligence merits particular notice as a trait of character as well as a novelty. As a carriage, its external appearance indicates it to be a mixed species, but let me confess that, however unprepossessing its look may be, its qualities realized many of those advantages which are found to result from crossing breeds. It certainly is not so strong as a wagon, nor so lightsome or swift as one of our high flyers. But to much of the security and roominess of the former, it adds a very considerable proportion of the celerity of the latter. There is, to be sure, a great want of arrangement, of suitableness, completeness, and nicety, visible about itself and all its appurtenances. But this, after the first disgust it occasions is over, excites admiration of the dexterity of the people who contrive to get on, in everything, with the most awkward and insufficient means in the world, very nearly as well as they do who are the most exact and scrupulous in their preparations. Business in England is conducted on a system formed of a regular division of labour, and an accurate calculation of what means are required to produce certain ends. In France, much is left to the individual adroitness, to shifts, to accidents, and to putting the best face on whatever may happen. Care is taken in England to prepare well. The French think little of this, trusting to their quickness and cleverness when emergencies occur. An English coachman considers himself as a part of a regular establishment, called upon to fill only his own place and discharge his own duties. He accordingly conducts himself with appropriate precision and self-consequence. He arranges his great coat, and handles his handsome whip, with the air of an official person, who has certain ways of doing certain things which he deems as important as the things themselves. And if any serious accident happens to his harness or horses, he curses those of his brother functionaries in whose department the neglect has been committed. A French postillion is more universal in his capacities, in proportion as his administration is less defined, and his means less complete. He is off and on his horse's back 20 times in the course of one stage without ever stopping the vehicle. As ropes are likely to break, he is not surprised or dismayed if called upon to mend those by which his horses are tied rather than harnessed; and this he does with pack thread if he happen to have any in his pocket, and with his garters if he have not. If a passenger call, he dismounts and pops his head into the window as he runs by its side, leaving the animals that draw the coach to their own guidance, a freedom which they are accustomed to and therefore seldom abuse. You scarcely ever look at him but you find him repairing an accident, knotting his whip, or mending his saddle, or joining a bridle, or knocking some part of the machinery with a stone picked up from the road. The progress of the travelers does not stop while these repairs are making. No embarrassment is discoverable. Neither disconcertion nor anger takes place. The horses are arranged in a strange order. A few ropes loosely bind 3 of them abreast as leaders. One behind runs between heavy shafts and carries the postillion, and a 5th is attached to the side of the latter by the same insufficient and coarse sort of tackle. The whole set, except the one within the shafts, are thus free to curvet and prance and zigzag, and they make a great show of availing themselves of this liberty. In truth, however, they are very tractable. They get along at a good pace, and readily obey the driver's whip, which he employs more than his reins, notwithstanding the impatience they pretend to show by rampant pawings, vehement snortings, and deviating plunges. The horse in France generally displays the native and natural appearance of that fine animal which is seldom seen in England. The particular breed of each province is kept distinct and in its pure state, and it accordingly evinces that original spirit and peculiarity of disposition which constitute what is called character, and which, putting utility out of the question, is infinitely more interesting than combined qualities and made-up perfections. A conductor is attached to each diligence, whose duties, if they were properly laid down, would answer to those of our guards. But his chief business, according to his practice, is to sleep, closely shut up in the cabriolet, which is a covered seat in front, and to take his place at the head of the table with the passengers at their meals. This used to be customary in England. The stage-coachmen in our country 50 years ago wore large laced cocked hats, and held it their province to carve for their living charge. Probably they considered themselves as standing in a sort of paternal relationship toward those who were entrusted to their superintendence for the journey; which, if it happened to be one of any great length, was then a very serious matter. There is something very primitive and simple in this custom. It proves that people were not then so much in the habit, as they are now, of regarding everything as trifling, and of looking with indifference at the skill which they do not possess. What is now called a trip from London to Edinburgh was then an occurrence that gave interest and dignity to the remainder of a man's existence, and the personage who conducted this important movement was looked up to as one whose responsible situation and eminent attainments were more than sufficient to make up for any inequality of rank. England has now advanced beyond this feeling. Her experience is so extensive and her instruments so complete, that almost all events and undertakings have become to her commonplace and easy. She is no longer awestruck by distance, and consequently has lost much of her respect for stage-coachmen, whom she has sent from the parlor of the inn to the kitchen. France is still in a much earlier state; and hence there is a raciness about the manners in her provinces, as well as a marked distinction between her classes, which cause her peasantry and the inhabitants of her country towns to bear a much nearer resemblance to those of Scotland than to those of England. This resemblance in other respects struck me very forcibly. It exists strongly in point of dress, and the dishes which are presented at the inns have a very near relationship to Scotch cookery. In these instances the coincidence must be traced to the early connection between the two countries, of which every reader of history knows. But there is also a Scotch air about the inhabitants and country of Normandy. The features of the former have much of the Scotch cast; and the short-coated, bare-headed girls, the thin-faced, rigid-nerved men, the slovenly cottages, the irregularities of cultivation, the nondescript appearance of the people and animals that collect round the diligences at the post-houses, all concurred to bring Scotland to my recollection. The beggars assisted to do this. Many of them were idiots. many paralytics. Every variety of human infirmity and distortion made its appeal to compassion. Most of these in England would have been confined in the parochial receptacles for such sufferers. But in Scotland, as in France, we perpetually meet with them in the roads and streets. I do not mean to say that mendicity is not to be found in the southern division of the United Kingdom. It is shamefully common, and the beggars there are of the worst class, being the idle rather than the incapacitated, the profligate young rather than the exhausted old. Disease in England, however, is seldom seen soliciting relief. It speedily becomes the object of regular provision; whereas in Scotland you are not often importuned by bodily or mental derangement. The spectacle is consequently more shocking, but the national character suffers less in consequence. The general aspect of the country between the coast and the capital of France, especially that part of it nearest the former, gives the idea of a kingdom that has suffered. Many of the chateaux are in ruins. Others are inhabited by the poor, whose children were to be seen playing in roofless and windowless summer houses, standing in desolate gardens, which give an affecting token that calamity has befallen the original possessors. Neglected avenues, unemployed outhouses, unappropriated means of various kinds, all tended to show that the population has been reduced in circumstances as well as in numbers. It is affirmed, indeed, and by those who may be deemed good authorities, that the agricultural condition of France is much improved since the Revolution; in no less a ratio, it is said, than 1/5. The fact is certainly not improbable, nor at all inconsistent with what has been stated. In the first place, agricultural science has made a considerable progress in Europe generally within that period, and this must have effected a considerable change for the better in agricultural practice in France, as well as elsewhere, even had the old system continued. In the second, it is not to be doubted that the breaking up of the large estates, consequent on the destruction of the nobility, and the throwing of the land of France in smaller distributions, into the hands of persons of active habits, interested to render it as profitable as possible, would be followed by an improvement of cultivation. The question is, whether this increased production of the earth, which certainly is in itself calculated to be a source of increased national prosperity and individual happiness, has in reality been so to this kingdom. It does not follow as a matter of course that the growth of grain, etc., must render a people affluent in their general condition; for on this principle the Indians, whose country produces gold and precious stones, should be esteemed wealthier than the merchants of Leadenhall Street. It does appear to me that, as yet, France has not reaped much benefit from the alteration. There seem to have been counteracting causes hitherto at work, thwarting the best tendencies of what has resulted from her political changes; but these changes have certainly laid the foundation for much future good, and under a wise superintendence it must speedily appear. I ought to mention that these observations chiefly apply to the country between Dieppe and Rouen. Less of the character in question is noticeable between Rouen and Paris; that is to say, it is less marked, but the general cast of feature is the same. Yet, although the condition of the people seemed low, I had soon occasion to observe that their spirits and manners are of a lighter and, according to first appearances, of a more cordial quality than those of England. I had not travelled far before I was presented with the sight of one of those rustic dances, which almost inseparably connect themselves with our pleasantest ideas of continental scenery, inasmuch as they are a very favorite topic of description in the most graceful fables, and most interesting narratives that have touched on continental customs. Perhaps the reality did not appear quite so swimmingly elegant and elastically joyous as the fancy of the thing had been. In Sterne's account of the dancing grace after supper, the young men, if I recollect rightly, changed their sabots or wooden shoes for others more neat in their look, and more adapted to lively motion; but on the road to Rouen they retained them. These gave a heavy prancing air to the steps of the lads. Nor were the girls exactly the "creatures of the element," which in imagination trip on velvet verdure, with a gaiety that has nothing of the coarseness of mirth, and a tenderness that is purified from the grossness of sense. It was evident enough that the gallantry of these rural dancers was not a whit more sentimental than we find it in the inn yards of our Great North Road, when the passing coachmen pay their devoirs to the expectant chambermaids. Nevertheless, the village dance of France is a very agreeable addition to the other rural objects that salute the travelling stranger. The old folks sitting with an air of ruminating complacency by the side of the merry whirl give a family look to the group; and the youthful couples, all animation notwithstanding the utter absence of eatables and drinkables, which are absolutely necessary to even tolerable good humour when people meet in England, and all activity, notwithstanding the heaviness of their wooden shoes, afford a very striking specimen of a nation where the current of existence glides lightly on, taking a brisker turn from its impediments, catching sparkles from its shallowness, and throwing a dazzling effect around even its deepest falls. Personal deprivations of most kinds are probably more numerous in France than in England; but it is certain that sorrow and suffering do not present themselves so frequently to casual observation in the former country as in the latter. The aggravations of a harsh spirit are more common here than there. The necessitous with us are perpetually quarrelling and tormenting among themselves. The husband spends his pittance in getting drunk, and then tumbles home to beat his wretched and not very resigned wife and children. Cries and altercation are always heard near the dwellings of our miserable. But the French poor are of a different temperament. Their minds do not swell and chafe under the influence of severe circumstances, though probably the cause of this is that they want depth. As it grew dark we passed through some small towns, in each of which we hurried by several lighted up houses of public reception, where crowds of both sexes were assembled, apparently all courteousness and decorum, regaling with such weak beverages as a very small beer and coffee, and gratifying the jiggish propensities of their minds by the sound of fiddles. The labouring Englishman has but little disposition to regale himself in the company of women, and is still less inclined to show to his female equals those forms of deference and gallant attentions which are parts of the established system of genteel society. It would seem as if he spurned courtesy from him in a bitter sense of its inapplicability to the necessary coarseness of his condition. The quick feeling of what is ridiculous and unsuitable, which distinguishes our people, has a tendency to make them deride all forms that are strongly contrasted to realities, and to throw away, with a desperate disdain, all that finery of manner that is not of a piece with their circumstances. As we approached Rouen, the road became a straight avenue with trees on each side, which is generally the case near the large towns of France. The uniformity of line which this presents to the eye after a while grows tiresome; but as objects in the neighbourhood of cities must in some measure be associated with ideas of art and regularity, the stateliness and preparation of these roads may be justified, although certainly not on the principles of rural beauty. When we came within a mile of the capital of Normandy, we found large lamps hung over the centre of the road by ropes passed completely across it, and fastened to the trees on each side. This is a mode of lighting which is generally adopted in France, and has its origin in the exclusive consideration that was paid to the wishes and interests of the higher classes. The pedestrian must stumble on his way as he can, through darkness and dirt, by the sides of the road or street. Neither footpath nor pavement is prepared for his accommodation, and the light is thrown where it will be of use to the occupier of the chariot. Even in tolerably fine weather, the spectacle afforded by those who walk in the country near Paris is pitiable. The women drag their legs with long intervals between each step through deep and thick mud, and have often to balance themselves on one, while the other carefully dives into the chasm to slip the foot into a tenacious shoe that has remained behind. Indictments of parishes and presentations by grand juries are means which we possess, and are not slack to use, for ensuring public convenience and right. But they arise out of the equality of our government, and are employed under the influence of an established feeling of personal independence. In these we have yet the advantage of our continental neighbours. The streets of Rouen were full of groups collected round ballad singers. A crowd was streaming from the theatre as we entered. The cafés (coffee houses) appeared numerous and all thronged. Music was heard in most of them. Games of chance were playing at some of the tables; at others gallantry seemed the order of the evening. I walked into a bookseller's shop shortly after my arrival. The person who attended while I was looking at a set of Rousseau's works, before words had been exchanged between us, put into my hands, with a smirk and a bow, a miserable book full of vulgar profligacy. Had he been taught by experience that such presentations were likely to be acceptable to the English travellers in his country? If we so account for his conduct, this anecdote is enough to make us ashamed of ourselves. 4. The chances of travelling through amongst our party a young English shopkeeper, who had taken it into his head to pay a visit to Paris of 1 week's duration. He must, he said, be back to business by Monday, for the bustling time was coming on. He knew not one word of the French language, nor a single individual in the French capital. His days and nights had been devoted, not to belles lettres, but to the ledger. Yet he was determined to see for himself what was fine in the Louvre. This was the great object of his expedition, and it was disappointed, for the Louvre was shut against the public when he arrived, and he did not stay long enough to enable us to fulfill our promise of procuring him a permission to be admitted. He was an excellent national specimen, of faults as well as of good qualities, and furnished some amusing contrasts on the road, so that his introduction here will probably be held very excusable. Never were instinctive curiosity, personal confidence, and regardless intrepidity more conspicuous than in the travels of this personage. He knew but one side of every question, and he was as positive as if he had spent his life in impartial examination. He had provided for nothing, but he was quite sure of finding himself comfortable in everything. He had not procured a passport, for he was certain passports were all nonsense. They would never dare to stop an Englishman. One could travel all over England without a passport. He had no letter of credit, or French money of any kind. But he had plenty of bank notes, and he would like to see a Frenchman refuse a Bank of England note. Of course he was exposed to many difficulties, which, had he been alone, he would have found serious. But he treated them all with the utmost carelessness, and attributed them to the awkwardness and ignorance of the people amongst whom he had come. The first occurrence that a little shook his notion that an Englishman might stride like a superior being over France just as he pleased, attending to none of its customs or rules, and treated with respectful submission by its inhabitants, was the entrance of a young French dragoon officer, of a fine commanding figure, and authoritative expression of face, into the diligence. Our shopkeeper saluted him with just such a look of familiar examination as that with which Sir Joseph Banks would regard an inhabitant of a South Sea island on his first visit to Soho Square. But there was a checking haughtiness in the returned glances that soon had its influence on the spirits and behaviour of our countrymen. The soldier, it was easy to see, had no feeling of partiality towards the foreigners he had accidentally joined; and he soon explained the state of his mind in this respect by pulling out of his pocket a snuff-box, on the top of which there was a beautiful portrait of Napoleon in enamel. He carried his devotion so far as to bear about his person another portrait of the same individual suspended by a black ribbon worn around his neck. He was evidently a gentleman, and was the first we had seen in France who bore that assurance in his external appearance. This circumstance, I believe, repressed our companion far more than the fierce sword and fiercer looks of the stranger. Besides, all that our traveller had read in his country's newspapers of that monster Bonaparte rushed into his mind, and to have before his eyes, and actually touching his knees, a man who wore the pictures of such a wretch, who clearly regretted his downfall, and who had most probably taken a part in his dreadful deeds, quite bewildered the comprehension and overpowered the senses of the Englishman. He probably would not have felt more alarmed or horror-struck if Dr. Faustus, immediately after making over his soul to the devil, had sat down within 6 inches of him; or if one of those human beings who float down the Ganges, devouring corpses, had come reeking from such a repast to breathe in his face. The officer resisted conversation with more firmness than is usual in France. It generally happens there that sulkiness soon gives way to loquacity, but our military companion cut off the approaches to his sentiments, and shut himself up in an almost total incommunicativeness. Once only he made an observation which bore on the state of public affairs, and it was perfectly explanatory of the whole system of his thinking, its causes as well as its condition. Something was said to convey a civil compliment to France in an expression of satisfaction that she was now open to the visits of Englishmen, and a hope was added that this pleasant intercourse might last, and the tranquillity of Europe remain uninterrupted. The remark was not addressed to the officer, but he replied to it, evidently under a strong impulse. "Very good, gentlemen. This tranquillity of Europe is a fine thing. But will it not keep me always a captain? Toujours capitaine," was the emphatic conclusion of this sudden burst from taciturnity. He did not long continue with us, and the traveller of a week looked after him as he descended the steps of the vehicle, as a man looks after the smoke of a piece of artillery that has suddenly gone off near him, and startled him more through the influence of surprise than of fear. Our countryman withdrew his look slowly from the disappearing object of his astonishment, and then fixed his eyes on ours, as if to say, "Well, this is something, however." To those of us who had spoken to the Frenchman, he addressed himself with that sort of admiring curiosity for information which the crowd who visit a menagerie of wild beasts show towards the man who dare put his hand into the lion's mouth and venture within reach of the tiger's paw. Did he really, then, like Bonaparte? Had he been at Moscow? Was he likely to rebel against Louis XVIII.? But this serious surprise over, there was something indescribably droll in the easy scorn with which the person in question encountered all the novelties that the roads of France presented, except, indeed, the novelties of the table, against which he vehemently protested, and for some time maintained a very determined resistance; repulsing from him fricasseed pullets and stewed veal with a haughty disdain, until he was subdued by hunger, as many other independent spirits have been before him. From the cups, too, in which coffee was served up, he shrunk a little at first, inasmuch as they struck him as being very like those that hold pomatum in England; but with all these prejudices, there was an apparent determination about him to see and think for himself, which denoted an active and not a weak mind. It seemed from his manner as if he felt it due to his country, while he was absent from her, to laugh at or abuse every thing that differed from her customs, but that he would after his return ponder upon what he had seen in a more impartial spirit than that in which he had observed. At one of the stages on the road to Paris, a friend fell into conversation with a Frenchman advanced beyond the middle age, who soon discovered that he was and had been a faithful adherent to the family of the Bourbons. Nor had the short period of their return yet removed from his manner that air of repressed feeling and concealed opinion, of trembling suspicion and shrinking caution, which arises from a consciousness of belonging to a beaten and obnoxious party. If this bear with it the expression of weakness, the unchanging devotion and resigned endurance with which it is coupled, cause the general character to take an elevation from its very depression and a grandeur from its very infirmities. This relic of a destroyed system, deeming the inn an unfit place for conversation, took the strangers home to his small cottage, to talk fondly of the reviving lilies, and inquire anxiously whether the sufferings of 20 years were now to be succeeded by ample restoration and special favour. Here they found assembled an interesting French family. The grandmother, bent with age, sat beside a wood fire. The wife rose to receive them with a look full of recollections of the past, and a manner uniting ease with reserve and distance with affability. A fine youth, her son, and 2 little children completed the group. Mingled with the politeness of the reception there could be seen an expression of interrogation and surprise, denoting that for a long time they had been unaccustomed to visitings, that the routine of their lives had for years been narrow and unvaried, and had at length produced an effect on their minds, causing them to think much of trifles and wonder at that which had but little in it of the remarkable. The children came up to the strangers, and touched their clothes, as curious persons touch a suit of armour in the Tower. The heads of this family had lived out all the horrors of the temps de la terreur, but they had suffered much; and as if a fondness for alarm had arisen out of the troubles they had experienced, they permitted themselves to be thrown into needless consternation by the advance of the Allies, packing up all their little matters to get out of the way, although the armies were by no means near their part of the country. The mentioning of the name of Louis XVI forcibly shot a pang across their frames; and when Louis XVIII was spoken of, it seemed to give them but small assurance of better days. They appeared to feel as if Affliction were enamoured of their parts, and they were wedded to calamity." The Frenchman, with something of a consequential bustle, led the way upstairs to what he called his study. The room was full of stuffed specimens of all the birds and animals of his neighbourhood, weasels, hawks, pigeons, etc., together with shells, stones, and grottos, artificial flowers, curious watches, and timepieces. He pointed to his treasures with silent looks that rested complacently on them, on his companions, and on himself; and after permitting admiration to indulge itself awhile, he said it was thus he amused his leisure hours. It was afterwards found that he had furnished almost every house in the village in the same way. The villagers were enabled to decorate their chimney pieces as museums by his bounty. On descending again, one of the family asked if their guests would like to see one of their own countrywomen, who lived in the neighbourhood. She was sent for immediately, and the children got close to hear English spoken; but this female immigrant had almost forgotten her native language, and seemed more embarrassed than pleased by the rencontre. Beyond Rouen, the road was lined with apple and pear trees; and as we came nearer to Paris, the vineyards spread themselves on each side, throwing a fine tint over the face of the country by their broad leaves turned to a reddish yellow in the decline of the autumn. Many objects gave notice of our approach to the capital, and some of us became restlessly thoughtful in consequence. At last a Frenchman pointed out Montmartre, taking care to explain to us, as strangers, why he requested particular attention to it, by a reference to the battle that placed Paris in the power of the Allies and caused the overthrow of Bonaparte's government. We replied that we had heard of the circumstances before, and we felt as if it were pleasanter for a little while at first to contemplate what we saw than to hear it described. End of chapters 3 and 4. Chapters 5 and 6 of A Visit to Paris by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. The great strength of that attraction which has drawn so many thousands from these islands to the capital of France is not, I apprehend, so much the influence of what are generally understood by the term curiosities. It chiefly arises, if I mistake not, out of the strange events of the times that are just past. These have given to the kingdom in question a character of the romantic class in our public's estimation. They regarded it during the season of their exclusion with sentiments of wonder certainly not unmingled with awe. They knew it only in tremendous results, as a volcano is known. The interior process by which these were produced was hidden from their eyes, and formed the subject of many an anxious but uncertain speculation. It was natural, therefore, that they should rush towards it at the first moment of admission, impelled by that strong feeling which the mind experiences when the scenes of great agitations, of remarkable occurrences, or the seats of formidable beings are suddenly rendered accessible, after they have been for a long period watched with ceaseless vigilance, but defended from observation by imminent danger. One would eagerly go to see the lair from which the lion has just been driven. His late presence would be sufficient to direct breathless curiosity to even the commonest weeds and bushes. The blank sand left by a deluge would excite the sublimest emotions; and an opening in the earth, filled with stagnant water, which we should pass unnoticed if uninformed of its origin, rivets our steps, and suggests almost endless meditation, when we learn that it is the effect of an earthquake that has caused the disappearance of cities, and spread terror and destruction through provinces. Paris possesses this sort of moral and historical interest in the greatest degree; but it is also rich in what is calculated to strike the eye by picturesque and grand effect; to satisfy the sensualist by supplying various and artful enjoyment; to delight the gay by dispensing a profusion of captivating pleasures; to gratify the tasteful by a combination of skill, elegance, and feeling; to suggest reflection and pleasingly employ research by effigying the events of a far distant date, and picturing manners that have long been obsolete; to administer to the wants of the scholar by supplying vast collected stores of all the materials of human knowledge; and, in fine, to afford a matchless treat to the student of mankind, by discovering and displaying to even common observation all that can give a thorough insight into character and condition. This last circumstance forms the most extraordinary peculiarity of Paris. Compared with the cities of most other countries, it is like a glass beehive compared with those that are made of straw. You see without trouble into all its hoards. All its creatures perform all their operations full in the face of all. What others consign to secrecy and silence they throw open to daylight, and surround with the buzzing of fluttering swarms. Of the French, or at least of the French of the capital, it may be said that the essence of their existence is a consciousness of being observed. People in general permit this only to take place with various motives and feelings that check each other and produce a mixed conduct, in which a person lives a little for his forefathers, a little for himself, a little for his family, a little for his friends, a little for the public, and a little for posterity. But the Parisians, for to them I confine my remarks as they are the only specimen of the nation with which I am acquainted, live only for the bustle and notice of present society. Hence it is that they have not a notion of retirement, even where they dress and sleep, but at the expense of much convenience receive company in their bedrooms, which are furnished accordingly. Hence the cleverest individuals are not happy unless they mingle with the silliest in coteries. Hence Paris is full of literary societies, libraries, institutes, museums, etc. Hence everything choice that it possesses is made a common exhibition of. And the multitude are invited to examine that which philosophers only can understand, and admire that, the beauties of which can be only appreciated by cultivated intellect guided by refined taste. The effect of all this display is striking in the extreme. And further, it is most advantageous for strangers. The value of the character that occasions it is a matter for after consideration. It will occur, however, to every one, at the instant, that although it is very desirable to have living models of female beauty exposed for the use of the artist, the obliging creatures who so expose themselves do not occupy the highest place in our esteem. It may be asked, and the Parisians will ask with much sincerity, what are graces and charms given for if they are not to be brought out to notice? One must be very metaphysical to answer this question in form; and the sound feelings of my readers will sufficiently answer it for themselves in substance. The present work is intended to connect the separate sources of interest that have been adverted to more closely than has yet been done, so that each object in Paris may bear on the mind with a force concentrated from all of them that are in any wise applicable to itself. The view of external magnificence may be rendered much more touching by a reference to the complications and reverses of human fortune, of which the interior has been the scene. A common lamp post is worth the look, when pointed out as the instrument of a revolutionary execution. A parade in the Place du Carrousel may be rendered interesting to more than drill sergeants by calling up the recollection that the men who are now practising the lockstep in front of the window of Louis XVIII are those who threatened England from the shores of Boulogne, who blew up the Kremlin, and retired through all the horrors of war and winter under the standards of Bonaparte. If a juggler's exhibition on the boulevard can be made to illustrate a characteristic feature of the people among whom it takes place, let us stop with the children to look at the tricks. Even the high and huge bonnets of the French females, I must candidly say, although my countrywomen may frown, contain matters well worthy of regard. And it is not the legs of the ladies alone that are exposed in Paris by the dirtiness of the streets and the want of pavement. A living author, speaking of Rome, says that he who delights to range in thought over the past, and to converse with the great of ancient times, will here find an inexhaustible fund of information in every street and the memory of some noble achievement or illustrious person meeting him at every turn. The historical associations with the streets and buildings of Paris in the mind of a stranger are not of so agreeable a nature. To rake into the ashes of the past, merely to find something offensive, is not either a dignified or humane occupation. But we may be permitted to descend among the foulest vestiges of disease and death for the sake of deriving from them useful instruction and striking examples. It is due to truth, and it seems to me absolutely required by present circumstances, to state that the impressions which Paris makes on the feelings of him who for the first time approaches its barriers do not at all coincide with the favorite boasts of its people, nor support that splendid national character which, notwithstanding all the acknowledged national faults, they persist in thinking the predominating distinction of France in the eyes of an admiring world. In their capital, it is true, are collected all the trophies and commemorations of their arms, the glory of which, as they fancy, strikes out with a lustre that obscures everything but itself. In it are amassed the choicest treasures of art that have been taken from their native and natural seats to excite the wonder of crowds instead of the sensibility of a few, and, like other exotics, to be the objects of formal care and magnificent accommodation that ill repay them for what they have lost. And in it are palaces, pillars, savans, theatres, gardens, which a Parisian who carries lemonade on his back will tell you renders Paris indisputably the Athens of Europe. But although a stranger knows he is arriving at all this, it is not any of it that is first suggested to him by what he sees and recollects of this famous place. Bloodshed, fickleness, and falsehood are the overpowering ideas that rise in his mind on this occasion, and however indisposed he may be to illiberal impressions, he feels that he is entering where nothing is secure or can afford security. This is the most horrible of all feelings, and Paris inspires it more than any other habitable spot on the globe. Go where one will elsewhere, there will appear some respected ground, on which he who gets a footing will be safe. There will appear some sheltering, even if it be under gross prejudices, or be only derivable from the factious spirit of one party eager to disappoint the passions of another. In Turkey the cry of Allah will ensure a good treatment. To be received as a son by the fiercest American tribe, it is only necessary for a stranger to bear suffocation over kindled straw, and allow his body to be the bed of chevaux de frise of lighted matches. The Hottentots, though they might be tempted to commit outrage by a cordon bleu and gold cross, never forget the respect that is due to a patch of filth stuck upon some conspicuous part of the human figure, even "the cannibals that each other eat, the anthropophagi, and men whose heads do grow beneath their shoulders," will in general give protection in return for a conformity to their standards of manners and codes of morals. But Paris does not present you with one system of opinions or course of conduct that has not, I do not mean in the lapse of years naturally causing a progress, or if you will a change of sentiment, but in the mere freak of the day lasting but for the day, betrayed those to destruction who trusted to its popularity. Just before reaching this capital, the traveler passes through the town of St. Denis, which may be almost said to form one of its suburbs. Here stands the famous and beautiful abbey, which had, from its foundation in the early ages, been the mausoleum of the sovereigns of France till the 10th of August, 1793, when the Parisians assembled in the Champs Elysées to celebrate, by what they called a national festival, the acceptance of one of their new constitutional codes. The arrangement of this civic fête was entrusted to David, the painter, who has not yet got rid of the impressions of that period, but still gives us on his canvases assassins for heroes and butchers for patriots. It has been described as combining all the absurdities of pagan idolatry with the most ridiculous mummeries of corrupted worship. Fraternal kisses were mingled on mouths that had actually drank the blood and gnawed the flesh of their fellow creatures. The commissioners of the sections grasped the olive branch in one hand and the encrusted pike in the other, and as a bit of amiable sentiment, which must always be introduced by the French in whatever they do, birds were set free, with light collars on their necks inscribed with the rights of man, that in their flight they might carry to heaven from the Jacobin Club, and the crowd of September murderers, testimonials of the restoration of liberty and happiness on earth. It was on this day that the worshippers of the national genius, and the invokers of the national spirit, proceeded to St. Denis to consummate their national celebration by dismantling its fine and venerable abbey, destroying the tombs of their kings and heroes, disinterring their remains, and administering to the wanton merriment of the rabble by furnishing them with the skull of Henry IV. To use as a football. These are among the first recollections suggested to the traveller by what he sees in the neighbourhood of Paris, and they make him feel, I repeat, that he is going where there is nothing secure, or that can afford security. For what confidence of any kind can exist among those who, in the vanity of the present, lose all respect, affection, and even tolerance for the past? Who reconcile what is most atrocious in practice to the boast of fine principle? who commit the meanest actions in the proudest feeling of vain glory, and the most cruel without for an instant doubting that they are models and mirrors of politeness. The traveller, proceeding onward from St. Denis, arrives at the barrier of Paris on that side. It is guarded by douaniers and military. The former are provided with steel weapons much like small swords to probe into the loading of wagons, etc., for contraband goods. The stoppage here, the appearance of the instruments of authority, all so much harsher and absolute in their air than those to which he has been accustomed, and the long prospect up the narrow and dirty Rue du Faubourg St. Denis, crowded with persons of the lower orders in strange costumes, do not remove from the Englishman arriving in the dusk of the evening the impressions which the town of St. Denis occasioned. The lofty houses, on the contrary, seem to frown blackly on him as he passes; and glancing back his eye at the barrier, he almost shrinks to find that he is within it. He remembers that it used to be shut, to the destruction of numbers, at the sound of the cannon and the tocsin, those terrible signals of confusion and slaughter, signals at which the good trembled and retired sadly within their houses to wait the infliction of some new enormity, and which called forth the bad to organize depredation and carnage. Still advancing, his carriage passes under the Porte St. Denis. This is a fine, massive piece of architecture, simply grand, and gives to the English traveller the first proof that he is entering a city where much attention has been devoted to external decoration, and the magnificence of the buildings has long been considered a favourite object of the government's care and the nation's pride. It is 72 feet high by 72 wide. The bas reliefs, etc., were in part executed by the famous Girardon, who was only prevented from completing them by being called off to achieve the splendid glories of Versailles. This erection, which is more properly a triumphal arch than the gate of a town, was built to the honour of the victories of Louis XIV. The rapidity of this monarch's conquest in 1672, says its historian, the passage of the Rhine and 40 strong places, and 3 provinces submitting to the laws of the conqueror in the space of 2 months, induced the town of Paris to elevate to him a new monument. Like every other monument which Paris contains, it now principally commemorates the ingratitude and inconsistency of the people. The inscriptions in honour of Louis were destroyed, as a French writer says, par le délire révolutionnaire. Bonaparte, with his usual feeling for justice, and magnanimous regard for the glory of others, had his own name inscribed on the entablature; and under some of the letters indicating the late existence of his imperial tyranny, there were still to be seen relics of the reign of terror in bits of the words Liberté, Égalité. They almost seemed to have been left purposely by those employed to make the last alteration, as a visible reproach to their countrymen, who in improving their condition have never stopped short of the opposite extremes of impropriety, and whose vanity has never been checked from emblazoning their present moods and their fashionable systems, in all the grandeur of decoration and the tinsel of language, by the circumstance of their all in turn heaping disgrace on their predecessors. The Porte St. Denis, when I passed under it, was, in consequence of the restoration of the Bourbons, returning back to its original office of displaying the trophies of Louis XIV. The better way would be to leave niches in these public monuments, in which different heads and names might be slid as occasion requires, in the same way as the ever-changing days of the month are slid into the dial plates of our clocks. 6. We have an English comedy, not a very good one, in which a worthy London citizen who has been led into Wales professes the utmost astonishment that any one can see beauty in black and rough-looking hills, with torrents impeded by stones, and rushing between irregular banks falling down their sides. He appeals to the smooth and level Mall, and the carefully preserved canal of St. James's Park, which he says are called fine by good judges, to prove that their immediate opposites must be deformities. My readers, therefore, who are checking this account of Paris by their own notions, formed on the spot of observation, must not even be surprised, far less angry, if they find that I totally dissent from the statements they have been giving to their friends. I met with many English there, who could see nothing but that the streets were narrow and dirty, and that the fronts of the houses wanted whitewashing, their stairs scouring, and their doors scraping and scrubbing. Agreeing with all this, and granting the comfort and respectability accruing from these observances, I must, nevertheless, pronounce Paris to be a magnificent place. The views which it presents are of a touching and grand kind. Its appearances are interesting beyond anything I could before have fancied. The chief reason of this is, that character is indicated by almost every surface. A system of things, calculated with reference to the whole, to produce the greatest aggregate amount of convenience and completeness of every kind, tames down and restrains the manifestations of individual peculiarities. This sort of system prevails much more in England than in France, and more in London than in Paris. The consequence is, that in the English capital your ideas and feelings are less frequently and forcibly excited than in the French. The first sally forth of a stranger in Paris will probably bring him almost immediately on the boulevard, and here he will be forcibly struck by a mass of novelty. The boulevard goes round the capital, and was originally its boundary, but the extension of the city has in many places rendered it central, and it is so in the most fashionable and frequented quarters, namely those nearest the palaces and theatres. It is, in fact, now a superb street of great breadth, lined on each side with trees, between which and the houses gravelled walks have been made for the foot passengers. The general effect here is very fine. The eye cannot reach to any termination of the boulevard; and in the distance the trees, according to the laws of perspective, appear to unite their branches in an arch, overshadowing with their foliage the hurrying groups of men and women and horses and carts and carriages that are perpetually streaming to and fro beneath. By moonlight this forms a very striking picture, and suggests a confession, that London has nothing so fine in this way. The best streets of the English metropolis owe their beauty to their possessing those qualities that raise ideas of opulence, comfort, reasonableness, and general utility. The Parisian boulevard, on the other hand, is interesting in strong contrasts, picturesque in inconsistencies, grand in size, and overpowering through animation. The houses of Paris rise to twice the height of ours. They are of stone, and their architecture is generally elaborate. There appear here no signs of building rows by contract with the bricklayers, nor any necessity for prescribing by a law what shall be the thickness of a party wall. Turn your eyes whichsoever way you will, they are met by broad fronts, decorated with friezes, cornices, pillars, pilasters, and balconies, and rising to a height that to a stranger seems stupendous. The chimneys, as the end of a mass of buildings presents itself, seem clustered turrets and battlements. The streets that open from the boulevard appear to dart into a peopled and swarming confusion and uncertainty. They promise to lead to something which cannot be foretold from their entrance, instead of being, like all the principal streets in London, self-intimators that they are lines of receptacles for trade and property, and regular domestic life. This character of the French streets arises from their narrowness, as contrasted with the height of the mass of houses on each side, and other assemblages together of features which, in England, are seldom or never seen grouping with each other. Thus a grand gateway would prepare the English visitor for the mansion of a family of rank, were it not that the court to which it leads is filled with litter and dirt, and that the doors are open and filthy, and the persons who appear around them ill-dressed and in every way unsuitable. Has the house, then, been deserted by its original magnificence, and fallen in a ruined state into the possession of the needy who herd in its dilapidated rooms? No, not so exactly; for a carriage waits to receive the inmate of the first floor, a marquis in an old coat, silk stockings, and a cross. A cabriolet, or one-horse chaise, is in attendance for the occupier of the second; a colonel in a coloured waistcoat and a regimental coat. From the third, a person walks down in nondescript attire, which however indicates him to belong mostly to the military class, although, perhaps, at that moment, neither his profession nor his rank could be very easily defined. A milliner with a bandbox trips from the fourth; and some miserable dependent on the chances of the day descends from the fifth. This miscellaneous congregation is at present only noticed to give an idea of that air of uncertainty and inconsistency which strikes the English visitor in the aspect of the houses and of the streets of Paris. He is surprised to find, when he first wishes to call on some of the most distinguished personages in fashionable or political life, that he is taken to a street which bears, to his eye, every mark of being exclusively devoted to the poor and the vulgar, and the contrast between this situation, selected for the abode of a member of the higher orders of society in Paris, and the places and squares which they occupy in the English metropolis, gives him no favorable impression in behalf of the tasteful feelings and orderly habits of those among whom he has come. Proceeding from the Boulevard to the Tuileries, we pass through the Place Vendôme. It is to be considered as one of the squares, of which there are very few in Paris in comparison with London; and it is sadly deficient in that air of decorous elegance and completeness which is the result of feeling for respectability and propriety of appearance, as well as for mere enjoyment. This feeling might not unfairly be traced to a system of society settled and refined by public independence and political strength, which confer a sense of individual importance and security. The Place Vendôme has no pavement for promenaders, but the houses around it are uniform and grand in their architecture, while their windows, window frames, and external blinds are neglected and dirty. Instead of being in the entire occupation of wealthy and established families, as in a similar situation they would be in the capital of England, they are each let out in portions. The first floors at the rate of 600 francs per month, about £30, the attics at 40 francs. Thus, those who can afford to pay £360 a year for rent, share their staircases and entrances with the water carriers, duns, and visitors of those who pay but 25. In the centre of the Place Vendôme there is no enclosed shrubbery, opening into lawns, carefully cut and intersected with gravel walks, nicely rolled, amongst which are to be seen, taking healthful exercise, attended by neat-looking domestics, the simply dressed children of an ancient and undisturbed nobility and of their neighbours, and equals in public estimation, the opulent commercialists and the successful followers of professions. But in the centre of the Place Vendôme there rises what is as characteristic of Paris as these are of London, the famous pillar erected by Napoleon in honour of his own victories, encased with cannon taken from the Austrians, and, with a due regard to the classical, modelled by Messieurs les Artistes, after the pillar of Trajan at Rome. It was, I believe, on the spot now so occupied, that there formerly stood a statue of Louis XIV., which is memorable for its inscription Viro Immortali, and its representations of the nations of Europe crouched as timid and subdued suppliants around the pedestal. After this was put up, and the French as enslaved subjects had solaced their vanity with their tyrant's gasconade, Eugene and Marlborough raised the nations of Europe from the suppliant to the commanding attitude, and exerted themselves with such effect that the immortal man died wretched, defeated, disgraced, himself trembling under the horrors of superstition, and his country plunged into calamities through his inability to repel the consequences of his provocations. Louis XIV. And his statue as the humbler of Europe, and his descendants as the kings of France, were soon all alike removed from the scene, and the engraved view before me while I am writing of the Place Vendôme and the column in its centre, describes the latter as belonging to His Majesty Napoleon, Emperor of the French and King of Italy. His statue, too, in this engraving stands proudly on its pinnacle, grasping the sceptre of imperial command, overlooking his good and devoted city of Paris, and surmounting the defeated Austrians. But, alas, the Austrians had been in Paris as conquerors before I paid my visit to that capital, and I saw nothing of the statue of Napoleon. A white flag was waving on top of the column, towards which no one seemed to cast an abashed face, as a signal that he too had, in the common course of French affairs, been removed, and that the Bourbons were restored. A fine commentary on all we had been hearing during the last 10 years of eternal destinies, an invincible hero, commanding fate, etc., etc. The column in question is 140 feet high, so that it is considerably inferior in respect of elevation to the "tall bully," which lifts his head to the extent of 202 feet near London Bridge. Nor do I think the general effect of the French trophy, though copied from a Roman monument, grander than that of the English, which we owe to Sir Christopher Wren, the architect of St. Paul's. But it may be said to be finer as a work of art, in consequence of the admirable figures in relief, which have been cast in brass and which run upwards to its capital in a spiral line. These are formed of the cannon taken at Ulm and Austerlitz, and express the principal actions of that wonderful though short war. It may be worth mentioning that the Emperor thought it proper to immortalize on this monument a person called in the printed account young Dubois, and described as the celebrated crystal flute player. This musical hero was probably no more than fifer to his regiment, but he is represented at the head of his corps in every engagement, occupied most assiduously with his instrument, although it certainly could not have fair play with an accompaniment of batteries of cannon. This circumstance cannot be considered trifling, inasmuch as it is an indication of a system which gave room for the hopes of every individual as to personal distinction, and thus assured to the State the full vigor of the people. Denon superintended the construction of this column, and a long account is given of the difficulties that attended the raising and fixing of the stupendous brass work. The Columna Traiana, of which that in the Place Vendôme is an imitation, is formed of 34 blocks of white marble, and its line of sculpture contains 2,500 human figures of 2 feet average height. The French, when they were masters of Rome, designed to remove this bulky masterpiece to Paris, as they have removed more portable ones. No opportunity should be lost to reprobate the spirit of selfishness thus evinced, a spirit which is directly opposed to all those sensibilities for exciting which fine art is chiefly valuable. They pretend to admire of genius, and on the strength of their pretension they vaunt themselves as the most elegant-minded nation of Europe, but their admiration is, in fact, mere self-admiration, which makes them think that nothing exquisite can be in its place unless it be in Paris, and that no associations can be so suitable for what is refined and beautiful as those which are supplied by the neighborhood of the gambling houses, restaurateurs, and bijouterie shops of the Palais Royal. This national feeling, coupled with inordinate individual vanity, has caused them to be the greatest mutilators and disturbers of fine art, which they profess to have taken under their necessary protection and patronage, that the world has ever seen. The Columna Traiana would have been half destroyed by its removal. But what then? In their estimation it would have been more honored as a fragment in Paris than standing in the completeness of its sublime symmetry in Rome. It would have been put up, or at least what was left of it, in some one of the public situations of the French capital, to form a height for some figure to fall from when the hour for tumbling it down arrived, and to give some confident inhabitant of the Sorbonne an opportunity of exerting his fancied superiority to those who formed the original, by repairing the damages occasioned by the robbery. When Canova, the great living sculptor, was requested by Lord Elgin to supply the destroyed parts of the Greek statues which have been defaced by the Turks, and the remnants of which his lordship has very properly rescued from their brutality, the consummate artist evinced that lively sense of excellence which is the most convincing sign of taste and talent. He declined attempting to restore what he regarded as inimitable in its existence, and therefore irreparable in its loss. But Canova is not a Frenchman. Giraudet, the French painter, lately painted over all the heads of one of Correggio's most exquisite pictures, and Denon, when remonstrated with on this piece of profanation, calmly answered, "Correggio's heads, it must be allowed, are not beautiful." End of chapters 5 and 6. Chapter 7, and Part 1 of Chapter 8 of A Visit to Paris in 1814, by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Pursuing our walk to the first object of a stranger's interest and curiosity, the palaces of the Louvre and the Tuileries, we arrive, by going along the wall of the latter, at the Place Louis XV, to which I would advise every traveller to make his way at once, avoiding any earlier view of the palaces, that he may be struck by an extraordinary burst of sumptuous decoration, combining the beauties and magnificence of architecture, sculpture, and gardening, and forming an almost overpowering coup d'oeil. The Place Louis XV is a large, open, circular space, paved with great neatness, which interposes between the gardens of the Tuileries and the plantation of the Champs-Elysées. The central avenues of both these run into opposite sides of this place. Its back is formed by the dashing colonnade of the Garde-Meuble, whose architect Gabriel had in view, it is said, to rival Perrault's famous colonnade of the Louvre. In front is the Pont Louis XVI, one of the finest in Paris, with the elegant face of the Palais Bourbon elevated beyond it, and looking towards you in calm grandeur and well-proportioned beauty, its style of architecture being that which is well described by Dryden. And all below is strength, and all above is grace. A line of elegant building runs down from this palace along the river Seine, of which the Hôtel de Salm, lately the Palais de la Légion d'Honneur, is partly seen. The huge gilded dome of the Invalides rises behind, and on the other side the clustered houses and towers of the most peopled parts of Paris form themselves into castellated masses. The spectator, after the confusion of his first admiration is over, will find the spot well calculated for minute examination. A broad gravelled alley leads down to the palace of the Tuileries, through a large and gorgeous garden laid out according to the French taste, full of parterres and basins and statues, bas-reliefs, urns, and whatever is entitled vertu, straight walks, and tricks in water. The front of this residence of the monarchs of France, which has been the scene of so many interesting events, and which still bears the marks of the cannon balls of the memorable 10th of August, extends its enormous length completely across the ground, and presents to the eye, through the thin taper trees, a broken mass of small windows, unequal stories, frittered compartments, petty pilasters, and all that may be termed the freaks and knick-knacks of architecture. Flitting forms of gay promenaders sidle and shift among the branches, and rows of readers of newspapers, seated on hired chairs, keep their places among the marble Atalantas, Apollos, Daphnes, and Satyrs. 2 grand winged horses by Croisavoie give grace and nobleness to the gate which opens from this garden into the Place Louis XV. And immediately opposite, the entrance to the Champs-Elysées is dignified and adorned by 2 fine groups of horses in marble by N. Couston, which were brought here when Marly was dismantled by the revolutionists. It is now that the Englishman of taste and sensibility begins to feel the impression, novel to him, which the sublime productions of sculpture occasion, when interspersed throughout the public situations of a city, mingling the enthusiastic admiration excited by fine art with the sober and common reflections suggested by public views. It is now he begins to have a clearer notion, a more lively sense than he ever before experienced, of the effulgence of those ancient days, when the girls of Athens, carrying water on their heads in elegant vases from the fountains to their homes, ascended magnificent flights of white marble steps, with the stupendous symmetry of the Parthenon rising before them, and saw there, and on every side, a vast and silent congregation of the forms of colossal and superhuman beauty, fraught with the soul of poetry. Paris is still far from equalling Athens, but it gives an idea of what the glories of the latter were, and this is more than can be said for London. A vast avenue running up amongst slim plantations, on a continued line with the grand alley of the Tuileries, leads along a gentle ascent through all sorts of grotesque, fairy-looking houses of entertainment, and exhilarating indications of popular enjoyment, to the Barrière de l'Étoile, which is constituted by 2 stone buildings, erected for the guard of soldiers placed to examine passports and exact duties. Between them rises an unfinished triumphal arch of very large dimensions, and forming a most imposing object, certainly not less through the recollections it suggests than the style of its architecture. Bonaparte ordered its erection here, at the principal entrance to his capital, where the stranger coming in this direction first catches a sight of the palaces and towers of Paris. From it the eye rests on the Tuileries in the distance, and from the Tuileries its late inhabitant might rest his satisfied looks on this trophy of his success. At his marriage with Louisa of Austria he had it completed to appearance in wood, his own statue in a circular car drawn by 6 horses forming the summit. Perhaps it would be as well if all the commemorations of governments and dynasties were made of wood here. There is seldom time to finish them in stone, before they are put in the situation of a repealed Act of Parliament, and stone gives much trouble in its removal. The triumphal arch of l'Étoile must remain in its present incompleteness, unless Bonaparte should come back to finish his work. The observer in the Place Louis XV, withdrawing his attention from these striking objects, has it attracted by others not less so when he looks forward across the river Seine. The handsome bridge of Louis XVI leads directly to the Palais Bourbon, where the legislative body under Bonaparte held their sittings, and where the Chamber of Deputies now meet. This always struck me as the noblest building in Paris. Its façade has a breadth and simplicity about it which evinces the purest notions of his art in the architect M. Poyet. A range of Corinthian pillars support a chaste entablature, the front of which bore the inscription, "A Napoleon le Grand," and a bas relief to his honor. Two large allegorical statues stand on each side of the flight of stairs at its commencement, and where it widens off at the bottom, 4 of the great men of France, colossal figures, are seated in fine calm attitudes and tranquil simple adjustment of drapery. Behind this palace, the gilded dome of the Hôtel des Invalides heaves up its gorgeous swell. Bonaparte committed this piece of atrocious gilding, and it is not one of the weakest proofs of several of his barbarous taste. Glittering, however, in a clear blue sky, and forming a part in the composition of a most magnificent picture, it is very impressive as an object. And if we could but fancy it sterling in its display, a magnificent sign of concealed treasures, like the golden domes that saluted the enraptured vision of the Spanish conquerors of Mexico, it would have a sublime effect. But gilding, like rouging, suggests the very reverse, intrinsic deformity and poverty. The moral character and influence of the site do not improve if we believe the current story, which is, that the Emperor of the French and the King of Italy made a snug job of this gilding, by deducting from the army so many days' pay to defray the charge of the work, on a calculation which left him a gainer by a considerable sum. Such is the burst of spectacle which salutes the English visitor to Paris from the Place Louis XV. It speaks to him as foreign a language as that which he hears from the mouths of the persons who pass him in the streets. It speaks the language of a system which leaves the minute and inward parts of the machinery of society neglected, for the sake of giving size and splendor to its external ornaments, according to which all that is fine comes down to the people as a dispensation of authority, instead of growing up silently and naturally from the bosom of the community, as the fruit of their own independence, spirit, opulence, and ideas of comfort and propriety. The Place Louis XV, says its historian, formerly contained an elegant equestrian statue of the monarch whose name it bears, cast in bronze, and executed by Bouchardon. This statue and its pedestal decorated with 4 colossal virtues, from the hand of Pigot, were destroyed at the Revolution, and on the spot was erected the famous guillotine by which fell the unfortunate Louis XVI, in the front of his own palace. The last wistful looks of his helpless agony were met by these smiling embellishments of this most polished nation. This spot, too, was the last which supported the living person of the Queen of France. The Elysian Fields were crowded on the occasion of her murder with an infernal mob, yet the Parisians say they were never disgraced till the Cossacks bivouacked in them. On this spot was murdered the mistress of the sovereign by whom it was created. The Countess du Barry, having escaped to England, returned to France in the foolish belief that an unoffending old woman might be pretty safe among the patriots and philanthropists of the age of reason and virtue. But she was discovered, and without one assignable cause, was dragged to the scaffold, where she died, shrieking through fear, and exerting a horrible but impotent struggle with the executioner. On this spot flowed the blood of France in a continual and protracted torrent, to refresh the roots of the tree of liberty, the first fruit of which was a bitter and poisonous imperial tyranny. Such are the recollections of facts suggested by this place, which the French writer describes as environed on all sides by agreeable objects, the glorious proofs of the national genius and taste of the French. Thus it is that this singular people mock calculation of every kind, and forbid confidence in every way. It has usually been thought that the state of sentiment affords a pretty good assurance for the tenor of conduct; that habits have a vein of consistency running through them, and that certain circumstances are incompatible with certain feelings. But the history of the capital of France totally defies any such deductions. It made the cruelest butcheries the result of a creed of the purest philanthropy, and expressed the loudest vauntings of the national glory when its enemies mounted guard over its palaces, and encamped in its gardens. From the time that its laws became dogmas of philosophical morality, it abandoned itself to the commission of ruffianism of every kind, including carnage, the most favourite exercise of which was the torturing of women, and the insulting of their mangled remains. When its public maxims became those of freedom from all the restraints of relationship, government, and religion, it lay down under the iron hoof of the most brutal tyranny that ever cursed the human race. The same strange inconsistency distinguishes it in more trifling matters. It unites a foppish feeling with ragged clothes, professions of gallantry with the sex's degradation, and a fondness for elegance with filthy habits. What security, then, can exist here, where a general and solemn recognition of the sixth commandment would most likely lead to the commission of murder, and then be pleaded in its justification? As for sudden and unqualified changes, they seem always to have marked the French character. L'Hôpital, alluding to the massacre of St. Bartholomew, says, in a letter written soon after it, "I have lived too long. I have seen what I could not have believed, a young prince of an excellent natural character change in a moment from a mild king to a ferocious tyrant. The truth, I take it, is, that the change is less than might be imagined. The French have in a great measure detached words from ideas and feelings. They can, in consequence, afford to be unusually profuse of the better sort of the first, and they experience as much internal satisfaction and pride when they profess a virtue as if they had practised one. In this way they are exempted from the influence of those great correctors and restrainers of human conduct, shame and remorse. For what they do is nothing in their own estimation; what they say is everything. And as they never speak as if they were perfidious, fickle, or rapacious, it follows that they may be, and we have seen that they have been, all these, without reducing their pretensions a jot, or standing an inch lower in their own estimation. When injustice is to be traced to false opinion, and barbarity to ignorance, we know where the remedy is to be found, and on what hope must rest. But the world does not afford a more frightful spectacle than that of a people who repose their self-satisfaction on high talking of virtue and honour and accomplishment, while their hearts give no response to their language, and their practice, without alarming their consciousness, is immediately opposed to it. The conversation of Paris is rich, even to surfeiting in all the choicest and most amiable terms. Delicacy and sentiment, and love and ladies and beauty, and science and art, are almost the only words you hear, whether you are in a profligate cellar of the Palais Royal, or seated on a chair under one of its trees, or listening to a discourse on some puzzling point of the higher mathematics at the Institute. Yet among their exquisitely talking set, a woman can seldom possess a lover before marriage, and is as seldom without a variety of paramours after. They have not one true poet belonging to their literature, and at this moment they suffer David to range his pictures side by side with those of Rubens. "Are you going to the spectacle?" cried one of the common girls who walk in the Rue de Richelieu to some English gentlemen. "It is one of Racine's tragedies to-night," said she, "and it is charmante et pleine de sentiments. Quel nerf! What nerve! What expression! What symmetry!" exclaimed in my hearing two females in the dress of nursery maids, who were walking among the statues in the Louvre, with the air of connoisseurs. This chattering without feeling or even understanding belongs to the same character that caused the dispatching of doves to heaven by Robespierre and his fellows, to carry there the news of liberty and happiness on earth. 8. On a fine morning nothing can be more interesting than the walk along the quays of Paris, from the palaces towards the Cité, which is the oldest part of the capital, and is situated on an island in the Seine, connected with the other streets by the often heard of Pont Neuf. Issuing from the garden of the Tuileries, and advancing to the centre of the Pont des Tuileries, the view instantly becomes most striking. On one side, the superb and immense line of diversified colonnade, skirting the Seine, formed by the united palaces of the Tuileries and the Louvre, extends a continuity of elegant architecture, as if there were a vast street entirely constituted of the chef-d'œuvre of this noble art. The fine clean breadth, and, strange to say, tranquil air of the quays, which seem to repose in stately whiteness by the side of the river, and the transparent green of the water constitute a refreshing foreground to the picture. It was green crystal in its look when I was at Paris during the autumn. Pinkerton too saw it in this state. But the majority of travellers seem to be familiar with the Seine in its aspect of muddy brown. The large private houses running down the opposite side of the Seine are well in character with the public buildings, and lead the eye a short distance to the Palais des Arts and the Mint, palaces in this quarter being almost as common as nuisances. Behind these the ground on which the capital stands rises steeply, and the Faubourg St. Germain presents in consequence all sorts of picturesque aspects. The dome of the Pantheon towers above all, in light graceful pride. It arrests the eye of the spectator by the boldness of its elevation, and detains it by the gracefulness of its construction. The sister, but not similar towers of St. Sulpice, take a lower rank in the view. And towards the other extremity, amongst the thick and huge cluster of buildings that indicate the most populous and industrious parts of Paris, the ancient towers of the Cathedral of Notre Dame still continue to connect the present with the past, in a place where the links of this kind are few and frequently broken. Advancing onward from the quarter of the palaces, the appearances become more grotesque, the novelties, if not so grand, more amusing, and perhaps generally striking. The peculiar clearness of the air of Paris, at least peculiar as it seems to an Englishman, gives a glancing brilliancy and almost startling distinctness to every object. Distances are lessened by the pellucidness of the medium through which they are seen, and you are in consequence more in the heart of all that is going forward. The general effect here on a fine day is that of a Venetian painting, or what is gained by looking at nature through some sorts of glasses. And such is the floating and swarming vivacity, variety, and gaiety. Such the display of character, condition, and contrasts; of occupations and amusements; of men and women and animals and things; such the burst, in short, of all the whirl and show of French existence, that the whole scene bears the air of a stupendous exhibition. Angular peninsulas of lofty buildings jut out from the opposite side of the Pont Neuf. A gigantic facing of stone houses, stained, irregular, and uncertain in their indications, looks from its height on the green crystal of the river, and is depicted far downward in its depth. Bright colouring, so much wanted in England, is here plentifully interspersed. If you look along the streets, the red handkerchiefs that form the head-dress of the peasant and servant girls shoot about with much sprightliness. It is 10 to 1 but a corps of military is passing, and the soldiers, in the makeshift way so common here, rather mingle with the crowd than force their way through it, so that their muskets and uniforms are seen gleaming here and there through the interstices of passengers and carriages. The trades and commodities seem all to have deserted the houses; not only birds in cages, and flowers and trees in pots, but the choicest prints and books, articles of dress and furniture, add their hues and their interest to the groups. On the surface of the water large rafts are extended with penthouse roofs, through the lattice-looking openings of which start forth the flapping white caps, richly coloured handkerchiefs, and bare fleshy arms of hundreds of washerwomen, all dragging and dabbling their linen in the Seine, and casting sparkles of water up in their laughing eyes. It strikes an Englishman as singular that few or no boats for pleasure or business appear on the Seine. The number of bridges partly accounts for this, and the taste of the Parisians is by no means aquatic. They are not conscious, apparently, that water can be made to conduce to pleasure, unless it be a bath or squirting jets through pipes. It is, however, but fair to say that they highly appreciate its value as a cleanser and refresher. There is not a street without several public baths, and those on the river are numerous. They are adapted to all classes and degrees of each sex; some pour les dames, some pour les femmes. They stretch their long sprawling forms on the water like so many painted leviathans, and their decorations, for what is not decorated in Paris, add to the general liveliness. The school of swimming is a curiosity. It is a large floating bath. The men who use it are, by an order of the police, compelled to wear a very moderate covering round their loins, and with this apology for decency, they are to be seen receiving cups of coffee from the attendant female. one of the softer sex being always in attendance here as well as everywhere else where men come together; not excepting the places of accommodation at the back of the Palais Royal, which our private conveniences in England will not permit us to regard complacently as scenes of public resort. The contrasts of Paris, I have said, are very abrupt, and this of course adds to the interest of its scenery. From the window of a nobly built house, towering in the distance, you may see the corner of a sheet flying. An elegant carved framework, which in England would be carefully kept in repair, is, in Paris, allowed to remain broken for years. The signs of the shops are very elegant; that is to say, they are elegant for signs, being extremely tolerable as pictures. Every man in France who takes a brush in his hand is pretty sure to become a tolerable artist, and the best artist of France is, in the most important respects, little more than tolerable. The consequence is, a profusion of decoration of considerable excellence in the commonest situations, where an English visitor expects to see nothing beyond daubing and trumpery. But then, on the other hand, he finds a meanness and slovenliness in what he is inclined to regard as essentials, strangely uniting with the high character of the embellishment. Thus, the shop signs in question, though they might be hung up as pictures in an Academy exhibition, often invite you to examine a display of goods, which a tradesman of Bond Street would blush to see in his window. The sights you encounter in the streets are all in the same style. "Do me the honour to permit me to pass," says a ragged porter, pulling off his cocked hat, to a female vendor of roasted chestnuts. A priest, arrayed in his full canonicals, will stop in the street and chatter and laugh for half an hour with a servant girl. Over a miserable door in a narrow dirty street of the Faubourg St. Germain, which is the oldest part of Paris, there is inscribed, "Salon de Littérature," and we are told that lectures on botany, pathology, physiology, etc., are given within. Those who enter are nondescripts, creatures of a mixed breed, half soldier, half student, with keen proud looks, threadbare coats, and a rakish dissolute carriage. One of the lowest coffee houses is distinguished by the sign of the "Wise Athenian." On entering you are saluted with a gracious bend from Madame, who sits in state, to diffuse the consciousness of a female presence, so necessary to the French in all circumstances and of all ranks, whether delicate or gross, or genteel or vulgar; and to perform the duties of her husband by a quick and clever superintendence of the business, while he is probably performing hers in the kitchen. Should he venture to show his white nightcap within the precincts of the lady's sovereignty, she exclaims in a tone of wondering command, which is only not angry because it is despotic, "Eh, mon ami, que faites-vous ici? Allez, allez, vite, vite!" and he goes. In one corner, an ill-dressed waiter is pouring out a glass of cherry brandy under a bust of Socrates, to a still more slovenly personage, who, from his dangling insignia, may be guessed to be Monsieur le Marquis. In another, a cast from the Venus in the Louvre is opposed to a large glass which reflects its elegant form, so as to produce a superb effect, as a contrast to dirty walls, a foul fireplace, and various other signs of paltriness. At one of the tables 2 men in loose greatcoats, whose garb altogether would class them in England with the lowest orders of the community, lounge over a game of dominoes, with the air of self-possession and readiness that good society and knowledge of the world bestow. At another, a positive beau and a smart lady partake of a bottle of beer together, and read in the journal of the day the account of last night's spectacle. As you go out from the place, you come within half a yard of one who is entering, and he takes off his hat to the ground, because it was just possible that you might have run against him had you been very careless. Walking along through the narrowness, filth, and confusion, you observe a shop where they shave and dress hair for half a sou, with an inscription over it, "Art embellishes nature." A little further on, a man of glorious recollections, who now stitches coarse woolen cloth, records his honours on his sign, as ex-Guetrier to the 3rd Regiment of Infantry. What a nation of enterprise and éclat must that be, where a shaver for a farthing can enjoy high notions of himself as an artist, and an old regimental tailor derive an honourable title from his occupation. Among this people, an ex-Guetrier, that is to say one who once, at one time or other, made gaiters, takes his place in the system to which belong ex-ministers and ex-emperors who once reigned over Europe, and in lieu of that are contented to be very imperial over a spot as vast as the Isle of Wight. In the exhibition of modern sculpture in the Louvre, a gentleman's bust, which at first sight seemed only remarkable for the size of the whiskers on the face, was, on a closer inspection, discovered to be worthy to stand near the Laocoon and the Phidian Jupiter. A little label announced in very dignified terms that we had before us the maître de ballet of the Théâtre de Gaîté, a place of amusement corresponding with the Olympic Pavilion in Wych Street. End of Chapter 7 and Part 1 of Chapter 8. Chapter 8, Part 2 of A Visit to Paris in 1814 by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8, Part 2. These are the people to act as the French act, and speak as the French speak. They draw a lively enjoyment from their own actions, which is perfectly independent of their qualities, and derived simply from the circumstance that they are their own. They will therefore always be doing something on as large a scale as they can, but will never feel mortified if that scale is necessarily small, nor abashed if their notoriety arises from circumstances that are usually deemed disreputable. The things which they perform, and amongst which they mingle, take a colour and a character exclusively from their own minds, in the same way as objects seen in tinged glass, reflecting in shapes according to its own cut, are discoloured and distorted. With this people, nothing can be esteemed that is not attended with show, and nothing thought little of that is. It must necessarily with them be a matter of great importance what uniform a senator will wear who discusses their constitutional charters, or a member of the Institute who makes a speech to an auditory that does not understand him. A procession introducing a new government, or the promise of a grand national celebration under its influence, will at any time reconcile them to a change of dynasty. And so, as the spectacle is adroitly managed to their minds, they will never concern themselves with what it covers. But to proceed with the streets of Paris. One of their striking features arises out of the attention that is paid to all the little wants and caprices in order to convert them into sources of profit by administering to their gratification. This occasions much bustle and vivacity, and materially assists to keep up a liveliness of spirits in the passengers. If you have a mind to know your own weight, there are persons and machines stationed here and there to gratify you to an ounce. Stalls line the boulevard, and other principal situations which add device to accommodation to attract you. Thus, at one, every article of an immense variety is sold at 30 sous, select what you please. At another, 15 is written up in large letters as the universal price. All sorts of operations are performed on animals by women who sit on stools in the streets, and have the description of their professional avocations, which are not always within the line of female delicacy, inscribed on a piece of pasteboard. Bureaux des écrivains offer the most pressing invitations to the lover, the merchant, the politician, or the man of science, who has by some accident omitted to learn to write, to enter and avail himself of the talents which are in readiness for any employment. Roasted chestnuts everywhere tempt the palate by assailing the nostrils. Nymphs that will take no refusal push nosegays into your hand. The fruit women extend towards you delicious bunches of grapes. The shoeblacks flatter the national prejudices of the English by bawling aloud, "Cirage anglais!" A man carries a painted castle on his back, from which you may draw such delicious beverage as lemonade, tisane, etc., etc. All this has a show of business, though of a light vagabondish kind, and of a nature adapted to a poor, sensual, loose people. But much of the spectacle belongs solely to the class of amusement. One evening I cast my eyes down from a window looking into the Boulevard des Italiennes. Exactly opposite was an infant, not more than 4 years old, singing a popular song and beating a tambourine with her little hands. 4 candles were placed on the ground near her, and a plate to receive contributions of money. Within 50 yards of this performer was another, less in size, but whose age it was not so easy to imagine. He was a poor little dog, with his forefoot fixed on the handle of a small grindstone, which he was compelled to keep continually turning to the sound of an organ played by his master. Within the circle of one sight there were yet more entertainments. An old man played on the harp, the flute, the drum, and the triangle at the same time, while with his foot he gave motion to a small wooden scaramouche that danced well in tune. A well-dressed young woman on the opposite side of the boulevard played delightfully on the musical glasses; and in a corner was the most characteristic group of the whole: two female ballad singers, representing mother and daughter, with long veils down to their feet, as if their timidity and modesty shrunk from the degrading task to which their necessities compelled them. The first contrivers of this scheme were well rewarded for their ingenuity, but it had become too stale for the Parisians, though it still continued to have attractions for their stranger visitors. These did not by any means draw such crowds as two philosophical professors, one of face making and the other of hydrostatics. The grimacier of Paris is really a surprising exhibitor. With a grotesque wig and a pair of caricature spectacles as accompaniments, he throws his features into the wildest combinations of shapes, and might give hints to any manufacturer of inhabitants for a new world. The natural philosopher who lectures and displays experiments on the properties of fluids, bestows particular attention on the nature and uses of the squirt, and illustrates his doctrines in a way to cause many a hearty laugh. Jugglers also have their separate congregations; but this description applies only to ordinary days and places. Near the bridges, on Sundays, the gaiety is prodigiously increased. Varieties of games go forward. Both sexes mingle in the exercise of gallantry and mirth, which are surprisingly divested of coarseness of manner, considering the promiscuous nature of the assemblage; and the value of a centime, or the 10th part of a halfpenny, is proved in an acquisition of actual enjoyment. The common appearance of fortune tellers, consulted by the vulgar, must not be omitted in this description of the streets of Paris. They are frequently to be seen, adding all the grimace of their nation to the tricks and solemn quackery of their profession, in order to impress with credulity and respect the minds of the simple peasants, and others who seek their assistance to violate the concealment of futurity. I shall not soon lose the vivid image I have now on my recollection, of a simple-looking woman from the country, standing at the desk of one of these impostors, who, with shrugs and gesticulations and emphatic tones, was controlling all the faculties of the poor dupe, and whose face expression had become a mere riveted gaze, as if it were fascinated by the look of fate while hearing its decisions. If we fancy to ourselves the extreme anxieties of this ignorant creature, embracing the dearest concerns, and probably the threatened welfare of her family, and take into account the awfulness of the test, according to her estimation of it, to which she was exposing her hopes, the spectacle will appear an affecting one. We read still with impressed feelings of the ancient appeals to the oracles. Yet no Athenian leader ever submitted his cause to the decision of Delphos, with more unlimited confidence in the truth of the response, or more tremulous expectation of its import, than, to judge from appearances, this untaught paysanne was affected by, when I saw her in the market-place of the Innocents, listening to the rhodomontade of a roguish sibyl. The costume of the females in the streets of Paris is not the least striking part of their exhibition to English strangers. Our countrymen who went first over saw the promenading ladies in a style of dress which is little, if at all, caricatured in the following description, which I copy from the Examiner. Quote, "A lump on 2 legs seems tumbling towards you under a hat like a muff-box, with a huge nosegay stuck on one side, as if she had been robbing a Lord Mayor's footman, and a petticoat fringed, flounced, and sticking out on all sides like a large bell, of which the 2 shuffling feet underneath look like the double clapper. Under the poke and the muff-box the face sometimes entirely disappears. The poet would in vain look for the waist, which he so well described. It is tied up under the arms, perfectly hung in drapery, and the man who would repose his griefs as formerly on the bosom that was dearest to him, must first ask permission of the chin." End quote. This is a picture of the modern female dress of France in the worst degree of its deformity. Its origin is curious as a trait of national character. A young and modest-looking mademoiselle, one of their favourite actresses, who has 5 or 6 children by 5 or 6 fathers, appeared one evening on the stage in a Chinese part, and of course in the Chinese costume. The lady is pretty, her appearance was fanciful, and above all it was new. The belles of Paris were all in the course of the week metamorphosed into Chinese women; and straightway, according to the usual custom of their country, forgot that they had ever been anything else, and lost all tolerance for those who continued to be anything else. A freak of the morning suggested by the theatrical exhibition of the evening instantly became a standard by which to judge of the rest of the world. This is in the general style of their conduct. It forms a very striking feature of the character of France that she can do nothing for herself alone. When she took a whim to be free, her own liberty seemed a trifle, unless she could become the instrument to liberate all mankind from the shackles of priests and kings. Accordingly, Anacharsis Clootz appeared before the National Assembly as the representative of the human race, arrayed in a diversity of costumes, corresponding to the various garbs of his constituents, and followed by a crowd of patriots decorated as Hottentots, Cherokees, etc., from the tawdry wardrobes of the 30 theatres that each evening commenced their gaieties after the daily and more delightful amusement of the guillotine had ceased for a few hours. When the fashion took another direction, and the red cap was found to have a less becoming air than the imperial crown, the boundless philanthropy of the French would not let them rest in peace until they had distributed widely those exquisite blessings, the destruction of trade and conscription. Because France had altered the mode from a republic to an empire, Europe must become the empire of the West as a part of France; and because her ruler prohibited the use of sugar and coffee, while he swallowed both to an excess, Germany, and even Russia, forsooth, must dismiss these delicacies. In like manner the French ladies, when they came forth the first day, with their heads like inverted cones, and in the deformed shapes of the Chinese women, were as prepared to laugh loudly and rudely at any instance of an abidance by the Grecian taste in dress, as seen and still admired by them in their museums, as if they had been accustomed to the new fashion for ages and acknowledged no other standard of elegance. The deputation of Parisian females who received the Duchess d'Angoulême on her arrival from England, first burst into tears at the thought of her misfortunes, and then struck into a titter at the appearance of her little bonnet. "Mon Dieu, quelle figure!" I have heard them exclaim from under the concealment of their head dresses as they ambled along, directing their exclamation against a charming Englishwoman, walking past them with a frank simplicity of gait and graceful adaptation of her attire to her form. Yet the handsome signs of their shops, and the pictures which they profess to adore in the Louvre, present them with the dress which they insult in their visitors. This, although an affair of the toilette, is no trifling illustration of the general looseness of principle leading to fickleness of practice that prevails among the people I am describing. They will readily enough acknowledge their approbation of two things, one of which disgraces the other. Thus their republicans did not feel themselves dishonored when they became the creatures of Bonaparte, for when they accepted of his acts of grace they had forgotten not only republican principles, but that there had been times, and not ancient ones, when 60 and 80 individuals had been guillotined in a day, as a sacrifice to freedom and humanity; when little guillotines were sold in the shops as toys for children, to teach them the duties of civism; and when the jail deliveries were indiscriminate massacres of the innocent and guilty. When I went to their Museum of Art in the Luxembourg, I found their students, untouched by the sweeping majesty of Rubens' pencil, perched upon little tables assiduously copying the hard atrocities and cold meannesses of their own David. The reverence, attachment, and sense of convenience which with mankind generally are the slow growth of time, and precept and experience, spring up in an instant in a Frenchman's mind from the single consideration that a thing is French. Hence it comes that with the finest schools in the world they are the worst scholars; and that, with the most instructive experience, they are the most injudicious in their conduct. But good example is not without its effect even in Paris. The French ladies were gradually decreasing the extravagance of their attire, and amending its deformities. The English ladies who visited them, and who with a proper national spirit preserved most obstinately their full frank open air and dress, presented a contrast to the poking, bending artificialness among which they had come, that in spite of its vanity, shamed it into a sense of its own comparative littleness and ugliness. The French gentlemen assisted their countrywomen to this decision, for the usual efficacy of truth and propriety was not wanting in this instance, and their feelings compelled their acknowledgments. It was curious to see the contrast in the theatres. An English party, including several fine women, would burst in, as it were, into one of the open boxes, with unsophisticated looks of preparation for enjoyment, a regardless carriage derivable from a guileless consciousness, and an evident gladness to escape from shawls and cloaks and to sit down, free to breathe and to look about them, unburthened and unconcealed, in the respectability and attractiveness of their proper selves. The French ladies, on the contrary, would hesitate at the door, as if they were drawing back from a cold bath, and then step down as Agag walked to his death, mincingly. They seemed to retire within their own contrivances that they might take a surer aim. And sitting one by one, as they frequently did, within latticed boxes, accompanied by single beaux, the character of their appearance was the very reverse of that native, assuring, cordial, and self-respecting manner which gave pleasure to an Englishman's recognition of his fair countrywomen in this land of strangers. The present is not the first time that the French ladies have been recalled from extravagance to nature by the example of English women. At one of the royal suppers at Versailles, the monarch, Louis XIV., was startled by a sudden titter and tumult that burst forth from the crowd behind his table, assembled to see his Majesty eat his jelly and fruit. His dignity was roused to demand the cause of this eruption of natural expression, so opposed to the artificial state of the occasion. He was told that 2 foreign ladies had made their appearance in the strangest headdresses. They positively had not a bit of plaster or powder on their heads. Their hair was not frizzled or pasted up into an edifice of 3 stories high. In short, they were frights. Louis thought that, if they were as described to him, they must indeed be frights. But, catching a glimpse of their persons as they stood back in some confusion, he, who had a quick sense and keen relish of female beauty, saw enough to induce him to beg that they might come nearer. They advanced, and the king, after a hearty gaze, pardonable only in a king and a clown, declared that if the ladies of his court were reasonable creatures, they would all dress their heads after the manner of the handsome English women. This speech, putting the affair on the basis of reason, could not but touch the female philosophers of Versailles to the quick. They sat up all night that their women might lower their cornets, and next morning appeared at mass under circumstances of extraordinary reduction. The French account of this important occurrence describes with much drollery the assumed looks of gravity which the ladies put on under this metamorphosis, while, in truth, they were smothering the feelings of laughter and shame excited by a consciousness of looking for all the world like I don't know what. Louis, however, intimated his warm approbation of the change, and it accordingly became the fashion of the day. The Parisian modes of female dress, however, as now improved and improving, are certainly far from inconsistent with the species of female witchery. The large bonnet, in its most graceful shape, and with noble plumes of feathers, has a striking effect, and the tripping step is a piece of prettiness, which indicates a creature well trained in all the artificial means of fascination. "Our ladies," said a young Frenchman to me, "show more of the manège than yours." And he was right. Their beauty is not that of an Englishwoman. It consists rather in expression than in feature. But what with meaningness of look, and vivacity of manner, and fine eyes, and sylphish movements, they certainly can and do conjure up most influencing appearances. As I intend, however, to devote a chapter to the females of Paris, this much of them here seems almost too much, yet as forming part of the scenery of the streets it was necessary to give a sketch of their externals. Whatever may be thought of the walking dress of the French ladies, that of the inferior classes of women must, I think, be admitted to be very picturesque and becoming. It is assisted, no doubt, by a jauntiness of carriage and manner which entirely prevents that look of vulgarity and dowdiness that we often see in England. A French girl, of whatever rank, always recollects that her sex gives her certain privileges, and requires a certain air which ought not to be prejudiced, and in fact cannot be prejudiced by lowliness of condition. The paysannes who come into the markets are in general fine creatures. Their complexions of a sparkling brown, their caps white and flowing, their handkerchiefs of rich colours, their bodices contrasted against their petticoats with the judgment of a painter, a life, an essence, an enjoyment in their motions and looks. Altogether they give an assurance of being in a situation which includes little or nothing of suffering, and that supplies the pleasures chiefly desired by its possessors, however poor the enumeration of its general stock of property might be deemed in a country like England, where our wants are on a larger scale. In one important respect, sufficient justice has not been done to French women, or rather they have suffered under injustice. They are very cleanly in their persons and clothes. The bath is in common use with them; and I hope it will not be deemed pushing a traveller's observations too far, if I bear testimony to their changing the under parts of their dress, which conduce most immediately to the comfortableness of their own feelings, not less frequently than those articles of attire that meet the eye of the observer. The streets of Paris did not seem to me to present so many spectacles of distress and gross discomfort as those of London. The fighting of human beings and drunkenness are exhibitions scarcely ever witnessed in them. The villainous practice of severely chastising children, so prevalent in England with the vulgar and brutal, causing our ears to be assailed with screams and scolding if we go into the low quarters of our large towns, is not common in France. Wrangling is to be heard sometimes, but in general a visible polish of courtesy pervades all the surface of society, down to its lowest extremities. The beggars are numerous, but they do not seem smitten by necessity to their hearts. Dispositions in the country of which I am writing flourish in the same way as ivy flourishes, through walls, along the ground, or, in short, under any circumstances. "Charité, Monsieur Goddam, s'il vous plaît," said a French mendicant to an Englishman with a look that showed he meant only to be arch, and knew not that his words could be construed into insolence. The beggar children ask for a sou, "En pitié de ma misère," and then they tumble over head and heels. One of them, about 12 years old, having received a trifle from some of the English, begged to have the honour to sing them a song. He sung in a very pretty style, and with all the naïveté of his nation, 2 verses, the substance of which was that the men were ambitious, fond of war, etc., etc., but that ladies were soft, charming, and full of sentiment and love. He gave with inexpressible significancy the line, "Oh, les femmes, elles sont délicieuses." Some girls walking past threw a sort of cracker at him. He instantly turned an extempore verse on the incident. Its purport was, that when women played naughty tricks in the streets, "Oh, ces femmes sont des diables." In the lowest parts of Paris there is a visible grotesqueness which relieves the appearance of squalidness and poverty. They chatter, and smile, and bow, and curtsy too much to be miserable. To be sure, the great houses filled with the poor have a strange and wild look, and the blackness caused by their height and the narrowness of the streets is in itself gloomy; but the people throw much of cheerfulness into their condition to dissipate its melancholy tendencies. They seem to act on a principle of selection, like a bird that picks the seeds which serve it for food, from a heap of noxious and nauseous matter. It gets but little sustenance, perhaps, but that little is pleasant and wholesome. Thus the French will abstain rather than incommode themselves. They will only avail themselves of what is agreeable within their reach, even if, by thus selecting, they are compelled to leave the greater part of what naturally comes in contact with them untouched. What I mean is, that if thinking becomes disagreeable, they do not think. If calculating gives unpleasant products, they do not calculate. If looking forward is alarming, they do not look forward; and if looking backward causes regrets, they do not look backward. Their minds are without that singular but in some countries very common property of cleaving with most attachment to what is most odious. It is not that they would estimate a dance in the evening as a more exquisite pleasure than the receiving home of a husband or a son, unexpectedly safe after the dangers and horrors of such a campaign as that in Russia. But if they can manage the dance, and cannot accomplish the return of their relations, there can be no reason, they think, why the want of the greater should deprive them of the less gratification. If they are obliged to go without a dinner of meat, which they would prefer, there is nothing in their mental constitutions to prevent them from enjoying the apple which they can afford to purchase, to the full extent of what an apple can bestow. Instead of thinking the worse of what they have because it is not so good as something which they have not, they deem that the circumstance of possessing it places it, in point of excellence, far above anything that is unattainable. These, then, I repeat, are the people to be lively in action, shallow and careless in purpose, to be ever afloat and loose on the sea of events, to feel nothing inglorious but inactivity, and everything honorable that is accomplishment. These are the people to make raree shows of the valuables which the feelings of others cause them to preserve in a quiet and sacred seclusion. These, in short, are the people to fancy, when they are masters of Europe, that there is no greatness but in conquest, and to be equally convinced, after they have been beaten, that true nobleness lies in moderation; to vaunt of their despotic emperor and his Grande Pensée one year, and the next to be penetrated with the necessity of a national representation, the liberty of the press, and that there is nothing truly illustrious but freedom. The fronts of all the public buildings, and not a few of the private ones, of Paris give a testimony, partly whimsical and partly melancholy, that governments, creeds, and other serious matters are here introduced, danced for a while before the eyes, and finally displaced, as if there were so many figures of a magic lantern. The palaces having been originally impressed with the symbols of the Bourbons, that were battered down by the cannon of the Jacobins, for some time displayed the insignia of the Republic, until they were covered by ends by the Jacobonical consular imperial Napoleon. And during my visit the French artists were racking their ingenuity to discover the neatest methods of turning the letter N into an L for Louis, or an H for Henry IV. The statue of the latter monarch on the Pont Neuf having been thrown down by the Revolutionists, the place it occupied was filled by Bonaparte with a representation of his own person, and if France did not feel that the change was unseemly and ungrateful, it was not to be expected that the Emperor should. But the Emperor had, in turn, vanished when I first crossed the Pont Neuf, and Henry IV was rising again in plaster. One of the first hotels in Paris was named by its proprietor Hôtel de la Guerre, during the predominance of the good fortunes of Bonaparte. But scarcely had the eagle given place to the lily, when a rebaptism was celebrated, and Hôtel de Commerce in large letters now gives an important sanction to the returned family and their system. The Hôtel de la Victoire, its dream of glory over, has subsided into the Hôtel de la Paix. But the most remarkable instance of this unprincipled fickleness is furnished by the front of the coffee house, which, as a public proof of the fervent loyalty of its proprietor to his imperial ruler, the painter was in the act of consecrating with the words "de l'Empereur," when it chanced that the Allies entered Paris and Bonaparte was deposed. As a few hours of deliberation sufficed to turn the current of the allegiance of the most devoted of all senates, a few dashes of the brush converted "de l'Empereur" into "des Empereurs," and this delicate compliment mine host doubtless expected would be much esteemed by the allied monarchs when they entered, as conquerors, the capital of France. Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Visit to Paris in 1814 by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. Paris seems at first sight a place devoted solely to enjoyment, and it is difficult to devise how everyone is so well provided with the means. In the principal streets, almost every second house has a part of it devoted to amusement or luxurious gratification of some sort. The shops appear to be almost exclusively occupied with embellishments and eatables, and certainly wherever superior ingenuity is shown, on which Paris may fairly plume itself, it is in the manufacture of some decoration, some piece of vertu, some elegant trifle. The fashionable boulevards are lined with baths, where you may lie in warm water and have the most delicious refreshments floated towards you from an invisible hand; cafés, where coffee and liqueurs are taken; restaurateurs, where dinners are served; pâtissiers, where you may regale on patties and ices; theatres and billiard rooms; but the Palais Royal, which is justly said by the Parisians to be without its equal in the world, demands to be principally noticed now that I am to touch on these subjects. It is a square enclosure formed of the buildings of the Orleans Palace. Piazzas make a covered walk along 3 of its sides, and the centre is an open gravelled space, with a few straight lines of slim trees running along its length. There is a neat compact elegance visible in the architecture of what was the palace. But the building is now insignificant compared with its purposes, and you can no more attend to its proportions than you could fix your attention on the prospects adorning the banks of a river, if you were hurried down one of its cataracts. The climate of France and the character of the French conspire to cause them to seek their pleasures out of doors. Home is the only place they neglect. It is a place only for their necessities. They must sleep there, and the tradesmen must transact their business there. A bed, a table, and a few chairs are therefore wanted, and a small room or two, uncarpeted and bare, must be hired. I speak, of course, of the middle and inferior classes. But all that is inspiring and comfortable they seek out of doors; and all that they pride themselves in being able to procure is in the shape of decoration and amusement. The Palais Royal has grown to be what it is out of these habits and dispositions, and now presents the most characteristic feature of Paris. It is dissolute, gay, wretched, elegant, paltry, busy, and idle. It suggests recollections of atrocity and supplies sights of fascination. It displays virtue and vice living on easy terms, and in immediate neighborhood with each other. Excitements, indulgences, and privations, art and vulgarity, science and ignorance, artful conspiracies and careless debaucheries, all mingle here, forming an atmosphere of various exhalations, a whirl of the most lively images, a stimulating mélange of what is most heating, intoxicating, and subduing. The Palais Royal was the focus of the Revolution. Its coffee houses, its theatres, its cellars, its gambling houses, its bagnots, poured forth their living streams into its central space, to listen to the invitations of the orators who incited the people to carry into effect the savage schemes organized within its concealments. It was here that a joke or a nod, operating on a loose, reckless, heartless rabble, was in general the mandate of torment and carnage; and sometimes by well-timed and fortunately directed obscenity and falsehood, the instrument of dissipating the fury of those whom mercy could not soften and justice could not restrain. A raging, vociferating gang of murderers, men and women, brandished their pikes to destroy the house and family of an aristocrat who had himself escaped from their fury. An appeal to principle and feeling was out of the question at such a time and to such beings; but a profligate pleasantry supplied the suitable application. "Why pull down his house?" exclaimed the intercessor, mounted on a chair. "It is his landlord's. Why kill his wife? She is the public's. Why massacre his children? They probably belong to some of yourselves." A yell of merriment broke out from the congregation of furies, and the laugh of vice proved, in this instance, a reprieve for the innocent. The infamous Duke of Orleans, to whom the palace belonged, here expended his immense wealth in nursing, by means of horrible immoralities, the revolution of which he himself was the victim. The scenes that were acted here at that time are not susceptible of description. The almost unbounded revenues of this weak and wicked prince were directed at the suggestion of the worst wretches, to every purpose of human depravity, included within the opposite limits of sensual indulgence and cold and cruel ambition. From hence issued out the ferocious mobs of prostitutes, poissardes, and blackguards, whose character and conduct formed the history for several years of a nation calling itself great. The day at length came when he who had never been but the creature of those whom he fancied he guided, was to perish by the storm he had assisted to raise. The Duke of Orleans was dragged to his death by the mobs who had been trained in his pay, and his last journey was marked by an incident truly French. Those who had partaken of the debaucheries and crimes of the Palais Royal stopped its owner, opposite to its well-known gate, when he was on his way to the fatal machine that was to terminate his miseries and crimes. They wished to read in his haggard countenance the emotions caused by this sight, so pregnant with intolerable recollections. They could not deny themselves the indulgence of this extra barbarity; they would not be deprived of the right of exulting over the fall of guilt in which they had deeply participated. Are not these things which were not done in a corner, which 26 millions of men saw perpetrated as their public acts, which powerfully influenced the thinking, the habits, and the interests of Europe; and have, more than any other circumstances, contributed to form the character of the age? Are they not the public monuments of France, as much as the pillars which she has erected, or the pictures which she has stolen? She vaunts of her public places. The question is, what sentiments and recollections do they chiefly excite? It is these that are to form her glory, for glory is an estimate of the mind. The Palais Royal is still a place where news and politics are discussed. There is in Paris what strikes an Englishman as an unusual number of persons who seem loose from actual occupation without indicating that they are above it. The period of my visit to that capital, which was shortly after the destruction of a government, the disbandment of an army, and the return of legions of prisoners of war, was more than commonly calculated to display this appearance. But I apprehend, from what I could learn, that it always exists. The crowds of the Palais Royal are thus formed, and it puts on its air of bustling dissipation and lounging sensuality at an early hour of the morning. The chairs that are placed out under the trees are to be hired, with a newspaper, for a couple of sous apiece. They are soon occupied. The crowd of sitters and standers gradually increases. The buzz of conversation swells to a noise. The cafés fill. The piazzas become crowded. The place assumes the look of intense and earnest avocation. Yet the whirl and the rush are of those who float and drift in the vortex of pleasure, dissipation, and vice. The shops of the Palais Royal are brilliant. They are all devoted to toys, ornaments, or luxuries of some sort. Nothing can be imagined more elegant and striking than their numerous collections of ornamental clock cases. They are formed of the whitest alabaster, and many of them present very ingenious and fanciful devices. One, for instance, that I saw, was a female figure in the garb and with the air of pleasure, hiding the hours with a fold of her scanty drapery. 1 hour alone peeped out, and that indicated the time of the day. The mechanism of the works caused it to be succeeded by the next in succession. Others were modelled after the most favourite pictures and sculptures. David Sorati and Curiati had been very frequently copied. The beauty and variety of the snuff boxes and the articles in cut glass, the ribbons and silks with their exquisite colours, the art of giving which is not known in England, the profusion and seductiveness of the Magazine des Gourmands, are matchless. There are also several passages at the back of the place itself, all full of this sort of display, though of an inferior kind, and including the features of vice in more distinct deformity. Many of the shops in these are kept by small booksellers, who expose their wares beyond their window on stalls. And the mentioning of this fact induces me to notice here two circumstances highly characteristic of Paris, and indicative of its moral and social state. The first is the extreme profligacy and filthiness of the books and prints that are exposed for sale. The vilest publications lie about everywhere, throwing in your face a grossness which amounts rather to brutality than mere sensuality. It is a proof of how deep and general is the viciousness of manners which causes this, that they run through all the degrees necessary to adapt them to every class of purchasers. Some are as elegant as art can make them, others mere villainous deformities. There are editions of the works of all the established authors, graduated for every description of taste. In one, the prints are chaste and good; in another, licentiousness begins to appear; in a third, it is more apparent; in a fourth, it amounts to obscenity. All these are finally executed, but there are others, regulated according to the same scale of wickedness, which are done in a much inferior way, for the wants of the poor. From the completeness of the supply may be judged the extensiveness and certainty of the demand. But the most horrible circumstance connected with this branch of Parisian manufacture remains to be told. It is so much a matter of common trade, that the women in the shops, and every shop is kept by a woman, vend these articles with the utmost unconcern. A tradesman's wife will tell her daughter to take down a book for the gentleman, the interior of which is a pandemonium of grossness. A respectable bookseller in my presence insulted a female customer by putting into her hands an edition of Fontaine, saying, "The prints of this book, madame, are beautiful, but they would render it improper for the eyes of an unmarried lady." It is in this easy way that they define virtue and vice; they know nothing of the difference as a matter of feeling. It must take the tangible and palpable shape of an action before they can perceive it, and even then their perception is not always correct. It is to the disgrace of French art that it is a slave to this dissolute taste. The artists labor to unite the gratification of obscene dispositions with the result of elegant conceptions. They make the display of nudity their principal object. It is evidently not done by them in the natural and necessary course of the subject, but in the depravity of the artist, addressed to the depravity of the observer. Venuses are hung out without the print shops, for those who know nothing of form but as an object of lasciviousness. The bad intention is, in short, everywhere apparent, and to judge by the enormous quantity of provision made for this brutal appetite, one would say that it exists in Paris to a degree of coarseness disgraceful to the people and utterly contradictory of all their pretensions to refinement. United in view to this shameful feature is one of another kind, and their neighborhood illustrates the national character. In France you have no security against the existence of an evil in the possession of what is commonly and naturally opposed to it. The French reconcile fineness with filth, politeness with coarseness, honor with falsehood. In like manner the shops that present the grossness above alluded to are crowded with elegant literature, placed out evidently for numerous purchasers. The best French classics, histories, poets, etc., are heaped on every stall, and lie among the trash of political pamphlets, which prove nothing but that there is not a particle of political understanding or principle in all France. The good books must be purchased as well as the bad ones, and in point of fact they are purchased. You cannot walk 3 steps without encountering a stall rich in literature. The bridges and quays are full of them. The entrances of the palaces are hung round with the wares of these itinerant vendors; for in Paris their notions of what may be termed the decorum of elegance are not very troublesome. The French, then, read a good deal, and evidences that they do are everywhere apparent in Paris. The females in the public situations of trade are all seen reading, never working at their needles. Even the poor girls who sit by stalls where toys are sold are generally occupied with a book when not engaged with a customer. I have looked over their shoulders and seen Madame de Genlis, Madame Sévigné, Voltaire, Marmontel in their hands. This is just as if, in London, the apple women should be observed reading The Spectator, or Boswell's Life of Johnson, or Pope's works, an appearance which would be deemed a phenomenon. The common classes of the French, therefore, are polished and conversable to a degree unknown in England. The worst of it is that, in the country of which I am writing, the people's courtesy and chattering mean nothing. They do not prove the existence either of knowledge or of feeling. Nay, the truth is, their excess proves the want of both. Where words and forms faithfully indicate corresponding sentiments, they will always be more sparingly employed than where this connection has been broken. And there is a certain point of national character and condition at which reading will be very generally diffused throughout the community, precisely because it has little or no effect in producing earnestness of thinking on the interests and duties of life. To return now to the Palais Royal. It may, after this digression, be supposed to be the hour of dinner, and the salons of the restaurateurs are all full. In proportion as the homes of the Parisians are uncomfortable in an Englishman's estimation, their places of public resort and refreshment have an air of enjoyment, abundance, frankness, and congeniality, to which he has been utterly unaccustomed. From 5 to 7:30, crowds of both sexes pour into all the numerous receptacles of this description, the invitations to which hang forth so thick as to astonish the British stranger. The price charged within for dinner is specified on many of the signs, and varies from 25 sous (about 1 shilling) to 4 francs (above 3). For these sums 4 or 5 dishes a head are promised; half a bottle or a bottle of wine, a dessert of fruit, and bread at discretion. The latter stipulation of this engagement is no trifling one, for it is known that a Frenchman's discretion in the article of bread is not of the soberest kind. The superior restaurateurs, however, specify nothing, and here both the supply and the serving up are of the most elegant description. Casts from the exquisite antiques in the Louvre stand in the niches. Lamps with beautiful shades throw a noble light on the tables. the waiters are active, and Madame the mistress sits in her splendid recess as a superintending divinity, decorated, stately, but gracious; her looks full of the consciousness of her sex and station, her manner welcoming, polished, and adroit. In the artifices of cookery and all the seductions of the table the French are adepts. Nothing can be more unfounded than the common idea in England, that they are comparatively temperate in this respect. Their variety of dishes tempts the appetite, their rich sauces apply themselves irresistibly to the palate; instead of eating less meat because they take more soup than the English, they add the additional soup to a much larger repast of meat than is commonly made in England. A little delicate looking woman will think it no violation to say, "Oh, mon Dieu, j'ai mangé pour quatre," and really both females and men apply themselves with a determination, dexterity, and carelessness of observation to the contents of their numerous dishes, which in a country where the secret is less known how to redeem by manner the essential grossness of things, would constitute downright gormandizing. The appearance of ladies sitting among crowds of men in these public rooms startles the English visitor, as a custom that trenches on the seclusion that he is inclined to think necessary to the preservation of the most valuable female qualities, in the tenderness of their beauty. It is, however, in this respect as in many others in Paris. There is no sensibility for anything beyond the action itself. There is an utter ignorance that the highest sense of value prompts restraint, concealment, and precaution. There is a thorough indifference for what cannot be sensually enjoyed. Can a woman lose her virtue by dining in this promiscuous assemblage? Can we better show our regard for women than by making them our inseparable companions? Where would they find a compensation for the pleasures of which you would deprive them? These would be the questions which a Frenchman would put, if he heard you object to the practice in question. The advance of the evening throws out, still more prominently, the native and most peculiar features of the Palais Royal. When the numerous windows of this immense mass of building are lighted up, and present to the eye, contemplating them from the dark and deserted ground in the centre, a burning exterior, leading the imagination to the lively scenes within, perhaps a more impressive spectacle is not to be found in the world. From its foundations floods of light stream up, and illuminate crowds that make their ingress and egress to and from the cellars, which are places as well of amusement as of refreshment. Here there are dancing dogs, blind men who play on musical instruments, ballad singers, petit plays, and the game of dominoes. The seats are crowded with men and women. Wives mingle with prostitutes, tradesmen with sharpers. The refreshments are all of a light nature. Nothing like intoxication is seen, and there is no very gross breach of decorum in behaviour. It is very certain that if there were any similar places of resort in London, such abominable conduct would prevail among them, that it would become insufferable nuisances; whereas in Paris there is nothing seen painfully to offend the eye, and this is enough to satisfy the Parisians that they ought not to shock the mind. But the truth is that grossness of conduct is the natural and becoming barrier that stands between virtue and vice. It proves that the two are kept totally distinct, that the partisans of the latter feel themselves proscribed, rejected, disowned by the respectable. They thus carry with them the brand of their infamy. The good shudder at it and avoid them. They disgust instead of alluring. They excite a horror which counteracts the temptations to licentiousness. It is a sign that the virtue of a nation is spurious and debased, not that its vice is scanty and unaggravated, when its manners fail strongly to mark the distinction between the worthy and the reprobate. Where the morals are generally loose, where principles are unsettled, and duties ill understood and worse practised, the most vicious will assume a companionable decorum of behaviour, for they will feel that they are not much out of the common way; and, being on terms of familiarity and communion with all around them, their iniquity will help to form a generally debased standard, instead of remaining distinct and odious, as a contrast to what is pure and valuable. This is the true secret of what is termed the superior decency of Paris in some respects. It cannot be said to exist in any one instance of superiority in what is good. It is not to be found in a closer regard to the nuptial contract, in a higher sense of what is honourable in transactions between man and man, or in abstinence from sensual indulgences. No, in each and all of these respects, the French are notoriously less strict than the English. But their prostitutes are better behaved, and their public assemblages are not so boisterous; the causes of which are that their women of the town are less a peculiar class than those of England, and that the quiet and comfort of their homes are less sacredly preserved and fondly esteemed. Above the cellars and the shops of the Palais Royal there are the elegant cafés, the common and licensed gambling houses and bagnots; and still higher, the abodes of the guilty, male and female, of every description. The first mentioned, the cafés, are in fact brilliant temples of luxury. On entering them for the first time, one is almost struck back by their glare of decoration and enjoyment. Ladies and gentlemen in their colors, and statues in their whiteness; and busy waiters, and painted walls, and sparkling delicacies of every kind are mingled and repeated, and extended in appearance to infinity by numerous mirrors, which add vastness to elegance, and the effect of a crowd to the experience of accommodation. In one of these, the Café des Mille Colonnes, so called because its columns are reflected in glass till they become thousands, a priestess of the place presides, with even more than the usual pomp of such persons. She is a fine woman, and admits the stare of her visitors as a part of the entertainment which they have a right to expect. For a minute or two she reads, holding the book delicately at arm's length, and simpering as if to herself at its contents, in the consciousness that she is at least regarded by 50 eyes. Then, with a look of official dignity, she receives a customer's money from one of the waiters, and daintily dips her pen into a burnished inkstand; after which she drops the necessary memorandum on the paper, gracefully displaying her finely shaped hand and exquisitely white kid gloves. Occasionally one of the gentlemen in the coffee room sits down by her side, and talks gallantry, as they do on the stage; that is to say, with the air of knowing that he is the object of general remark. Leaving these scenes where pleasure puts on her gayest trappings and appears in all her smiles and fascinations, you may enter others where her attire is coarser, and she has assumed more of the luring, jaded, desperate look of vice. The Café Montpensier was a theatre during the Revolutionary period, and it still continues to be divided into galleries and pit. The stage is covered with a vast bouquet of flowers. Here the company is understood to be of a loose description. The men are chiefly military, the women prostitutes. The former go lounging about from below to above, and from above to below; and the large proportion which their profession forms of all public assemblages, and their reckless, irregular, profligate carriage, open one's eyes to the blessings of a military population, and to the prudence and patriotism of those who would cause military badges to be regarded as objects of the highest ambition, by holding them forth as the most honourable indications of desert. The gambling rooms constitute spectacles purely shocking. They are licensed and inspected by the government, and therefore they are orderly and regular on the surface of their arrangements and behaviour; but they are licensed by the government, and therefore they destroy the foundations of order, morals, honour, and loyalty. If a father debauches his children, is his family likely to be noted for subordination and respectability? The British lotteries would be equally infamous if they were equally universal and constant in their effects. But they are not so, and the French government supports numerous petty lotteries in addition to the gaming tables. A writer in one of the English prints, who dates his communication from Paris, thus expresses himself on these subjects: "Gaming, in every country sufficiently injurious, in this is rendered doubly destructive from the small sums that may be staked. At the first tables with which the Palais Royal, and indeed almost every district of Paris, abounds, and to some of which females are admitted as well as men, so small a sum as 2 francs or 20 pence may be staked. The evil of this will easily be seen. Every artisan who can earn, every shopman or apprentice who can purloin that sum, may try his fortune at the gaming table; and not content with this encouragement to the spirit of play, the government provides in the course of every year not less than about 180 lotteries, one of which is drawn nearly every other day, and in which persons may purchase even for the small sum of 6 pence. The consequence is, that the family of many a labourer is frequently deprived of its daily food, to indulge this vile spirit of gambling, which the vile policy of the government has created and fostered. All this evil is tolerated in order to raise a revenue which appears almost inconsiderable. The produce of the gaming houses and places of debauchery, for they are all taxed, do not, according to M. Pichon, amount to more than 14 millions of francs, or about £600,000 per annum. Formerly they were farmed for 12 millions per annum. The individual who rented them retired with a fortune of 30 millions, and now resides on a domain which he has purchased, and which once belonged to the Duchess of Bourbon. At present the tables are in the hands of the government, and may equal the whole estimate of M. Pichon; but whatever may be the amount of the profit derived, there is no man who must not see that when balanced against the loss of national morals the sum is contemptible indeed." On entering these horrid places you are first startled by the preparation of taking from you your hat and stick in the antechamber. When you proceed into the rooms where they play, your heart is withered by anxious looks and a heated stillness, rendered more impressive by the small interruptions given to it by the sudden sharp click of a bit of wood, which intimates that the winner is seizing his money. Of all popular vices gaming is the most odious and deadly. It is opposed to all social feelings. It renders even extravagance selfish and improvidence mean. It stifles kindness in proportion as it encourages hope. It gives to the disposition a sharp, edgy, contracted character, and while it ruins the circumstances more fatally and surely than any other illicit pursuit, it throws neither pomp nor pathos around the downfall. About these odious tables, half-pay officers, private soldiers, clerks, and ex-employees are seen in a desperate contention with treacherous fortune. The expression of the face as the trembling hand puts down the piece of money is awful. One piece follows another. Gold is succeeded by silver, and, from 5-franc coins, the unfortunate wretch is reduced to the risk of a single franc. He loses it, and leaves the room with a face that bespeaks him drained and desperate. For what atrocity is he not now prepared? The appearance of women at these tables is still more horrible. Their sex, which is so susceptible of lovely appearances, natural and moral, seems equally calculated to display the features of deformity, both natural and moral, in their most revolting aspects. There is yet much more that belongs to the Palais Royal, but I believe I have described all that will bear description. Prostitution dwells in its splendid apartments, parades its walks, starves in its garrets, and lurks in its corners. It is certainly not so riotous in its manner as in England, but it is easy to see that its profligacy is of a deeper, fouler, more nauseous kind. Old men and old women are employed as regular inviters, and they think they consult the interests of those who employ them by putting their invitations in terms the most offensive to a manly taste. Such is the Palais Royal, a Vanity Fair, a mart of sin and seduction. Open, not on one day of festival, or on a few holidays, but every day of the week. Every day does it present stimulants and opportunities to profligacy and extravagance, to waste and riot and idleness. It is there, always ready to receive the inclined, to tempt the irresolute, to confirm bad habits, and dispel good resolutions. It is there, as a pestilential focus of what is dangerous and depraved; a collection of loose and desperate spirits in the heart of a luxurious capital, as a point of union for everything that is evil, where pleasure, in all her worst shapes, exists, in readiness to be adapted to every variety of disposition, and to enslave and corrupt the heart by making the senses despotic. There is but one Palais Royal in the world, say the Parisians, and it is well for the world that there is but one. Besides the amusements here alluded to, there are 10 theatres in Paris open every night, and every night crowded. The boulevards are full of coffee houses, such as have been described as belonging to the Palais Royal. At several of these petite plays are performed. There are also public dancing rooms, public gardens, and exhibitions without number. The people increase this enormous amount of amusement for themselves. In all the public walks in fine weather they are to be seen dancing in parties. The waltz is the predominating figure, and the women of Paris of all ranks, grisettes as well as duchesses, delight in it to madness, and exercise it with skill and grace. The whole neighborhood of Paris within the circle of 6 miles is crowded with similar places of entertainment, adding rural enjoyments to those of the town. And all these places, in country and in city, are well supported. A more important feature of national character than this excessive fondness for revelry and public entertainment cannot be imagined. It never can exist amongst a people who are deeply attached to their homes; and amongst a people who are not deeply attached to their homes, the most illustrious virtues will but rarely be found. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Visit to Paris in 1814 by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. There are, as I have before said, strange irregularities and uncertainties visible to an Englishman's eye in the outward appearances of Paris. The surfaces of things in England indicate pretty satisfactorily in general their rank and office in the system of society. Thus it would not be difficult to tell by a glance at the windows in merely passing the outside of a house in London to what separate purposes the various rooms are devoted. One kind of curtain indicates a dining room, another a drawing room, another a bedroom, another a nursery, and so on. But in Paris nothing of that feeling prevails, which renders people uneasy, although their object is accomplished, if it not be accomplished in a regular way, and by the prescribed methods. It is the same in the domestic and social economy of the French as in their military tactics. Little care is given by them to dressing the line, to adjusting size, to preserving a minute exactness of uniform, nor to those movements and evolutions that produce compactness, co-operation, and consistency, with reference to the mass slighting or subduing to one general average the peculiarities of individuals. Every one in France is at liberty to accomplish what he desires in his own way, according to his own tastes, means, and circumstances. If an individual wishes to keep a cabriolet in Paris, he need not, as in London he must, live up in every respect to a consistency with this one indulgence. He may help to defray the expense of this equipage of a gentleman, by wearing a coat that an English journeyman would be ashamed to put on. You may see people going to the Tuileries on a court day, who have breakfasted off a bit of dry bread, omitting the bunch of grapes to enable them to buy the yard of ribbon from which their crosses are suspended. A laced hat, clean shirt, dirty waistcoat, dress breeches, and worsted stockings, often meet on the same person at the same time. I have encountered in the Palais Royal a military officer with a sword by his side, wearing a military hat, an old black coat, a gorgeously striped waistcoat, black silk breeches, and white cotton stockings. You never, or scarcely ever, see in Paris one who carries in his air and general appearance the assurance of what is in England understood by the term gentleman. Formed as he is out of adequate opulence and elegant society, and habitually exercising an observance of the rules of his rank. There is no feeling for moral symmetry in the French. Something unfinished, or irregular, or inconsistent, starts forth amongst their finest exhibitions. The nicest of their beaux shall have a bad hat, or mended boots, or his skin peeping through his shirt, or something wild or poor about him. Prince Talleyrand's elegant house was stuck over with quacks' doctors' bills, the bills of the theatres, and the paper hostilities of 2 rivals in trade, manufacturers of Cologne water. This is but a specimen of the common carelessness as to decorum, and this sort of disfigurement which gives a mean effect to some of the grandest situations of Paris is permitted to extend to the palaces. I met, in the immediate neighborhood of the Tuileries, a fine Parisian lady, tripping in her gait, conscious in her looks, claiming admiration and receiving it, who, without any show of concealment, was holding her nose, as a plain intimation of her being aware of the nuisances that were then committing under the elegant arcades of the new post office. Some placards stuck up to catch the eye invited the public to une grande salle à manger, which, it was carefully specified, was decorated with mirrors and statues, where a dinner of 4 dishes, bread at discretion, half a bottle of wine, and fruit would be supplied at 25 sous par tête, about a shilling a head. Properly to appreciate this announcement, it must be explained that such a price is thought miserable at Paris. It is on a par there with the lowest charges of our worst eating houses in London. But the frequenters of even these poorest houses of accommodation in the French capital have a feeling for statues and mirrors. They must have their 4 dishes, their wine and their fruit. Though this eking out of the show is all at the expense of the substance, they have not the slightest conception that there is a want of respectability in a sacrifice of this nature. With the English, as I have previously observed, there is a sturdy scorn of all courtesies and decorations that form strong contrasts to real condition. An English dustman would never think of taking off his hat to an English washerwoman, or of requesting the honor of carrying her bundle. The idea of his own cart and bell, and of her tub, would cause him to regard with a surly mockery any approach even to politeness. He knows and feels the truth, and as he cannot really mend the matter he will not condescend to trick it out. A Frenchman has neither a just sense of that to which he may pretend with propriety, nor of that to which he cannot without falling into absurdity. One of the lowest class will ape the etiquette of the higher orders while he submits to their insults. The vulgar with us would resent the latter with promptitude, but they would be the first to laugh at any one of themselves who should show an ambition to strut about in imitation of the gait and demeanor of his superiors. I have seen a French water carrier salute a woman carrying a basket of grapes with all the scrupulous punctilio that a colonel of the guards would observe in paying his respects to a lady of quality in Bond Street. 2 Parisian tradesmen, who have breakfasted off the bare boards of their shop tables on a slice of onion and a bit of bread each, and who live without conveniences of any kind, will exchange, when they meet, the most graceful ceremonials of respect. Our shopkeepers deem a nod or perhaps a coarse exclamation quite sufficient for their dignity; but they would not feel comfortable without tablecloths and well-furnished rooms. From this kind of desultory sketching, I hope the reader will be able to extract the true character of the social system of Paris, and the qualities which it indicates; for this is not the sort of work that will admit of connecting facts and pursuing causes with philosophical accuracy. The analogies must be traced in a great measure by the sagacity of those to whom the author addresses himself, for he would probably be accused of dryness and tediousness were he to be strictly methodical in his arrangements, and precise and full in his explanation of the first principles of the machinery, the effects of which he describes. A very little consideration will show that this looseness of manners is the result of a loose, and, in many important respects, a false state of thinking; a state favourable to quick, lively, and strenuous action, calculated to make a nation full of exhibitions and amusements and enterprises, but deficient in solid establishments, in fixed monuments of sound principle, in the inheritances that are worth bequeathing, and the productions that speak to all time, and that address the future more impressively than the present. But those who admire a luxuriant surface and care not about the depth of roots, who are pleased to see everything made the most of as to present effect, who are not over scrupulous about either moral or natural completeness and propriety, and think a new gilt counter a finer thing than a discoloured guinea, are likely to be the most gratified where this frame of mind chiefly prevails. It is highly conducive to dashing conduct, for those whom it distinguishes never delay to begin anything until they have calculated its practicability, its cost, and its consequences. The time which others spend in reflecting they employ in acting. They never paralyze exertion by weighing and balancing considerations of propriety, delicacy, and what not. They have, in short, nothing within their own breasts that is of so much consequence to them as the eyes that surround them without; and hence they escape all the greatest sources of timidity, irresolution, and inaction. Hence they collect libraries for the public, museums for the public, that public that dances in the Champs Elysées round the trees, and then adjourns to criticize the Laocoon. Hence they have public meetings of the Institute, at which the savants compliment each other, and the auditors applaud. Hence in the Chamber of Deputies the members receive and record the trumpery publications of the day. Hence they perform theatrical scenes at their hospitals for the deaf and dumb, etc. A French family will take a large and elegant hotel and give dashing entertainments. Note. Houses are called hotels in Paris because they have usually several occupiers. End note. This most probably is not a settling of themselves according to their rank and means, but merely a measure pour l'occasion. They have been hitherto living in comparative obscurity and thriftiness, But the daughter has become of a marriageable age, and she must be put out in a marketable manner. Her portion is announced with publicity and precision. When the purpose is effected, the hotel is sold or let, and the family retire to a first or second floor according to their income. This is done without any disgrace or shame attaching to the declension. No irksomeness arises from the change of habits to the parties concerned. They feel nothing whatever from a circumstance that is in England regarded as the most severe that can happen, and to avoid which life itself is often parted with. The economy of their habitations is after the same fashion, and belongs to the same system. Why, they would say, should a bedroom be held sacred through the day, when it is only required to be kept in quietness through the night? So before the bed is made, and often before the lady is out of it, visitors are admitted. There is little or no feeling in France for anything beyond, or on one side of the actual fact. Thus, a lady will dress behind the curtain, while a gentleman, sitting in the room, hears her movements, and is able to guess every action as she performs it. But what then? She is not exposed to his eyes, and as to his imagination it is quite free for her. Her feelings are not affected by any of its liberties. There being this insensibility in France about what costs us in England most trouble and anxiety, their attention is wholly devoted to that kind of ingenious contrivance which I have been describing, and which is of the same nature with that of schoolboys, who can make anything answer every purpose. Nothing can be imagined more wretched than the arrangement of their rooms with reference to what we call family comfort and completeness; but for the makeshift they are admirably contrived. They all run out and into each other, so that you must pass through bedrooms and all sorts of rooms before you can reach your own; but then the whole will form a suite for company in the evening. The beds are overhung with a canopy of silk and lace for the occasion, and no one sees the discolored sheets or the nightcap that is put below the pillow. In a house which was let for £250 a year, the walls were ornamented with paintings on their plaster by tolerable French artists, but the passages and stairs were miserably dirty. There were casts from the antique statues in the principal rooms, and elegant candelabras, but the dining table was a deal one and the legs were rickety. There were large mirrors interspersed through the apartments, but the garden at the back was a neglected heap of decayed vegetable litter. The furniture was such altogether as we see in London hired by the evening for roots, but then there was a billiard table in the hall. There were no neat spare bedrooms, no snug breakfasting parlors. 3 or 4 miserable holes with truckle beds were the only chambers for repose, after those of the master and mistress, which formed part of the suite of public rooms. The lady's boudoir was the only apartment that was carefully and elegantly adapted for its own peculiar uses. But this sacred place must not be discussed here. It belongs to the female character and manners in Paris, and is an important feature of them. It will therefore be particularly noticed when we pay our respects to the sex. With a great profusion of display and decoration, in short, there was an apparent beggarliness as to real comforts, and an utter want of those genial attractions that draw the friendly circle close together, that constitute the essence of home, and what is most sterling, cordial, and endearing in life. Nevertheless, it must not be understood that there is nothing to interest the eye, and excite pleasant feelings in the fitting up of the rooms in Paris. There is a general taste shown for the elegancies of art, a deficiency in which reflects discredit on England. The paper hangings are commonly after classical designs, and the bourgeois seem to have the same feeling for statues and pictures as the rich and fashionable. Galignani's public library has a fine cast of Cupid and Psyche in the garden. At Tortoni's you eat your ice under a Grecian group. In the Palais Royal the ornaments and knick-knacks of all moulus and jewelry show a general acquaintance with the fine memorials left us of the unrivalled taste of antique times. In the houses of the great, this turn of the people manifests itself in an elegance demanding and receiving admiration. The walls are margined with sweeps of Etruscan bordering. The tables have their marbled tops surmounted with naked statues, beautifully copied from the treasures of their museums. The hand of an artist is visible in all the paintings of the rooms. Mirrors multiply and extend every beauty. Baths bespeak luxurious habits. Even with these higher classes, however, there is a decided and visible want of that perfect furnishing and opulent regulation that surround the gentry of England. The carriage and horses, for instance, of a French family of rank, will be such as would not in London be jobbed. The servants have not that disciplined, orderly, neat air which they carry with them in England, when they marshal themselves along the passage as the company enters the dining room. The domestic economy of the people of all ranks wants that snug cordiality which, however it may at first sight seem to promote only the comfort of one's feelings, has in truth an admirable moral effect. The family, whether it be a tradesman or a duke's, never assemble together in the morning. Breakfast, which is so enjoyed, I might almost say so amiable a meal with us, is never in Paris partaken of in a regular way. The father, the mother, and the children separately eat what they please, when they please, and where they please, before dinner. They do not come together, therefore, in the freshness of their early hearts, before the dissipations and distractions of the day have disturbed the calm so favourable to a view of duties and an expansion of the affections. The order of a French dinner party has been so often described that I do not feel inclined to repeat the bill of fare, and the arrangements of the table. The chief peculiarities are, that the ladies and gentlemen do not separate, that little wine is drank, and that of a light kind, that the ladies take their share in all the topics of the day, and as the price of their permission to remain with the gentlemen, countenance and promote an easy licentiousness of conversation, which forms about a medium between the grossness which too often prevails among Englishmen, when the females have quitted them, and the scrupulous decorum which they preserve before the separation of the sexes. It scarcely admits of doubt that the French custom indicates a state of society in which the feelings of delicacy and morals are light and loose. They are not troublesome with reference to any, and therefore one standard of decorum is adopted as sufficient for all. The yoke of propriety is fashioned so wide in its shape and trifling in its weight, that no one has a temptation on any occasion to throw it entirely off. The genteel society of Paris has not been organized since the Revolution, and the destruction of Bonaparte's government threw it into fresh disorder and uncertainty. This event infused afresh into people's breasts a spirit of doubt, of suspicion, and of hatred, entirely inimical to the ease and pleasantry and unreserved communication which used to form the pride and ornament of the haut ton of Paris. Every attempt at the process of social refinement made since the tremendous ravages of all that was graceful and good, that accompanied the downfall of the monarchy, seems to have been made by coarse hands, in the few and short intervals of the work of plunder and bloodshed. The wars of the period, and the cold iron character of Bonaparte's influence, repressed to a most deplorable degree what is properly understood by good society. The intellect of France, under this direction, took a fierce and profligate course. Its manners became hard and slovenly; its dispositions vigilant, keen, and unscrupulous. All this is diametrically opposed to the confidence, elegance, and studious attention to the particulars of accommodation, of which the beautiful fabric of polite and accomplished society must be composed. A bitterness of sentiment was cherished by those who had been humbled and reduced from the higher ranks by the Revolution, which prevented them from availing themselves of opportunities to mingle with their substitutes, and assist to restore that polish of surface and genteel turn of thinking, which in some measure redeemed the vices and weaknesses of old establishments. On the other hand, those who had risen to station and wealth by means of the changes, entertained a contempt for the persons that had been degraded, and the general qualities of the destroyed system, that led them to foster their original coarseness as a mark of honourable distinction. From the most candid accounts I could procure, it would seem that no royal or imperial influence was ever less calculated to restore the graces or promote the amiable qualities of society than Bonaparte's. A kind of wild, energetic point distinguished his manner of behaving as it did his style of writing and speaking. He was haughty himself, and loved to see those around him haughty to their inferiors. Josephine's affability to those about her always excited his displeasure; and the reserve and insolence of the Austrian princess gave him an assurance of his dignity which he seemed to want. The members of his family in Paris did not conduce to throw either respectability or ornament around his court; their vices as well as his own were understood to be gross; their dispositions had nothing of a reconciling, vivifying, decorating turn. The restoration of the Bourbons could not have produced much alteration in these respects for the better when I was at Paris. And in point of fact, this historical event had then rather increased the sombre uncomfortable aspect of society. Parties at the houses of the fashionables were disturbed by the existence of new dissensions, new jealousies, new motives of avoidance, new causes for partiality. Above all, the return of the old gentry from their exile, and the acquisition of importance and hope made by the reduced persons of this class who had remained in France, produced unpleasantness and promised mischief. It brought beggary, burning under a sense of injustice, into immediate hostile contact with power and fortune, alarmed for their possessions, insulting in their spirit, and fierce in their habits. Such a collision, it will be supposed, could not take place without producing the extremest danger to the very foundations on which rested all the establishments of the nation. And the reputation of the new rulers for prudence and talent depended upon their taking the measures best calculated for subduing or neutralizing the elements of explosion. It is to be doubted whether, notwithstanding the visible testimonies given of the good sense and amiable temper of the king, this was the case. In many important respects, the system of the restored court seemed to settle at that most fatal of all points, where enough is done to alarm, and not enough to intimidate. There was ground given for believing in the existence of an inclination reaching beyond power, and this belief, while it was unlimited as to the extent of what might in future be inflicted, at the same time supplied nothing to deter from an attempt to avoid the threatened peril. It therefore included two of the strongest inducements to rebellion. But probably the religious measures of the court have done more than any other part of its conduct to hurt it in the estimation of the Parisians. These excited their contempt, which, as it puts vanity in active play, is a more fatal and cruel feeling in France than any other. The king altered the constitution, he restrained the liberty of the press. These measures scarcely excited notice, and still less reprehension. But, mon Dieu! He ordered the shops to be shut up on Sundays, and the spirit of the people was instantly inflamed to exasperation. This leads me to remark on another feature of the society of Paris. The dupery of superstition has been succeeded by the most hardy infidelity of the most chattering species. The ladies assail you in a crowded room where there is waltzing going on, to put you seriously to your proofs in favor of the existence of a god. The little boys stop in the streets to laugh at the priests, as mountebanks that are at once dishonest and ridiculous. A Madame la Portière of an hotel threw herself into a convulsion of rage because a priest came to invite her daughter to confession. One day, observing a sentinel standing on guard near a church, the name of which I wished to know, I addressed him for the information I wanted. The reply was, "Monsieur, I am a soldier. I know nothing of churches." In the tragedy of Oedipus by Voltaire, Jocaste says to her wretched husband, "Nos prêtres ne sont point ce qu'un vain peuple pense. Notre crédulité fait toute leur science." These lines on the night I saw the piece performed were scarcely out of the actress's mouth before the house shook to its foundations with the thunders of applause. It was a tumultuous roar, proceeding from tradesmen, soldiers, men, women, and children, the thoughtless as well as the thinking, all uniting to testify an abhorrence of religion and of its ministers. The light of philosophy is a fine thing, and the darkness of bigotry is as hateful; but the illumination of the French is rather too diffused to be pure, and too fierce to be perfectly safe. The society of Paris has an air of being entirely devoted to art and literature. These subjects take the lead everywhere, to the total exclusion of morals and politics. A light, flimsy sort of cleverness is thus shed over the surface of conversation, and, as far as the exhibition goes, it is pleasing enough. It unfortunately, however, so happens, that what is most valuable in these mines of human genius lies too deep to be got at by such facile means, and is too heavy to be raised by such common powers. The consequence is, that where this current application is most in vogue, the profound treasures will be neglected for the sake of hammering out bits of passable coin, that may glitter and jingle in the communications of the day. Of the politeness of manners of which the French boast, I cannot take a very favorable view. I was walking with an English lady in one of the public streets of Paris, when an old Frenchman came up to us. He wore a cocked hat, and was decorated with an order. His body was bent, more, as it appeared, from the effects of indiscriminate and general complaisance than from the influence of age. He addressed us by saying, for our information as strangers, that the bells we heard were those of Notre Dame. He added, "I am a Chevalier of St. Louis, and you, madame," addressing the lady, "are very charming." He then walked away. This is probably an instance of French politeness, as it is called, carried to what would be deemed an extreme even in Paris; but it is a specimen of the kind. The forms of politeness were originally the indications of the feelings of politeness, as words are the indications of thoughts. That is the most polite nation where still the connection between the form and the feeling is most intimate. Where it is least so, it is very natural that there should be a superabundance of forms; for what do we squander most freely? That to which the smallest value is attached. In the same way, a parrot that means nothing, and a coxcomb that means little, rattle out more words than a man of sense, because it is easier to speak without meaning than with. In England we do not pull off our hats to every one who asks us a question in the street, and to the tradesmen of whom we purchase, because the feeling is not excited which these actions in England indicate. But in France they do, not because they feel more frankly and abundantly, but because in France these actions indicate no feeling whatever. In England we do not instantly adopt the manner of friendly intimacy towards strangers, because in England chatting and smiling are assurances of real regard and kindness. But in France they do, because in France chatting and smiling might precede cutting your throat. And this is the secret of the manner which they fall fascinating. In real politeness, that is to say, in the display of attention to the comforts and feelings of others, the French certainly do not excel, nor in my opinion equal the English. We are reproached for our rudeness to strangers; but no one, I believe, has witnessed so general a display of brutality in one of our theatres, as I saw in the Théâtre Français, directed against an unfortunate English gentleman who entered a box, in company with several of his countrywomen, forgetting that he had put on a silk handkerchief over his neckcloth. He was removing it as speedily as possible, when he was saluted by 3 distinct rounds of hooting, to the great abashment of himself and his female companions. The person who has done much injury to Hamlet by throwing him into French has deemed it becoming to seize that opportunity of insulting the nation which produced a play that he thought worthy of translating. He puts in the mouth of the Danish prince the words, "England, fertile only in crimes." As the theatres during my residence in Paris were generally crowded with English, the Parisians always marked this passage by most emphatic applause. These are not circumstances to excite rancor, nor indeed to deserve notice, but as bearing on the question of comparative politeness. The truth, however, is that no people really polite could boast of themselves and their possessions as the French do. One of the fine relics of ancient art in their possession had been, in the revolution of ages and events, removed from Athens to Rome, and from Rome, I believe, to Constantinople. The French catalogue noticed this transportation, and added, "But it has now been brought to Paris, where destiny has for ever fixed it." This remark is very curious as a proof of sottish ignorance causing ridiculous vanity. But it is also a piece of gross impoliteness, inasmuch as it is an affront offered to what I may term the respectability of past ages, and the venerable character of human experience. What the intellect and fortune of Athens and of Rome could not secure, the coxcombs of Paris have presumptuously dared to fix for ever in the city of mutabilities. I repeat that this excessive vanity is totally inconsistent with real politeness. "My landlord," says an intelligent friend in his manuscript journal of a residence for a few weeks in Paris, "dressed himself to day, being the Sunday after the King's ordinance had put a stop to the secular employments, and went forth with his femme and petite to walk in the Tuileries garden. They came back, sprightly and chattering. Madame had seen some Englishwomen. 'Monsieur, elles sont très belles, très jolies, mais elles n'ont pas la tournure des Françaises. Non, sans doute.' And then she glanced with much complacency to her own thread-paper figure." These are characteristic anecdotes, and will not, if rightly understood, be deemed trifling. Is it not evident that the coarsest rusticity is more akin to what is properly called politeness, than this pragmatical conceitedness which converts courtesy into insult? Thus a Frenchman said to me, I assure you, sir, I should have been sorry if the Emperor had succeeded in his design to destroy England." This was intended as a stretch of civility towards me as a Briton; but there are many Boers who could have told him, or at least would have felt, that the supposition of the possibility of destroying England was an offensiveness ill redeemed by the profession of being, on the whole, glad that she had been, by great good luck, saved. All this is referable to coarseness of feeling; and it haunts the French throughout all they do. It often renders them objects of avoidance and disgust, when they fancy that they are shining lights exciting envy and diffusing illumination. It is therefore an incumbent duty on all who wish well to mankind, to endeavor to prevent the injury to taste, knowledge, and morals which must arise, if their own false estimate of themselves be accepted as correct. For example, they boast, and many believe, that they are the most elegant-minded nation of modern times, as to fine art. The truth, however, is that they have scarcely ever interfered with it, but to corrupt its principles and degrade its practice. Let us look to their treatment of the great Italian works. They have not brought a single picture from Italy which they have not cruelly and brutally injured. Instead of feeling the inestimable beauties of which they had, no matter how, possessed themselves, they straightway set about placing their own monkey-like ingenuity above the sacred genius of the original artists. Their chief delight has been in mischievous meddling. He that has run the greatest risks of destroying these inestimable treasures, and yet has not quite destroyed them, has been deemed the prodigy and pride of France, when in fact he has deserved the pillory for his presumption. Over his sacrilegious fingering they have exclaimed, "C'est superbe! C'est magnifique!" Monsieur Aquin could not be content only to clean Titian's picture of Pietro Martire, but he must lay it on its face, and plane away the board till he came to the actual colour. He then put down pasted and glued canvas that stuck to the colour, and thus transferred the picture from wood to canvas. The members of the Institute were in agitation of delight as this curious trick was in progress. Sacré Dieu! What an undertaking! An eye or a toe, a white cloud, a speck of colour, on which much of the effect of this inestimable performance of the Venetian depended, was as nothing to the dexterity of the French remover. Monsieur Aquin was made member of the Legion of Honour, and the whole body of artists and literati ran with wonder, not to study the picture of Titian, not to be lost in the depth of the waving forest, not to shudder as the murdered monk groans forth his spirit, not to feel themselves inspired with a noble yet modest emulation to try themselves against the merits of this terrific production, but to chatter, to shrug, to take snuff, and to express admiration of the talents of Monsieur Aquin. The whole system of this cleansing and restoring is hateful. The finest specimens of Italian art, since they have unfortunately fallen into the clutches of the French, have been cleansed and repaired till they look like lapis lazuli jars, stained and veiny. An English artist told me that he was within the Louvre studying the cartoon of the school of Athens, when from a private door came forth an old Frenchman, who regularly set his palette and began to work on a large picture, the back of which was towards the Englishman. The latter thought it must be the performance of the person who was so busily employed on it, and from curiosity went over to examine it. To his horror, he found the Frenchman engaged in regularly painting over an early and curious specimen of Italian art, touch by touch. He had painted the drapery of the Virgin entirely over, a fine staring blue. "Good God!" said the startled Englishman, "who is this picture by?" "Je ne sais pas, monsieur," was the reply. "Je ne suis pas peintre, je suis restaurateur." It afterwards turned out that this painting, so honoured by the attentions of Monsieur le Restaurateur, was by Cimabue, and a most rare and singular relic. It becomes absolutely necessary to expose this unfeeling conduct; for the French, by the help of their universal language and continental situation, have almost succeeded in passing themselves on the world as the most refined and intellectual nation of modern times. It is not so much a question of national superiority that is involved in the justice of this pretension. That, comparatively, is but of small import. But the truth and stability of the first principles on which rest all that is really elegant and respectable in accomplishment and life are at issue. They are a clever people, they are an active people, They are a gay people. But they are not deep or sound thinkers. They do not feel virtuously or permanently or kindly. They have no native relish for the charms of nature. The shallow sophistications and theatrical forms of artificial systems are their favorites. They can see nothing but simple facts. They cannot detect causes, consequences, and connections. And, what is worst of all, their actions are not indexes to their hearts. Hence they must be and are smart conversers, amiable talkers, dexterous workers, persons who pull down pyramids to see what they contain, who make drawings of ruins, exhibitions of statues, and speeches at institutes. But hence they cannot be and are not either inspired poets, sound moralists, or correct politicians. Look at all the great modern discoveries of concealed truths that have done honor to human knowledge and advantage to the human condition. Scarcely one of them has been made by France. But France has robbed the discoverers of their honors, and France has raised many splendid but false theories, and Frenchmen have been very able and industrious compilers, collectors, linguists, and travelers. On the other hand, by far the majority of the atrocities, disappointments, and sufferings which have befallen the world during the last 100 years have had their source in France. There is scarcely an imaginable extreme of opposite follies and crimes into which she has not plunged herself within that period. There is not an example of imprudence which she has not afforded, not a possible boast of vanity which she has not offensively made, and from which she has not been disgracefully driven. It would be unworthy of a rational man to feel incensed against a nation; but it would be dastardly and unfaithful towards all the most important interests of our nature to fall silently in with pretensions that are untrue, unfair, and mischievous. There is no shape in which the claim of being the greatest people of the world can be made, in which it has not been made by the French. It is repeated day after day, under every possible change of circumstances. Now as conquerors, now as vanquished, now as republicans, now as imperialists, now as royalists. Whatever freak they cut, whatever tumble they take, whether they stand on their heads or their heels, or lie or sit, they poke their faces in those of their neighbors with a supercilious grin of satisfaction and an intolerable assumption of superiority. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Visit to Paris in 1814 by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. It so happens that public opinion in France has never been directed to a proper understanding of the constituents of national glory. It is the universal remark of the French that the King of England has no palaces to compare with those that belong to the sovereigns of France. The fact must be admitted, but whether it implies inferiority on our part, in respect of the most valuable qualities of public character, may be judged even from the short extract I have made in the appendix from an account of Paris published by two Frenchmen. The great works of architecture are noble achievements when they spring from the taste and spirit and opulence of the public body; when they form a part of a consistent system of national comforts, elegance, confidence, wealth, and all that goes to form national strength. But there may be great danger in an admiration of these splendid decorations, as trophies of national superiority, if it be not guided by a shrewd regard to their source. I apprehend that France owes her public monuments to circumstances that have been productive to her of disgrace and detriment; and that no popular disposition can be more fatal to popular virtue, and more to be deprecated by patriotism, than the unqualified pride which she has ever shown in these superb effects of the power and profligacy of her rulers. Perhaps at this moment it may be deemed that there are good reasons for endeavoring to oppose the seduction which has attempted to reconcile the English to fates that put one in mind of those at Versailles, to military trappings and danglings crowding the royal levee rooms, and to princely buildings that are self-willed and extravagant, though not so elegant as those that have arisen from the indisputable mandates of a Louis or a Napoleon. The public of England have been accustomed to look to themselves, to their own spirit and opinion, for their own comforts, luxuries, and ornaments. Little or nothing is performed by the English executive government but the details of state business; and it seems safest to entrust it with no power, and to center it in no expectations beyond this. It is at once finer as a spectacle, and more advantageous with reference to the happiness and respectability of the community, that the possessions and decorations of the public should grow, in silence and certainty, out of the public bosom, rich in rights, in sentiments, and means, than that they should come down with a sudden clatter and violent shock from the hands of a dispensing despotism. When the people originate what they enjoy, it is but reasonable to conclude that the people's welfare will be consulted. But in France it is directly the reverse. The French people have been accustomed to look to themselves for nothing. Their rulers have given them everything of which they boast. It is to Henry IV., or Louis XIV., or Bonaparte, that Paris owes this, and that, and the other. The consequence is that the interests of the people have been promoted only just so far as they have happened to chime in with the selfish and tyrannical feelings of their governments. And thus the people have never been habituated to contemplate their own power. They have been familiarized to regard themselves as having few or no resources existing independently of their rulers. The monuments of England are the acts of her public bodies, in which concentrate those noble impulses that direct the national means and spirits to fine objects of philanthropy or glory, first at the time in the estimation and view of the world, her stupendous public subscriptions in behalf of the distressed of all nations, her associations in behalf of systems of education, her efforts to procure the abolition of abuses and the diffusion of blessings, are surely as noble examples of her principles, her taste and her might, as palaces and gardens that have been built and laid out for a king's mistresses at his subjects' expense. "Look at that exquisite piece of light architecture," said a Frenchman at Versailles. "That colonnade is formed of pillars, each a solid piece of Languedoc marble. It is a fairy palace. It is very beautiful. Who was it built by, and for what purpose? It is the great Trianon, built by Louis le Grand for his mistress, Madame de Maintenon." So he built this palace for his mistress under the windows of the National Palace of Versailles, where he resided as the conservator of morals and order. "Yes," replied the Frenchman, "he was a great prince. He encouraged the arts. Yonder, at a short distance, is little Trianon." "And for whom was that built?" "For the mistress of Louis XV, Madame Pompadour. In it you will see the chamber where that monarch caught the smallpox that caused his death, from a young girl with whom he would sleep, notwithstanding the prudent remonstrances of Madame du Barry, another of his mistresses. She who was afterwards beheaded by the revolutionists." We entered Great Trianon. "What fine Magdalen is that?" "Oh, that is a Lebrun. France is the country for the arts, and Louis le Grand encouraged everything that shed refinement over the world. Madame la Vallière, the king's mistress, is represented by the painter as Magdalene. His Majesty and she have agreed to separate. She is about to dedicate herself to religion. The whole court assisted at the ceremony of her taking the veil." "The whole court?" "Yes. The ladies of the court thought themselves much honored by the notice of Madame Vallière, for even the Queen paid her attention." "And pray what exquisite group of sculpture is that yonder in the garden?" "Ah, France is the country of the arts, and Louis le Grand was the monarch to encourage them. That is the chef d'oeuvre of Girardon. The monarch is there represented as Apollo." "Indeed! And he is surrounded by the virtues, I perceive." "Pardon me, sir. These female figures are the king's mistresses." Here the dialogue may end. It is sufficient to give an idea of the political and moral system under which France has acquired her decorations. Under it she has become characterized by a fatal laxity of principle, the source of which lies in the despotism and profligacy of her former governments; and the effects of which now are that none of her authorities can be said to be established, that her rulers have no security in the affections or the honor of those who swear allegiance to them; that to day it is the eagle, and to morrow the lily, and probably the day after the eagle again. The habit of considering that a sovereign's greatest glory consists in these tumid undertakings is highly hurtful, as I have said, to the national discrimination of what is really most conducive to its interests. Wherever it prevails, there will be but little good that is not great. What comes home to the business and bosoms of the large mass of individuals will be neglected, for the sake of achieving some article of mere show, some overhanging and oppressive piece of magnificence. I have observed with regret an English writer delivering himself with an evident admiration of Bonaparte because he made market places, and built fountains, and pulled down old streets, and cleansed the Louvre. He says these should be visited by such as wish to form an opinion of the probable influence of Napoleon's reign. He also alludes in a tone of wondering rapture to the Fountain Elephant, commenced by Bonaparte after his own plan, and which was to be 103 feet high. But what do all these prove that can justify even common approbation? In point of fact, the public embellishments undertaken by Bonaparte are inferior to those accomplished by several of the Bourbon kings. And if we may judge of his taste by the triumphal arch in the Place du Carrousel, which looks like a trumpery toy in that situation, or by this same elephant who was to spout water from his trunk, it must be pronounced to be very bad. A more important view of the matter, however, remains to be taken. These public works, to be worth anything at all, should indicate public prosperity; but Bonaparte and his predecessors in the same line of conduct wished them to be accepted in lieu of it. Personal comfort and security ought to be testified by public grandeur; and it can be said that France, who boasts herself superior in the latter, has been nearly on an equality with England in the former. It is an easy thing for a tyrannical sovereign to issue his orders, of a morning, that a pillar should be put up, or a market place be built; but the next minute his ambition will do more to check the welfare of his subjects than whole years of his florid and unnatural patronage could counteract. Even the selection of public works made by such a sovereign will be injudicious. Bonaparte would have done more real service to the people of Paris by paving it, than by adding to the number of fountains which keep the streets in a constant puddle. But what despot will care to devote money to the keeping dry of the feet of tradesmen and sempstresses, when these people themselves are more likely to be struck by the splendid proportions of the palace in which their oppressors reside, and the blazonry in stone or canvas of the exploits that have wasted their blood and treasure, than by any quiet attention paid to their comforts and respectability? From these feelings in the people and the government, it happens that everywhere in Paris you see signs that the sober and minute parts of the machinery of society have been neglected for the sake of what is swelling, gigantic, and overgrown. The walks of the royal gardens are nicely gravelled and superbly ornamented; but the streets are dirty and uncomfortable for walkers to a degree which an inhabitant of London, who has not seen them, can scarcely imagine. There is in general no pavement by the edges of the streets to protect those who walk from the carts and carriages. The appearance of the people making their way as they can amongst a crowd of fiacres, cabriolets, etc., driving in a harum-scarum manner, which an English coachman would pronounce to be contrary to all reason, is very strange to an English visitor. The great wonder is that lamentable accidents do not frequently occur; but the truth is, that the foot passengers take liberties with the drivers, calculating on a forbearance exactly in proportion to the danger and inconvenience they incur by the want of the privilege of pavement. Thus it is that the degradation of the people invariably leads to popular licentiousness. In Paris the coachmen cannot drive so quickly and so uninterruptedly as they do in London, because in Paris the walkers are liable to be run over by the coachmen, and in London they are sufficiently protected. The people in the French capital scarcely quicken their pace when they hear the cry of "Garde donc!" whereas in the English the "Hola!" that proclaims the wheels near never fails to cause a rapid scampering. The reason of the difference is, that where all classes enjoy their rights, all will rest contented within their own, but where they are withheld from any one class, that one will without scruple encroach on the rights of others. From all I have said of the French character and condition, it will be seen that I have the worst idea of their social system as it is at present constituted. It seems to me to be without foundation or compactness. There are no generally recognized principles in the public mind; there are no great bodies to give gravity, and steadiness, and impetus to the state; there are no respected names in France to lead opinion, to collect the national strength under legitimate banners in behalf of honorable purposes. There is, to be sure, much scattered talent and individual enjoyment, and there are the principal materials of greatness to be found amongst this most singular people; but they are loose, floating, and unarranged. This, it will be observed, is conceding them the possession of valuable capacities. But whatever may be the final result, their vanity, which has been the chief cause of the calamities they have suffered themselves, and of those they have inflicted on all around them, is at present unsupported by their condition. From the Revolution they might have derived the greatest benefits. It broke up what depressed and restrained the national energies. It gave play to the national circulations. It braced the public nerves, and put animating objects in the public view. But their vanity made them the dupes of a cold and crafty tyrant who has utterly demoralized them, and who, by addressing himself exclusively to their besetting faults, has increased them tenfold. The imperial influence raised itself on the frailties of the French character, as displayed under the sway of the old race of kings. Its language was that of bombast and falsehood. It flattered the conceitedness that it might make a prey of the rights of the people. It corrupted their hearts that it might employ their hands; and taught them to look, as before, to the magnificence of the throne as a sufficient compensation for all they lost of respectability as subjects, and for all they violated of good faith towards the community of mankind. The profligate system of Bonaparte required instruments after his own character; and with unexampled ability and villainy he fashioned the people to suit his views. The youth of France have been trained up in his schools, and they have thus become fit only for his purposes. The great interest of France, as he has left it, is the military interest, and this is thwarted and injured by every measure that tends to promote the peace and substantial improvement of humanity. The air of the streets and public places of Paris is sufficient to impress this truth with a melancholy force, and to inspire fears of future disturbances. Walking one day in the Jardin des Plantes, I fell into conversation with a young Frenchman. His friends had destined him for the medical profession, but the conscription had seized him at an early age and dragged him from his studies; and now the peace had left him at 25, ignorant and unprovided. He spoke of the Bourbons with bitterness, and of Bonaparte with zealous attachment. The family to which he belonged, having been crossed in their original intentions as to his destination, united their feelings with his, and saw him, with regret, deprived of opportunities of thriving in the way of life to which he had been devoted. Speaking from what I observed myself, I would say that the largest part of the mass of public opinion in France was, from one cause or other, in favor of Bonaparte. This appeared to me certain, and it was equally so, that this tendency of opinion existed in utter independence of honor and principle, or rather in direct contradiction to both. They would confess his worst faults, and specify actions which he had committed for which he merited their detestation; after which they would add, "Ah, but he was a great man." Their affections were his. If ever the French had shown constancy, it has been in favor of Bonaparte. He was evidently best adapted to their dispositions. It is all nonsense that we have heard about their groaning under him. He gave their vanity objects and gratifications. He made themselves and others believe in the glory of the French nation. He brought them pictures, he built them palaces, he talked to them about destiny and France and empire all in a breath. This is the system of management which is sure to be successful with the people of whom I am writing, and by these means popularity may be enjoyed, while perfidy, violence, and cruelty destroy the public reputation and the most valuable public properties. The conscription was not considered in France as so heavy an evil as we have been in the habit of conceiving it with our English notions. In the first place, the French evidently want deep domestic feeling. A violent burst of grief, succeeded in a few days by a violent burst of laughter, is all that can be expected from a people whose domestic economy is of the nature I have described. Home is the only nurse for the heart; and home is disregarded in Paris. In the next place, the habits and views of this people are military. Parents have been in the custom of looking to the army as affording a provision for their sons, and they seemed to me rather to grieve than rejoice that they had got them back. The great object of their exertions was to procure them new appointments, which would again remove them from their families. The capacities of the French nation, however, I repeat, are great. The advantages of what is called a common education are universally diffused; and a taste for reading, for accomplishment, for all the embellishments of existence, is a general characteristic. The peasants have it, and in almost as high a degree as the most cultivated persons. The poorer orders, as I have already observed, are polished far beyond the corresponding classes in England, and the effect of their behaviour is extremely pleasing. One is chiefly surprised by the propriety of their mode of speaking. The ceremonies of courtesy, and the idiomatic phrases of politeness, proceeding from milk-women and carmen to each other, rather amaze an Englishman. The lowest persons touch their hats to each other in the streets. 2 men, whom I observed playing at piquet in an open vegetable shop, deported themselves towards each other with all the punctilio of 2 gentlemen of fashion. Their language, too, frequently surprises you, as elevated far beyond their station. A washerwoman, describing a hot foggy day, said, "The fog poured down like the breath of a flame." The keeper of the Temple, speaking of some rough stones which Bonaparte had ordered to be brought there from Fontainebleau, said, "It is the chisel of many a day that has engraven those marks." Walking along the quay one morning, I heard a woman who sold the crockery ware that was displayed on the ground, instructing her daughter in the social duties of life. The practical part of her lesson was a caution not to encroach, as the girl had been doing with her cups and saucers, on her neighbor a bookseller, whose volumes were also on the ground. "The great art of life, ma fille," said she, "is to do as much good for yourself as possible, provided you do no harm to your neighbor." Yet even with regard to the common knowledge, which the common affairs of life require, it will be found, on a close observation, that they are wonderfully more uninformed than the brisk adroitness of their manners would at first lead you to imagine. It is very possible that you may see the hostess of a country inn, seated under the vine at her door, reading Voltaire's Henriade, yet the same woman will not be able to take 12 sous from a 30-sou piece, and return you the change. The middle and lower orders of Paris are in the profoundest state of ignorance as to actual facts and sound opinions. They know nothing of what passes beyond the observation of their eyes, and may easily be deceived as to that. Their judgments are weak in proportion as their impressions are lively. They may be induced to believe anything that is monstrous, and thus it is easy to lead them to commit all sorts of monstrosities. It was in this way that the atrocities of the Revolution were perpetrated. No story was too absurd to be credited by the people, and each new day brought, in the shape of a ridiculous lie, an inducement to some horrible enormity. It is easy to see with what facility a people, thus distinguished by susceptibility and ignorance, might be duped into the extravagancies and errors which stain the modern history of France. Their vivacity is but the liveliness of credulous vanity, almost always exercising itself in hostility to duties and truths. A Frenchman will credit whatever you please to tell him, and commit whatever you please to direct, provided you in some measure connect your story and your command with the ideas in his mind, that France is the only country worth naming in the world, and that he is, or may become, one of the most distinguished Frenchmen. A Parisian shopkeeper is likely enough to ask, whether in England we are not accustomed to have boxing matches in our drawing rooms, and, in the same breath, descant on the glories of David's last picture, and the scarcely inferior excellence of Raphael's Transfiguration. The standard, then, of manners is high in France, and the standard of their conversation is still higher, but in the substantials of knowledge and conduct they are below both these. Further, their accomplishments and attainments are all carefully and exclusively adapted to have an effect on the society of the day and place, which is society in its most contracted sense. This is their main, or rather their only object, and it is inconsistent with what is most worthy of present respect, to say nothing of what is most likely to secure the respect of futurity. But a people with these lively notions, full of the amour propre, and whose multitudes catch inspirations from objects that in other countries have no influence but on a select few, cannot but form a nation of rapidity in action, of splendid appearances, of interest, and of celebrity. And under a good government, one which should have no interest in flattering their faults, and under which the expression of truth might be permitted to go forth, at freedom to detect vanities and imperfections wherever they lurk, whether in politics, in manners, in art, or in literature, they would bid fair to attain a pitch formidable to all competitors. Hitherto, however, they have but astounded Europe, to their own shame and calamity. They are lamentably ignorant of what I may call the ABC of moral rectitude. They have not fixed in their minds the few elementary principles to which every action or proposal might be at once referred as to a certain test of its propriety. I have usually found that the most abrupt and even violent contradictions were followed in the course of the stream of conversation by an unguarded admission of facts, which proved all that had been originally denied. Against the summing up, if they dislike its tendency, they will stoutly protest, but will readily admit, and even furnish particular pieces of evidence that lead to an unfavorable verdict. This inconsistency arises from a looseness of knowledge and slightness of feeling as to right and wrong. The cardinal points of morality are not marked on their minds to guide their course. For want of these, they often glory in their shame, and bewilder themselves and others by admiring inconsistently, resenting wrongfully, and submitting abjectly. As a conclusion to and corroboration of these remarks, I may be permitted to quote certain passages from some articles which were published in the Champion, and which I wrote for that journal from the capital of France. Quote, "A very little observation of the society of Paris will show that it is in a sadly disorganized state. It has no natural order; one does not know where to look for its top or bottom. All sorts of ranks are strewed about, without any distinct separation further than a nominal one. All sorts of principles are avowed without any heed as to their being honorable or base. The imperial court seems to have done nothing to adjust and settle the foundations and superstructure of society, but much to unhinge and overturn it. It took no care to establish interests more fundamental than those which arose out of its temporary enterprises. It countenanced no fixed standard of character, but made reputation depend on subserviency to its changing commands, and pronounced on the propriety of actions according to its momentary feeling of expediency. The keenness of Bonaparte's regard to the particular object he had in view was exerted to the exclusion of the slightest care for any other consideration, however important in itself, or even closely connected with his immediate purposes. Thus, when he wanted men for his wars, he paid no attention to the wants of trade or agriculture, the necessity for educating youth, and the claims of relationships. When he wanted money, he took no precautions to continue confidence, although after this is gone, no government will be long supplied by its people. When he thought fit to adorn his court with titles and honors, he looked for no better desert to be distinguished than the services of a mere creature, no matter how destitute of virtue and elegance, of all that can give respectability and grandeur to the artificial elevations of a monarch. In short, never was the improvident system of living on the principle and neglecting the future for the sake of enjoying the present more ruinously exemplified than in the conduct of the Emperor of France. He behaved as rashly as the possessor of a fine mansion would, who should cut up his beautiful mahogany doors and banisters because for a moment he was in need of wood to kindle a fire, or cut his exquisite pictures from their frames to mend the screen of a pantry with their canvas. The consequence is that France is disjointed and confused and unsettled. Justice and establishment have not their natural protectors in that country. By their natural protectors, we mean persons having extensive influence over the people, whose principles and interests attach them to an established order of things, that does not grossly violate any of the great rules of right and wrong. A race of gentlemen by birth and education, who are checked from abusing their advantages by a wholesome equality of privileges, and the fear of being held in odium by an intelligent and sensitive public. Individuals of wealth, who have gained it by lawful heritage or tranquil industry; and men of talent, who have not lost sight of the connection between moral and intellectual beauty and strength. These form the natural protectors of a country's peace and character. But in France we look in vain for them supporting its social and political structure. There are no favorite names, even in the mouths of its parties, to be invoked for the public good. In England, according to a person's established system of opinions, he turns with admiration to certain illustrious examples of that excellence which is, in his estimation, of the highest standard. These, however, opposed among themselves in sentiment as to details, constitute an attracting and regulating body, that gives compactness and strength to the commonwealth. France, unfortunately, seems to have no centre around which to revolve, which might keep her firm in her orbit. She has no feeling of religion, and no proper understanding of philosophy. She is quite careless about liberty, and totally destitute of loyalty. She has but little of literature, and less of knowledge. She is without wealth, and without contentment. She forswears rest, yet cannot specify any proper object for her exertions. The grumbler with whom you converse in the café is not prepared to tell you anything but that he is dissatisfied. The course of his mind seems shaped at a savage random, and in an unblushing defiance of truth and propriety. He seeks for no covering for his nakedness, nor concealment for his deformity. He will declare to you that he wishes for Bonaparte's return, and confess in the same breath that the Emperor was a great liar, very extravagant in his plans and tyrannical in his temper. He will utter an invective against the Bourbons, but add that the King is a sensible man, heartily devoted to the welfare of his kingdom, and very likely to promote it. He will protest with fierce insolence in his look and gesture, that France is the most civil and most triumphant country in the world; and conclude his flourish by groaning out in a tone between that of sighing and cursing, that he burns to assist in obliterating the shame of defeat, and destroying those who are destroying his omnipotent nation. He swears in your face that the Allies only respected Paris because they knew that the Parisians could, if they pleased, have destroyed all the armies that advanced upon them from Montmartre. He refers you, with insulting gasconade, to the catalogue of the monuments of art which his capital contains, where you find it recorded by the learned member of the Institute that the Transfiguration was given by victory to France, it being a chef d'oeuvre belonging to her by destiny. But if you hint that if the French gained it by victory they have only kept it through the generosity of their conquerors, his rage knows no bounds. This language will be called severe, and it is intended to be so. It is directed against a class of people which more than any other is the legitimate object of the extremest severity. We mean those who are wise to infallibility in their own conceit, while in truth their habits have not left them a single correct idea; who have erected a monstrous obscene idol, whose service they account honourable, although it is shameful degradation, and to whom they would intolerantly cause all the world to bow; whose notions oppose them as enemies to the peace of mankind, and against whose notions then mankind should make a common league. This class exists in all countries. Unfortunate circumstances have given it a fearful predominance in Paris. It may be said to form the character of the Parisian public as it appears to a stranger, and we are afraid it also forms the greatest influence of that public to affect the measures of the French government, and the relationships of France with other countries. When one has been in Paris, it no longer seems doubtful that Bonaparte's political system has been the chief cause of all this mischief. We yet see the means he took to produce it. We are enabled to trace the connection between his unhallowed objects and his diabolical institutions. We are everywhere confronted with his devices for debauching the instruments of his evil concupiscence; and we are carried along amidst crowds of his corrupted, whose natures have been turned to unmingled evil by the force of his discipline. We say not this, God knows, in enmity to Frenchmen, but because observation has impressed us with a conviction, so lively and powerful that we know not how to describe it, that the worst species of moral plague is in France; that it has made, and is making, the most horrible devastation there; that the disease must be proclaimed for the safety of the world; that the severest regulations of quarantine ought to be imposed by other countries; and that, as the first steps towards curing its unhappy victims, it should be proclaimed to them by every possible variety of method that they are foully diseased. This they do not suspect. Their vanity and self-confidence surpass the imagination of those who have not seen them. With many of the best materials of character, they present little that is not pernicious and profligate in conduct and conversation. They seem the relics of a system of order and beauty, whose very capacities only tell us that disorganization has been at work, and that they have been perverted. It has been a favorite wish of patriotism in England that there should be no distinction between the citizen and the soldier. In France the wish is realized, but it is by means and in consequence of circumstances which the friends of liberty cannot deem desirable. They wish the soldier to feel and act as the citizen, but, in the neighboring kingdom, the citizen is lost in the soldier. He sinks into the mere instrument of despotism, the weapon of lawless ambition. Every gradation of rank and distinction of occupation are swallowed up in the army. The boys in the streets are to appearance young soldiers. Most of the servants at the backs of the carriages have cockades and feathers in their hats. If you take your seat in the pit of a theatre, on one side of you is a private in the threadbare green jacket, with luring eyes, a dark thin face and large whiskers; and on the other, an officer in blue, slovenly and ostentatious, having neither the look nor the manners of a gentleman. The countless number of coffee houses and eating houses, which are all day choke full, are filled with the same description of persons. All floating about, loose, idle, forlorn, ignorant, obstinate, and profligate. In private companies it is just the same. In every circle the great majority of the men are either now attached to the army, or but just discharged from it. The stations appointed in Paris for giving assistance in cases of fire are stations for military, who execute the office of our firemen. Guard rooms correspond with our watch houses, and soldiers do the duty of our watchmen. The headquarters of the staff usurps the consideration and the place of the municipality. Soldiers act as constables at the theatres, and in the streets of the French capital. Soldiers attend to preserve order in the gambling houses. In short, France is a great barrack. Whether the House of Bourbon is or is not to continue to reign over this sort of people, is the same kind of question as whether tomorrow it will be sunshine or rain. Except, indeed, that the uncertainty of a temper, as well as of a climate, gives our fears, if not the chances, a leaning to the side of what is disagreeable. One thing, however, strikes every one that has lately been in France, and we are more anxious to express this than to speculate on probabilities. It is, that of all the practicabilities which at present offer themselves to that country, the one that is most pregnant with its best hopes and present interests, is the stability of the government of the Bourbons. In England, objections are urged, and very justly too, to many points of the conduct of the court of France since its restoration. Let these objections be still urged, for the spirit of opposition is the most efficacious principle of improvement. The King probably might have been better advised in several respects. But the French nation has not moral worth enough in its possession to warrant a rational belief that any change made by the impulse of popular resistance would not be for the worse. The progress of amendment must be great from the point of its present condition, before any good can be expected for France from the influence of what is England's best security as well as chief glory, the public sentiment. When we deprecate the impulse of popular resistance, as more likely to urge Frenchmen into disgrace and despotism, than to carry them forward towards the perfection of government, we must not be understood as even breathing disapprobation against any symptom of vigilance and independent honest dissent which they may now or hereafter show. What we earnestly hope to see averted, is one of those great tumultuous national movements, that give to the machine of the state as great an impetus in its inferior as in its noble parts; which urge it onward in a blind course, with a crushing weight, raising a dust to fill the eyes when clear vision is most necessary. The influence of scrutiny and disapprobation exercised within certain legal limits, and by regular means, is of a very opposite nature; and when France displays more of this fruit of a cultivated mind, we shall have less reason to fear the springing up of her wild oats. It surely ought not to be for a moment lost sight of, in estimating the value of the government of the Bourbons in its new shape, that it not only theoretically provides for the exercise of a constitutional opposition, but that, in point of fact, a very active opposition to the measures of the court exists under it; an opposition which, in the days of Bonaparte, durst not have raised the point of its finger; an opposition which, protected as it is by the fences of law and actually established in its exercise, is fully competent to gain for France in time every concession that is due to the rights of man. If it fail to do this, it must be through the baseness of the people. We know not whether the court is to be severely blamed for having the usual tendencies of power. Louis XVIII seems to have given quite as much as was insisted upon, and probably he might have given less and yet seated himself on his throne. We have every reason then to say of him that he entertains as liberal notions on these subjects as a monarch can be expected to entertain, and we believe that those who know him best are most inclined to praise him on this ground. But all that the independence of subjects requires is not fairly to be expected to emanate from a king. And when a people are full of wild, jarring, and unjust sentiments and demands, honesty itself startles at whatever appears calculated to increase the force of so baleful an influence. The arguments of the men of the old school who surrounded the person of Louis, when he returned to France, were strengthened by the state of the people of France. The recollection of the manner in which they formerly abused liberty could not but be freshened in his mind by the undignified and unprincipled temper in which he found them; and with the consciousness that he was bringing them freedom itself in comparison with the government of Bonaparte, it is unlikely that he should consider himself as acting solely for the good of his people in those very points of his conduct which have been considered by us as evincing the hereditary taint of despotic principles. End of chapter 11. Chapters 12 and 13 of A Visit to Paris by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 12. The air of the French females, it must be acknowledged, is full of a certain species of witchery, but it is strongly marked by mannerism. Its secret seems to lie in making the external woman exclusively display the peculiarities of her sex. Her looks, her turns, her whole manner of speaking and acting is sexual. The distinction between male and female is never for a moment lost sight of by either. In England it frequently happens that a gentleman for some time addresses a lady in a way that would leave a person who should only hear the observations, but not see to whom they were directed, perfectly ignorant whether the conversation were held with a man or a woman. But this could scarcely ever happen in France. The tournure of the phrase when a woman is spoken to cannot be mistaken. It is modeled according to her peculiar instincts, charms, and weaknesses, and so is the carriage of him who speaks to her. In this consists the politeness of the French to the softer sex of which they boast. But the question is, whether it does not imply a stooping to, instead of a raising towards? Can women have anything given them in the shape of deference that can atone for the loss of equality? Is it humoring they are fond of? We humor a child, and spoil it by so doing. We humor the sick and the weak. We humor eccentricity and folly. But we never humor sound sense and propriety. The first instance of humoring had very unlucky consequences. Quote, "Would thou hadst hearkened to my words, and stayed with me, as I besought thee, when that strange desire of wandering this unhappy morn, I know not whence, possessed thee. We had then remained still happy; not as now, despoiled of all our good, shamed, naked, miserable." From Paradise Lost, Book 9. The women of Paris are entirely creatures of management and manner. The chief business of society is left to them to transact. A tradesman entrusts the concerns of his shop to his wife. A gentleman asks no guests to his house but with her permission. There is everywhere an affectation of placing everything at the discretion and disposal of the females; but it is still evident that their empire is granted to their weakness, and they are thus taught to make a parade of their sexual peculiarities, that they may gain pampering and indulgence at the expense of their respectability. They are raised above their helpmates as men and women raise children on high chairs, and help the young folks first to pudding. In this very preference there is an insult; but there is worse degradation in the employment to which they are put. They are taught to make the most of their influence as women, in order to gain for themselves and those connected with them the mercenary ends which arise out of the competitions, hazards, desires, and necessities of daily life. The bad effect of this on the delicacy of their minds requires no exposure, and their artificial, active, adroit, and intriguing habits have, in fact, given to their physiognomies and manner an acute, watching, attacking sort of air, which, however powerful it may be in its way, is not the power which most properly belongs to woman, or that most exquisitely becomes her in its exercise. The system of educating and training young women in France is open to the most serious objections. Girls in respectable life are placed, as they grow up, under a strict surveillance. They are never entrusted beyond the eye of the mother or governess. If they are permitted to pay a visit to a female friend of the family, the hostess is sensible she incurs the heaviest responsibility. The youthful guest may not sleep beyond the immediate superintendence of her entertainer. A bed is made up for her in the cabinet of the lady of the house. She must not dance but with the partner selected by her friends. She must not sit down with her partner after she has danced. In short, strictness and guardianship are the substitutes for formation of character, and without paying any regard to the mind, the body is pampered and preserved for the accomplishment of the future views of a mercenary and cold authority, that looks but to sordid interests, and is careless of virtue and of happiness. This degrading system of watch and ward is absolutely necessary according to the habits of Paris, for they are directly levelled against whatever would warrant confidence in the sense of integrity and honour in the young female mind. Mothers will not, indeed, instruct their daughters to intrigue after they are married; and they will not, probably, talk of their own licentious indulgences before their daughters; but their conversation with their intimates, in the hearing of their children, is sufficiently instructive that connubial constancy is in little estimation and less practice. Such a lady, they will say, speaking of one who has a husband and children, is not now on terms with that gentleman. That affair is over long ago. It is now Monsieur . These breaches of nuptial fidelity, it is affirmed, are less universal at present than they were before the Revolution; but I believe it is doing no injustice to the state of French morals to say, that they now constitute the majority of cases of conduct after wedlock in the genteel circles of Paris. Before the Revolution a case of post-nuptial chastity in these circles was scarcely known and never expected. At present, the indulgence is managed with no needless display of indecency, but it is perfectly well understood, both by the husband and society, and the indulging party is not severely treated by either. It is not thought an insult in Paris if a man, sitting down by a married lady, immediately commences making love to her. His language is divested of all unnecessary explicitness; but it has a sufficiently palpable tendency to the last favour that a woman can grant. It is, in fact, a mere matter of course almost, to address a French married lady in those terms of gallantry which, in England, are employed to females whose persons are still disposable. The woman to whom they are directed may not be inclined to listen to them. She may be engaged at the moment, or the application may be disagreeable; but she never thinks of resenting the application as offensive. In short, a husband here cannot rationally calculate on his wife's fidelity, and I believe very seldom does. If the parties after marriage feel themselves very much attached to each other, their reciprocal fidelity is secured by a mutual pledge on honour, which is added to the compact made at the altar, as an extra obligation, not necessarily included in the original engagement. In Paris it is the regular business of parents to marry their children. The idea of the latter conducting so serious an affair for themselves would shock every father and mother in that capital. For this purpose they announce everywhere what portion they can afford to their son or daughter, and without hesitation inquire of all persons whom they know, of whose progeny a match may be made, what portions they intend to give with their children. The most incessant attention is bestowed on this grand affair, and a Parisian mother devotes a degree of industry, dexterity, and frequently artifice, to effecting the settlement of her children in the world, which no woman but a Frenchwoman could display, and which reflect much credit on her talents, although the view taken of the real interests of those for whom she concerns herself is far from a judicious one. The sole object to which they direct their efforts is, to accomplish a match which may be advantageous to their child in worldly matters, namely, in point of fortune or connections. As these are things which have no sort of connection with inclination on either side, it sometimes happens that a marriage is agreed upon between the parents for some years before the girl's age will permit it to be consummated. A young lady of the highest rank, whose nuptials took place when I was in Paris, had been accustomed to say to her governess, who was an Englishwoman, "They tell me I am to be married at 15. I wish I knew to whom. I dare say I shall like him. Don't you think I shall?" Girlish feelings prompts this anticipation of satisfaction. The awful contract for life is hailed for no better reason than that it affords a prospect of escaping from the irksome restraints that have been already described. The commands of the parents are signified and obeyed, and two persons come together whom no impulse of their own has brought together, who can have no well-founded confidence in each other, and whose minds are prepared beforehand to give ready access to levity and inordinate desires. After marriage, the wife, young and uninstructed in morals and duties, is at once emancipated from a state of severe restraint, and plunged into one of licentious liberty and unnatural power; of which a few of the features are, a luxurious boudoir, full of couches and statues; separate bedrooms; a lover in every visitor, and the customs of society opposed to cruelty to lovers. It is needless to deduce consequences from these. Their existence is sufficiently informing. The system of married life in France is one by which the lady enjoys a sort of artificial authority and influence, raising her to appearance much above the claims of her sex and relationship, but existing at the expense of that cordial communication and heartfelt disinterested deference, which distinguish unions founded on a more judicious basis than that which I have been describing. She is installed in various prerogatives that look flattering and desirable, but they are chiefly favorable to the discharge of functions from which a true respect for her sex, cherished by the men, would entirely preserve her, and the enjoyment of gratifications which a proper self-respect on her own part would prohibit her from partaking. The chief emblem and representation of this condition of married woman is the boudoir. It is a temple of separation and luxury. It belongs to the wife exclusively. The husband has neither property in it nor power over it. If she were suspected of having a lover concealed within its mysterious enclosure, that enclosure nevertheless must not be violated. What I mean is, that such is the rule of good manners in France, and the man who disregards it is an object of the general dislike and disgust of both sexes. The boudoir is the apartment, as I have before observed, that is most commonly complete in its elegance. The nursery for the children in the houses of families of rank, contrary to the custom of England, is neglected, and crammed into some inconvenient corner, but the boudoir for the mother is rich in couches, in statues, in paintings and flowers. It is a retreat in which Venus might be happy to recline, and is in every respect calculated to inspire the sentiments which belong to the devotion in which that goddess delights. One effect of what I have been describing is, that amidst this general profligacy, the grosser features of vice are not frequently seen. A woman who swerves from her sex point of honor in England is aware that she has committed an unpardonable offence, and the coarseness of depravity ensues from the very consciousness of the enormity of her crime. But it is very different in France. A female there who has committed adultery regards herself, and is regarded by others, as not more culpable than if she were a little too extravagant, or too addicted to play, or too fond of going from home. Her mind therefore experiences little if any alteration in consequence of the violation of her person. It is but little, or rather not at all, worse than it was before. It must be admitted that this is a better state of disposition and feeling than usually exists in union with the disregard of chastity in England, but how worthless is it as a general standard of the female heart, and is it not infinitely better to meet with instances of gross depravity, as disgusting exceptions to the general purity, than to find purity nowhere and everywhere a dissoluteness, insulting and confounding virtue by assuming the air of decency? This leads me again to notice what I have before referred to, namely, the boast of the French, that the appearance of vice in Paris is not so odious as in London. If it be allowed them that their wickedness is not so deformed, yet if their virtue be not so fair, the worst stigma will remain with them. Where women commit adultery and are allowed to continue in good society, the common prostitutes will not in their behavior show themselves at variance with the observances of good society. Why should they? the crowd of unfortunate females in the lobbies and boxes of the English theatres, forming, as it certainly does, a display offensive to decency, is adduced sometimes as a contrast disgraceful to the nation, against the decorum of behaviour which profligacy preserves in the public places of Paris. Be it observed, however, that no one attempts to say that there is a less amount of profligacy collected together in the latter assemblies; but it assimilates itself more to the general manners, it lives on an easier and more communicable footing with all around it. Now the truth is that, for all the interests of virtue, this is the most fatal public symptom of the two. The offensive show in our theatres is highly disgraceful to the managers who build conveniences for this description of persons, that they may derive a profit from assisting the vicious intercourse in question; but one of its most certain effects is to fill the breast of the youthful female who is not corrupted, with horror, and to strengthen it against every seduction which, by any possibility, might end in reducing her to so frightful a state of degradation. She sees the votaries of pleasure in an awful state of deformity and abandonment; and if the Greeks found it efficacious to confirm their young men in habits of temperance, to expose slaves before them in the brutality to which drunkenness reduces, surely it must be still more admonitory and alarming to a young girl of delicate feelings and refined manners, to see her own sex exposed, in loathsomeness and misery, to the insolence and coarseness of the other. The dangerous seduction is in Paris, where the harlot sits beside the girl of virtue, pretty, demure, attentive to the play, and coquetting with the surrounding beaux. The young lady is sensible that this woman does little more than her mamma does, and she sees no difference in their carriage. The men behave alike respectfully to both. They are both, then, entirely on an equality to the eye, and pretty nearly so to the understanding. It is, I repeat, most essential to the preservation of virtue, that the distinction between it and vice should be strongly marked. It certainly is not so in France. They unite with each other. And this is a union which must be entirely at the expense of the best party to it, and at the same time promote the extension without lessening the mischiefs of the worst. In a country where the most respectable tradesmen's wives will put obscene prints into the hands of their customers, where the insignia of filth and wickedness are everywhere displayed, where licentious conversation prevails at every table, and the young married woman who is without a paramour is an exception to the general custom, we must not hear a word of its refinement or of its delicacy. However lenient society may be to the violator of the marriage bed, it is very resentful against those girls who marry without their parents' consent. A blind deference to their authority is demanded, and is observable, that this unqualified obedience, which some labour to represent as a binding duty from which no circumstances can relieve, is chiefly inculcated and practised in the more imperfect conditions of society. The precepts that enforce it are too often the result of an interested, tyrannical disposition, which would justify its own bad passions, by assuming a right to be founded in nature and religion, which is not countenanced by either. The influence of females is employed without scruple, as I have said, on every occasion where profit is to be derived from it. An English lady, who had been resident for some time in Paris, was called upon one morning pretty early by a Parisian female acquaintance. The latter requested her foreign friend to bestow more than common attention that day on the business of the toilette, and without explaining the motive of the request, withdrew, saying she would call again in an hour. She did so, bringing another French woman with her. My countrywoman, at their united request, went out with them in their carriage, and they drove to the hotel of a judge. The three ladies presented themselves before this administrator of the laws; and one of the Parisians, with much volubility of representation, and in a pathetic, touching manner, which was meant to be irresistible, laid before him her statement of a case in which her family was interested, which was soon to come before him in his official capacity. The two accompanying females were to swell the amount of the attack, and they had been selected because they were in possession of a considerable proportion of personal charms. A countess whose husband and children had been much injured by the Revolution, and who had again suffered by the destruction of the government of Bonaparte, one day, when I was in Paris, said to a young English lady who belonged to a party of visitors to that capital: "Ah, had we but a handsome Englishwoman to go and entreat the Duc de Berry, Our son would be sure of an appointment." These soliciting females are not easily rebuffed. They repeat their applications day after day if not successful at first. They will take no denial. Charms, tears, hysterics, nay, convulsions are all employed, if necessary, and little degradation of character is supposed to be sustained, whatever the price may be that is paid for the accomplishment of what is desired. The latitude which the conversation of females takes in Paris is rather startling to those who are unaccustomed to it, but it certainly does not indicate there what it would indicate in England. I have already said that in that city the action itself is only thought of importance. What is merely a matter of feeling, or is nothing more than a tendency, is but little regarded one way or other amongst the society which I am describing. A Frenchwoman does not think that she is at all transgressing the decorum of her sex by lecturing a young man not accustomed to Paris on all the snares and seductions of that dangerous capital, specifying with much plainness what he should avoid, in order that there may be no mistake. The language of gallantry to unmarried females, when it can be preferred, is unmeaning. To married ones, to whom it is much more commonly addressed, it is always full of meaning. The Parisian ladies are not inclined to quarrel with words, and a coarseness of allusion prevails in mixed conversation, which, like many other qualities in Paris, is strangely opposed to its boasts of refinement. A loyal Parisian told me, in the fulness of his heart and in his wife's presence, that he had been rendered a happy man by the King's return. Madame was in the family way, and she had never been so before, though they had been married 8 years. The French ladies dress very expensively. We have been accustomed to hear of the opulence and extravagance of the English from all the world; but really there appear no signs of poverty in Paris, and with reference to the particular just mentioned, I think the French belles try the good nature and liberality of their husbands even more than ours. Nor are the articles of their dress such as are procured at a comparatively small price in France, however dear they might be in England. A dashing petite maîtresse of the French capital is as anxious to enhance the value of what she wears by a selection of what is most difficult to be procured, as the lady of a London citizen or British nobleman can be. In conclusion, let me again bear testimony to the powerful effect which a Frenchwoman's manners have. Whatever estimate may be formed, on reflection, of the value of her general character, she will ever be felt by the majority when present to be a creature of fascination. An old French clergyman who had been many years an immigrant in England, returned to Paris on the restoration of the Bourbons to pay a short visit to one or two valued friends. He entertained the most horrible notions of the place. The men, he said, were even degenerated from the time of the Revolution. They had become devils. Everything was altered for the worse. But at the end of every sentence of sweeping condemnation, one exception was always made in these words: "Mais les femmes, ah, il faut avouer qu'elles sont très séduisantes." 13. The driver of a cabriolet told me that his horse was a Cossack. He said, "These Cossacks got a very bad name, but for my part, I think they were of great service to Paris. They would give us 5 francs to drive them to the Palais Royal, and in 1 hour I once made 30 francs by them. They sold us their horses for a bottle of brandy each. And, sacré Dieu, how fond they were of brandy!" Another driver, whose horse was restive and compelled us to alight after nearly overturning us, exclaimed, "Sacré Cossack!" and assured us that the vice of the animal was to be traced to his having been among these irregulars. The postillion on the road from Dieppe to Rouen, with a similar exclamation of "Sacré Cossack" against one of his horses, bestowed upon it a number of blows, seemingly for no other reason but to revenge the cause of France. It would seem from this that the Cossacks have left as many horses behind them in France as they have robbed from French individuals; and probably it may be the case, generally, that they have done as much service to some as they have done harm to others in that country. This, however, does not lessen the sufferings of those who received all the damage and none of the recompense. But it sometimes happened that the same individual was the object of both. Thus the brother of a French gentleman with whom I am acquainted had a fine horse, which they were about to steal, when they said they would let him retain it, if he would give them 30 francs. He did so, and they took his horse and the money too. From another party, however, he afterwards bought a most excellent horse for 20 francs. The shopkeepers of the Palais Royal have many of them made fortunes by the Cossacks. They seemed to have spent their money much in the spirit and after the manner of English sailors. They would call for a bottle of eau de Cologne, give a 5-franc piece for it, and pour the whole over their greasy heads. All the old-fashioned jewelry, remnants of silks, perfumery that had been kept for years, and damaged goods of every description were brought out for the Cossack market. Their appetites were too sharp, and their taste too coarse, to permit them to stand on the quality of their purchases. But this thoughtlessness which they evinced in spending, and the quantity of money which they did spend, tell but too plainly how they got their riches. They must have been the fruit of rapine and plunder the most horrible to those who were their victims. Thus it has been the fate of Paris, which must be deemed the chiefly guilty city of France, not only to be spared suffering, but even to derive benefit instead of punishment from the events of the war. The man who showed me the Abbey of St. Germain spoke of their atrocities with a shudder; and a Russian officer with whom I travelled from New Haven to Rouen admitted that they must have committed great devastations. The nature of the service in which alone they are useful, makes it impossible that they should be controlled and superintended so as to restrain the natural greediness and savageness of barbarians. They were sent out alone, or only with a companion, to prowl about the country, and it is in this sort of employment that their quickness and sagacity, and natural powers, as distinct from acquirements, which in fact acquirements lessen, are of great use, and are signally manifested. Here, too, they show much courage, which they do not in regular fighting. On this scouring service, a single Cossack will charge several enemies, and by his dexterity at least succeed in getting away from them. They are very superstitious. They will not rob the dead, but for those who yet breathe they have no compunction, so they ride over the field of battle and drop their pike on the bodies strewed about. If any motion takes place, they strip the body instantly. If the poor wretch's nerves reply not to the pointed weapon, they pass on. Platoff, I was told by the same authority, is a man of no talent. He had an officer attached to his staff who directed every military movement. But the order must go through Platoff, for the fidelity of the Cossacks depended upon that feeling by which they regarded him as a patriarch. He is a man of uninformed mind and simple manners, but of good disposition. The eagerness of the English crowds alarmed him somewhat, but England has made a strong impression on his mind. It is not to be forgotten that the French called all the light troops of the Allies Cossacks, so that much mischief doubtless was laid to their charge of which they were innocent. The feelings and conduct of these barbarians transplanted from the deepest recesses of Russia, and parading over Europe as victors, hearing their name everywhere pronounced with fear and sometimes with admiration, and at length thrown with their pockets full among the luxuries and elegances and shows and vices of Paris, amongst spectacles and enjoyments so different from all with which they were familiar, so novel, so tempting, afford themes for touching reflection. One may follow them in imagination through Paris, and fancy the scenes that took place. Take them to the museums, the monuments of art, etc. Contrast their ignorant wonderment with the ignorant vanity of the French common people. Then follow them home to their wild villages, see them about to re-enter on scenes and occupations so very contrasted to those which they had lately left, their wives and children meeting them after their long absence. But how many were left behind, and those who returned how altered! May centuries revolve before such another turning out of the innermost depths of the wilderness takes place, in consequence of the terrors and depredations of an ambitious tyrant. A lady observed to me that she never had the least fear that the Allies would burn Paris. It was a large and noble city, not a little place like Moscow. The Parisians reflect much on the pusillanimity of the Empress Louisa. They felt themselves safe when she remained, but when she left them they gave themselves up for lost. They justly ask what she had to fear. If she had shown herself on the approach of the Allies, she might probably have saved the government for herself or to her child. She was not at all liked in the French capital; and the manner in which she received Bonaparte's proposal of marriage certainly makes against her heart. "And why not?" said she, abruptly, to Prince Metternich, who, after much circumlocution, had just dropped out what he deemed the horrible import of his commission. Her haughtiness to those about her formed a great contrast to Josephine's behavior, who was affability and goodness themselves. Bonaparte, feeling his own origin, and jealous of everything connected with dignity, was on the whole pleased with the haughtiness of Maria Louisa; but he sometimes found it necessary to check its display. "If you are so severe to your attendants as you propose to be," said he one day, "whom shall we keep around us?" The Empress is described as not pretty, but she had a fine full person when she came to Paris, which she lost after her very severe lying in. Our newspapers, it may be recollected, spoke in a very confident tone of the tortures of the mind which she felt in consequence of the marriage; but they relieved her from the tortures of childbearing. She suffered that which they relieved her from, and did not suffer what they inflicted. Josephine is never spoken of but with expressions of regret and love. She got her death by going out, contrary to advice and expostulation, when an eruption was on her body, to conduct the King of Prussia round her house and grounds, the arrangement and furnishing of which reflected the highest honor on her taste. Her physician said at once, when he saw her after her imprudence, that she was a lost woman. Bonaparte always treated her with great respect after the divorce. He never came back from his wars without paying her a visit, and he always bid her farewell before he set out. He used to grasp her arm familiarly and say, "Come along, and show me your pictures," which request he knew would please her. When Maria Louisa heard of these calls, she manifested great anger and jealousy. Josephine had suffered much from Bonaparte's ill temper, kindled in consequence of her remonstrances against his violent measures. At last the courage of goodness which she long maintained gave way, and she became afraid to speak to him. The murder of the Duc d'Enghien grieved her to the soul, but the domestic and political tyrant had in his face, at this awful period, what prevented the mediator from making any attempt to save the victim. Talma the actor was a great favorite with Bonaparte, and was often called to read pieces to the Imperial Court before they were performed at the theatre. A short time before the divorce he selected a piece translated from the English, in which the separation of a married couple formed the principal incident. None of the courtiers then knew what was brewing. The Empress Josephine was observed to weep very much, and Bonaparte, after listening for a while impatiently, rose and shut the door which opened to the outer room in which the company sat, who were thus, to their great surprise, prevented from hearing. The whole piece, however, was read, and when it was finished, the Emperor forbade its public performance. It is affecting to hear the Parisians dating all Bonaparte's misfortunes from the day of his divorce; and it happens to support their notion that the Allies entered Paris on the anniversary of his second marriage, 4 years after its celebration. Bonaparte seldom or never showed gaiety. Only one gentleman, an artist, was accustomed to make him laugh. To him he showed the King of Rome, and with a fatherly exultation exposed the child's limbs, which were stout and well shaped. On this occasion he gave his son some strong coffee, and when the nurse expostulated, saying it would keep the infant from sleep, he replied, "Well, what of that? I am often kept from sleep." Whenever he met with ill fortune in his enterprises, the English residents in Paris were pretty sure of an order to quit, which by a little management they generally contrived to evade, but which the Emperor's petulance always caused him to issue. Those employed to execute it seemed to regard it as a mere ebullition of ill humor, and did not do their duty very strictly. Could this be a great man? On the day when the Allies were fighting behind Montmartre, agents of the police were placed in every corner to affirm that the King of Prussia was taken prisoner, that the Allies had capitulated, and other falsehoods of a similar nature. The greatest praise is given by all parties to the conduct of the Allies. Their behavior is allowed to have been admirable when they were in possession of the capital. Talleyrand had long before this event been an object of Bonaparte's hatred and suspicion. This the former well knew, and conducted himself in his delicate situation with the policy and dexterity for which he was famous. He knew that his house was full of spies. He knew that he had not a servant on whose fidelity he could rely. The police were most probably in correspondence with every human being whom he employed. Yet under these circumstances so horrible to think of, he showed no signs of embarrassment or uneasiness. When the Emperor's victories were announced in the public journals, Talleyrand took care to express his pleasure at the news, when the greatest number of domestics were present during the dinner. But his self-command was chiefly shown on the trying occasion of the ostentatious insult offered him by Bonaparte. Without having received any notice of his dismission, he found his place as a great state officer near the person of the Emperor occupied by another, who outfaced him as he entered a crowded levee room to officiate in his usual duty. The whole of the assembly preserved a strict silence, and the general eye was fixed on Talleyrand. He did not change a feature. Not a shade of color deepened in his face. He took his place in the circle with an easy cheerfulness, and paid his respects to his sovereign with much grace and readiness. Talleyrand's expostulations on the subject of Spain certainly caused his disgrace. After the quarrel, Bonaparte took every opportunity of expressing his hatred of his disagreeable adviser. He seemed to suspect and fear that so much offended ability would one day or other work him mischief. On a particular occasion, in presence of his marshals and ministers, he flew into a violent passion with Talleyrand, who had been repeating his remonstrances. He used the word traitor. Talleyrand smiled, bowed, and turned pale. He went on in a strain of abuse till he was breathless, and then rushed out of the room into his closet. But he instantly returned, and in a lower and calmer tone, which however indicated deep agitation, he said, "I have returned because I omitted to mention that I have been much indebted to you, Prince of Benevento. To you, probably, more than to any other present. I wished to declare this. The rest remains as I have said." With these words the Emperor again hastily left the staring assembly. End of chapters 12 and 13. Chapters 14 and 15 of A Visit to Paris in 1814 by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 14. The French are certainly a dramatic people. They want nothing false or meretricious as allurements to give attractions to their theatres. The play is always sufficient to fill their houses, and to interest the audiences, and that without any sacrifice of propriety to stage effect, or any insult to truth and public feeling by the falsehoods of managerial puffing. The simple, respectable look of a French playbill, which contains a mere announcement of the entertainments and of the performers' names, is perhaps the only thing in Paris calculated to make an Englishman blush for the opposite practice of his country. It is a mortifying contrast to the impudent quackeries and lying pretensions which, in all the varieties of a large and small letter, are blazoned on the handbills of our two national theatres. The French theatre, as it is by distinction called, is sacredly devoted to the highest class of the drama. The profanation of beasts and pantomimes is not permitted to insult the classical presence of their best writers, and even the graces of singing are thought inconsistent with the dignity of this temple dedicated to the legitimate drama. It surprises an Englishman to see this volatile people listening in profound silence, and apparently without an exertion of patience, to long, dull speeches kept up between two performers, with the regular alternation of a debate in Parliament, and totally unrelieved by processions, by changes of scenery, or even by brilliant dresses. The actors and actresses dress with a strict regard to accuracy. The most industrious investigations are made, with the assistance of the learned members of the Institute, into the habits and manners of the period and people concerned in the play. And on this basis of truth its decorations are got up and its arrangements made. But not a thought is wasted on what is so essential to the popularity of a representation in England — glitter and show and pomp. If they arise from a regard to facts and proprieties, well and good. If not, the audience do not resent their omission. The hardware brilliancy of Mr. Kemble's helmet and shield in Coriolanus would excite the laughter and hooting of the judicious critics of Paris. There are seldom more than 2 performers on the French stage at one time. My readers know that the unities of time and place are strictly observed; and the scenery, though classically designed and admirably adjusted, has but little variety or brilliancy of appearance. Of course the opera is excepted from this remark. The necessity of some of these severities of decorum may be disputed, but it will not be denied that they fairly try the sterlingness of the dramatic taste of the people; and the result proves it to be very superior to that of the English at present, debauched as the latter has been by greedy and ignorant theatrical management, protected in its folly and rapacity by an abused and unjust monopoly. Even in their minor theatres, where small operas and melodramas are performed, the business of the stage is conducted with a praiseworthy discretion and confident reliance on the true dramatic feeling of the audience. There is no half price at any of these places of amusement. There are no accommodations for prostitution let out by the managers. They do not share the profession and profits of those who keep the brothels of the Palais Royal. Their business is the drama, and to its performance they confine themselves. Thus their houses are not larger than sufficient to supply the legitimate demand of the public for this species of amusement; they fill regularly with the commencement of the entertainments, and they permit each person who pays for his admission to derive the stipulated enjoyment of hearing and seeing. The general style of French acting in comedy is excellent. In tragedy it is bad. In the latter it partakes of the fault of their serious poetry, which falls into the mistake of considerable nature, in its common shape and garb, unfit for lofty celebration, and therefore subjects it to a drilling and dressing which leave it without essence, without resemblances to affect, or strength to overpower. It was pretty accurately observed to me by one of my own countrymen, whom I accidentally sat next to one evening in the French theatre, that the English commit a similar fault in their comedy. It must be admitted that the general practice at present on our stage is to overact as well as to overcreate parts of humour and levity. Talma, it is well known, is the great tragic performer of the French stage, and it has no other that is even tolerable. I had been taught to expect from him an artificial violent manner, a recitative tone of speaking, and a figure by no means elegant or striking. I found this description correct in its particulars; but, as very often happens, the tout ensemble was extremely different from that which the accurate account I had received caused me to anticipate. Upon the whole he appeared to me a much better actor than I expected, but the praise due to his powers must not be permitted to throw out a sanction or apology for the badness of his taste in adopting that most atrocious style of performing in tragedy and the serious drama which has now established itself on the Parisian stage. Talma is the leader of that style. His eminent example has diffused it through all the theatres, large and small. We have its tawdriness and bombast at second hand from all the underlings that appear in the melodramas at the Gaîté and at Franconi's. And horrible is the effect of that which is bad in itself, and which not even a master can recommend to the taste that is guided by pure and true feeling, when it is thus given as copies by dunces. The style of acting in question classes itself with such an accomplishment as dancing. It is as wide of nature and as independent of nature as it tests, as this last mentioned exertion of art. It would therefore be doing it an injustice to try its excellence as a piece of execution by a reference to the expressions of nature. The artist adopts another standard. He purposely contrives combinations that are not to be found in simple nature, and which forward none of its purposes. Talma's principal power is shown in the representation of the terrible. His features, his voice, his figure and his conceptions unite to assist him in this respect. I saw him among other parts in Oedipe, and his acting in the scene were the horrible truths of his situation, after affrighting the wretched prince by indistinct shadows of misery and guilt, burst upon his knowledge as intolerable realities, was the most awful exhibition I ever witnessed in public. We certainly have not an actor on the English stage that could have produced so prodigious an effect. Kean's bursts come the nearest to it, but they involve more of what seems peculiar to acting, and thus the spectator is relieved a little from the overpowering sense of distress; On the other hand, the indications of Talma's horror and agony were dark, quiet, and simple, illuminated only by an occasional glare of ferocity, which evidently belonged more to the man than to the part, and thus threw into the representation an assurance of reality which it would otherwise have wanted. On occasions like this, Talma drops entirely his false and strained manner, and then he appears the greatest actor of the present day. He has generally a touch of vulgarity in his acting, which often adds to its strength, and is much better than its artificialness. There is no other tragic performer belonging to the Parisian stage that merits notice. The men all rant, the women all whine. There is a curious peculiarity belonging to them, namely, that their second rates imitate, even to mimicry, those who are esteemed at the top of their profession. Thus Mademoiselle Raucourt's affected tone of pathetic suavity made all the women whimper themselves into a mournful smile, and Monsieur Saint Prix, having tuned his nasal bluster exactly to the pitch and length of Talma's, gave the note to the numerous tribe beneath him. The reputation of regular French comedy is well supported at its proper theatre by Monsieur Fleury and Mademoiselle Mars. They are performers of that school, now called the old one in England, which was impressive from the force of truth, and not from the violence of caricature. The French opera is chiefly distinguished in the eyes of an English visitor by the splendor of the scenery of its ballets. The singers are not first rate, as every one has heard, and we seem to have secured the best French dancers in London. The comic opera is a delightful place of amusement. It cannot boast of such first-rate singers as Miss Stevens or Mr. Braham, but the performers are almost all capital actors, and singers above mediocrity. This union of powers and general excellence conduce more to the pleasing effect of a dramatic representation than one or two instances of the highest merit, left unsupported by anything like talent, and exposing to our disgust the wretchedness with which they are linked. In their comic dramas, at all their theatres, the French are treated with a full muster of good performers. There is very little halting behind. Each one acts up to the acting of his neighbor, and to the vivacity of nature. But the national manners of the people in question fit them all to be good comedians. The theatres Variété and Vaudeville possess 3 excellent actors as mimics, drolls, and punsters; namely, Brunet, Poitiers, and Joly. They draw crowded houses every night, and the Parisians talk in raptures of their performances. The favorite exertion of their powers of ridiculing while I was at Paris was the taking off of the English; and this they managed dexterously and without any unnecessary display of ill nature. Collections of the jokes of these gentlemen are published under their respective names, and they are understood to have free license to introduce whatever may occur to them at the moment. Brunet has sometimes incurred the displeasure of Bonaparte's government by puns that had too much of political point. From a collection entitled Poitieriana, I shall extract a small specimen of the commodity. Un homme se trouvant à Saint-Cloud disait: Ma foi, j'ai vu tous les villages des environs de Paris, mais je ne trouve rien au monde d'attachant comme Saint-Cloud. 5 clous. Jocrisse dit que les lettres que l'on prononce beaucoup en été sont celles LHO, LHO. On lisait un jour à une dame la tragédie de Bajazet. Le lecteur, après avoir nommé les personnages, dit: La scène est à Constantinople. Bah! Interrompit la dame, je ne croyais pas que la scène allait si loin. Un Français disait à un Anglais que si chez lui on avait trouvé le secret d'aller sur l'eau, chez nous l'on avait trouvé celui d'aller dans l'air. Oui, répondit-il, nous sommes profonds et vous êtes légers. 15. The following remarks on the schools and literary establishments of Paris are from the pen of a friend. The state of education in France has been lately examined in many publications. I found some of those referring solely to the University of Paris objecting to its lectures and to its want of any examinations of the students. Many celebrated men still continue to adorn this institution. The military and polytechnic schools are large and magnificent establishments; the former intended for the education of young men of good families in the art of war; the latter a seminary in which 300 young men, selected after a rigorous examination from the inferior schools, receive an extensive education in the sciences only for the space of 3 years. The learned languages are chiefly taught in the university itself, in the College of France, and in the Britannie, which is divided into the 4 colleges of Paris, Saint-Cyr, Saint-Germain, and Compiègne. It was undoubtedly the aim of Bonaparte to degrade literature and give a superior place to the sciences. How happy ought France to feel that this attack is no more! That history, legislation, poetry, and criticism may be again allowed to flourish, free from the mutilation of their productions. It was in them that Bonaparte saw and felt the enemies of his power and his despotism. He had a degraded religion and a slavish priesthood at his command; but he seems to have dreaded the voice of history, and to have shrunk from the thoughts of posterity. He seems to have intended ultimately to limit the education of youth to the mathematical and physical sciences only, aware that in their studies nothing would occur to inculcate sentiments of horror at the despotism with which he had enchained France; while in the perusal of a Greek or Roman historian, in turning over the pages of Xenophon or Tacitus, some thoughts might be elicited by the dullest students, and some conclusions drawn, not exactly in harmony with the plans of their imperial master. It is hence that at present in France the literary institutions do not rival their former fame, and if any proofs are wanting, I might refer to the late volumes of the literary class of the Institute. The establishments for education in the sciences are upon the most magnificent scale. The Polytechnic School is furnished with a large library, drawing school, and mechanical workshops. The School of Mines is provided with a splendid collection of minerals, which fill a suite of 5 apartments, and with designs and models of the most celebrated mines, and the machinery used in them. At the Mint, Le Sage lectures on mineralogy, assisted by an extensive cabinet of minerals and many articles of philosophical and chemical apparatus. At the Jardin des Plantes, 9 professors give lectures on natural history and chemistry, surrounded by everything which can enable them to extend their researches in these sciences. To all these institutions chemical laboratories are attached. An elegant building in the Rue de la Boucherie collects the professors and students of medicine, surgery, and anatomy. The students have the privilege of attending the Hôtel Dieu and the other hospitals. The library of the École de Médecine is considerable. The amphitheatre, which holds 1,000 students, is magnificent; and the collection of surgical instruments, in the invention and manufacture of which the French have led the way, is large and splendid. 20 professors give lectures in this school, and a designer of morbid parts and a modeler in wax are attached to it. In a separate establishment, the École de Pharmacie, public instructions are given in chemistry, botany, and pharmacy. There is a botanic garden which is open every week day to all; and it also includes a chemical laboratory as well as the School of Medicine. These establishments, let it be remarked, subsisted with slight variations before the Revolution. Since that time they have been undoubtedly improved by new organizations, and by the impulse which has been given to the physical sciences in general. The salaries are all paid by the government, and they are very moderate. The School of Roads and Bridges in the Rue de Grenelle, Faubourg Saint-Germain, is to be considered as an institution for the education of civil engineers. It receives 36 pupils, to each of whom the government allows £35 annually. It has a fine collection of models. 20 pupils are admitted to study at the School of Geography. There are also schools of painting, of architecture, civil and naval, and of the veterinary art. There are several other establishments which are of less importance; for the French sometimes take a little liberty by bestowing splendid appellations on trifling institutions. Thus I found the École de l'Architecture Rurale was merely an empty ruinous cottage, about half way between the Barrière Saint Antoine and the Castle of Vincennes. The education in the provinces is committed to the care of the teachers in the schools established by government, of which some in the principal cities, as Lyons and Rouen, are furnished with museums of paintings and botanic gardens. Smaller schools, either public or private, are to be found in every considerable village. Many of the lower orders of the regular clergy give up a large part of their time to the education of the poorer children, in reading, writing, and religion, particularly in Paris. From all these the mass of information communicated is undoubtedly great. In Paris there are many boarding school establishments on the plan of those in England, and adapted for both sexes. They are chiefly situated in the open situations beyond the boulevard. Translations of the classics, a branch of literature little attended to in England, are within the reach of all who cannot aspire to read them in the original languages. And in another department, that of elementary school books and systems of science, the French are peculiarly happy. Many of their treatises in mathematics, chemistry, and natural philosophy, being the productions of men celebrated as inventors and improvers in these branches. The despotic power of the government has probably given rise to some good books in these sciences. Thus Haiy, the celebrated crystallographer, was obliged to finish his system of natural philosophy within 6 months after receiving the order to undertake it, nor could the state of his health be accepted as an excuse for not performing the task within the limited time. In Paris, before the Revolution, there was only one circulating library, and it was of no great extent. Now they are so abundant that every street appears to contain several, no sign being more common than that of abonnement à lecture. The Royal Printing Office and that of Didot in the Rue de la Harpe are large establishments well worthy of the attention of strangers; and the quantity of books printed in Paris yearly, though far less than in London, appears to be greater than the comparative magnitude of that city would require, if we did not consider that Paris has to supply a larger population throughout France, and that the production of her press, from the diffusion of the French tongue, find a ready sale in most of the large cities of Europe. The prices of new books in Paris are nearly what they were in London about a century ago. Octavo volumes are published at from 2½ to 4 francs, and if on scientific subjects, and accompanied with plates, at 5 or 6, quarto volumes at about 9 or 10. But the splendid editions of Didot, and the expensive works on natural history, are, from the limited demand, as dear as similarly executed works in the British metropolis. The number of newspapers printed in Paris is as great as ever. The Journal des Débats requires 6 presses, and others, as the Moniteur, have more. The public libraries of Paris are large establishments, and the easiness of access to them must excite or keep up a taste for reading in many minds. The Peers, the Deputies, the Institute, the Prytaneum, the Athenaeum of the Rue de Richelieu has each its library. They are generally large and often magnificent. Libraries are also attached to all the schools, and to the hotels of the Ministers of State. The City Library and that of the Jardin des Plantes consist chiefly of works on natural history. But by far the largest collection, and indeed in numerical estimate, as well as in the riches of the individual parts, the first in the world, is the National or Royal Library. Here any one may take his seat at tables provided with the necessary accommodations, and ask the attendants for any book which is possessed by the establishment. From 10 volumes collected by King John in the 14th century, it is now supposed to contain 300,000 at least, besides a treasure of 80,000 manuscripts, genealogies of all the French families, and cabinets of engravings, medals, and antiquities. The books fill a suite of rooms which extend around a court of 500 feet in length. By this arrangement they are deprived of the grand look of continuous perspective. The lower shelves only are protected by doors and wired frames. The room of the Editiones Principes contains everything to gratify the taste of the bibliographer. Vellum copies, large margins, and illustrated unique volumes. But it is not pleasant to think of the system by which it has been thus enriched. It was not enough that Bonaparte should conquer at Austerlitz and Jena. Denon was ordered to follow in the rear of the carnage, to select and pack up the small gems and rare copies of the cabinets of Berlin and Schönbrunn. Perhaps the robbery appears with greater infamy in this instance than in transferring to Paris the Apollo or the Laocoon, because the prizes attained are of a more trifling kind. The letters of Henry IV. And the fair Gabrielle are seen in the rooms of the manuscripts. In the cabinet of the antiquities, the collections made by Caylus are still among the prominent objects. The series of Egyptian idols is far inferior to that of the British Museum, and I should judge, as far as my recollection extends, that the Greek and Roman bronzes were inferior to those in the possession of Mr. R. P. Knight of London. The manuscripts found by Denon in the mummies of the tombs of Thebes are still displayed and unexplained. An ibis, disentangled from its case, has its feathers fresh and perfect; nor is the identity of this bird, so revered in ancient Egypt, with the Tantalus ibis of Linnaeus and the Abuhanus of Bruce, any longer doubtful. Among other remarkable objects in this apartment I had an opportunity of viewing for the first time the celebrated tablet of Isis encrusted with silver, on which long series of Egyptian figures are represented. The two round silver shields commonly denominated those of Scipio and Hannibal, the brass chair of King Dagobert, and the heart of Anne of Brittany enclosed in a vase of gold filigree work. The Sacro Catino of Genoa is thrown carelessly into the bottom of a case, though it was once regarded with reverence as the dish of emerald which held the Paschal lamb at the Last Supper of our Saviour. The French savants collecting everything rare and curious brought this also from Genoa, where, for several centuries, it had been ranked among the greatest treasures of the Republic. It was sent to the chemists for examination, and the first scratch with a pin showed it to be a very good bit of green glass. Its color is dark, and it appears to have been cut and polished with great care. The remains found in the tomb of Childéric were chiefly gold bees, from which Bonaparte took the hint of covering his mantle, and many hangings in his palaces with representations of that insect. Among the medals exposed to view are many Russian, executed with the greatest beauty and presented by Alexander. Many of the rarer gems and rich antique works in agate and crystal are placed under glass cases for the accommodation of those who do not wish for a more extended view of the treasures of this department. A bust of Barthélemy, the author of Anacharsis, is placed in the cabinet of antiquities; and in one of the rooms of the library a bronze statue of Voltaire sitting, by Houdon, is elevated on a pedestal. Near it is a model of the Pyramids, in which the proportions of these edifices and the Sphinx are exactly delineated in relief, rising from the desert, and accompanied by an oasis with its grove of palms and a caravan of camels. The French Parnassus is a large group of wood and bronze executed in 1721 by Thiers, as the inscription bears, "Pour la gloire de France." Louis XIV, in the form of Apollo, crowns the summit of the sacred hill, and Boileau, Racine, and others line the sides, which are sufficiently precipitous. Lastly, I should notice the large globes made by Father Coranelli about the beginning of the last century, and presented to Louis XIV by Cardinal d'Estrees. They are 15 French feet in diameter, of copper, with a copper meridian, which is 4 inches in thickness; and the index of the horary circle is 3 feet in length. They are supported on elegant pillars, and the floor of the apartment is pierced to allow of the height which their size requires. Their appearance is chaste, from the blue tints which are spread over them. They weigh about 2,000 pounds each, and cost about 5,000 pounds sterling. End of chapters 14 and 15. Chapter 16 of A Visit to Paris in 1814 by John Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 16. When I commenced this work which I mean to conclude with the present chapter, it was my intention to have taken particular notice of what may be termed the sights of Paris. But in its progress I have been induced to alter my design. As objects of curiosity to the bulk of readers and travellers they have been described over and over again; and such of them as might suggest a discussion of the principles of science or art, to be properly handled, should be handled at greater length and with more technical care than might be generally acceptable. In the course of the previous pages, the most striking places and buildings of Paris have been alluded to, in a way sufficient to convey a notion of their character and appearance, though certainly attention has chiefly been directed to them as illustrations of manners and memoranda of events. The curious, however, will find in the appendix 2 or 3 very accurately drawn up papers on the Jardin des Plantes, the collection of the mechanical inventions, etc., with which I have been furnished through the kindness of a scientific friend, the same to whom I owe the previous chapter. The sequel of these pages shall be chiefly devoted to a few observations on the splendid collections of art in the museums of Paris, connecting them with reflections on national encouragement of fine art, and the present character of the French public, with reference to matters of literature and taste. The first visit to the Louvre, as it is now furnished, forms an era in the life of every one whose habits and dispositions render him liable to be affected by the monuments of human genius, and the symbols of the finest sentiments and feelings of the human breast. To me it seemed as if I was entering amongst the spirits of immortality, amongst piercing intellects, sublime imaginations, and heavenly fancies. The stupendous length of the gallery of pictures, which gives an interminable solemn air to the collection, adds to the weight of the effect; and as one advances down its vast line, the feeling excited is that of being encompassed and looked down upon by a superior company the most admirable and awful. Here live, and breathe, and impress with all their powers, the pure and beauteous Raphael, the mighty Angelo, the balmy Correggio, the vivid Leonardo da Vinci, the grasping, realizing Titian, the irresistible Rubens, the grave Sarto, the striking Rembrandt. They exist, they regard you, in a silent abstraction from the inferiorities of mortal life, which gives point and power to their presence. Here is life brought to light in immortality. For here is the secret explained of that mysterious longing and unconquerable endeavor which incur the pains of martyrdom, the proud man's contumely, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, through some motive which common souls cannot conceive, and in the evident enjoyment of a gratification which they cannot comprehend. The superiority of genius to force, however surrounded by pomp and circumstance, cannot be more signally displayed than it is in these wonderful collections. They have been formed in Paris in consequence of revolutions that have removed states from the face of the earth; that have quenched not merely glory but even memory and being; that have caused the humiliation of to-day to succeed to the pride of yesterday, and have cast into reproach and shame the triumphs and praises of conquerors, the predictions of historians, the vanity and confidence of nations. They are affecting memorials in their present situation, looking back to their past history, of catastrophes such as are described in those impressive verses of the Revelations. Quotes, "That great city Babylon shall be thrown down, and shall be found no more at all. And the voice of harpers and musicians, and of pipers and trumpeters shall be heard no more at all in thee. And no craftsman, at whatsoever craft he be, shall be found any more in thee. And the sound of a millstone shall be heard no more at all in thee. And the light of a candle shall shine no more at all in thee. And the voice of the bridegroom and of the bride shall be heard no more at all in thee." Revelations chapter 18, verses 21, 22, and 23. The museums of Paris are now rich in the imperishable parts that appertained to what has perished, in the sole survivors of general wrecks and ruins. And these unfading and undying glories, be it observed, are not those of senates or armies or fleets or emperors. Even talent, when employed on these materials, has failed to perpetuate its workmanship. Poetry and art alone remain, certain and beautiful as at their birth, forming models for present instruction, instead of contrasts to present excellence. Earthquakes have shaken and swallowed, volcanoes have overwhelmed, barbarians have scattered; yet here, in a palace of modern Paris, are the marbles of ancient Greece and Rome. Here are the lines traced by the hand of Phidias, the productions of his skill, the objects on which his eye rested, and the subjects of his hopes and fears and contemplations. Undangered and inevitable duration can be promised to nothing in this world; but what commands the admiration and veneration of all times and places and opinions, the value of which rests on no theory, and arises out of no system of instruction but spontaneously from the heart of man, is the least likely to become the victim of contingencies, and forms the most refreshing point of retreat from the turmoils and changes and doubts of the world's affairs. Yet, with these impressive proofs of the instability of national possessions before them, the testimony of which as affecting themselves should not be less strong in their estimation because they themselves have been gross violators and robbers of national and individual property, The French coxcombs dare to speak and write about destiny decreeing to France from eternity, and in perpetuity, these immortal works of genius. What Rome could not preserve they flatter themselves Paris can, and the triumph which has been denied to the capital they assign by anticipation to the Palais Royal. A stronger evidence than this of the unfeelingness of the French character cannot be imagined. What must that people be, whose savants derive from the spoils of Thebes and the relics of Palmyra, subjects for priggish chattering about themselves, their powers, and the indubitable duration of their day and doings? These men, looking into the beaming shield of Achilles, would first think of adjusting the knots of their neckcloths. And where is it, and surrounded by what, that this assurance and these boasts are indulged? As I walked along the gallery of pictures, I looked out from the windows on the Place du Carrousel. It was a court day at the Tuileries, and the Gardes du Corps of Louis were lounging over the balcony of the palace, while crowds were assembled to see the ministers and nobility, who went to pay their respects to his Majesty. A few months before, and all this was happening in favor of Napoleon. Yonder are the famous antique horses which the Emperor carried off from Venice, and placed on the summit of that arch, commemorative of his victories, which has so trifling and flitting an effect in so large a place. His ends and his monuments are everywhere about, but he himself is removed. And this temple of taste, and these palaces, many years have not elapsed since they were the scenes of savage ferocity and wanton carnage. Through this gallery a French king and his family flew, pursued by murderers, never more to return to a royal residence. These multitudes that are now pressing round pictures and chattering criticism on the works of taste, were formerly equally occupied and amused with an exhibition of dancing dogs under the guillotine. It is only such a people as this that could have collected what is amassed together in Paris, and it is only such a people as this that could vaunt of such a collection, amassed under such peculiar circumstances, in the tone and language which they use. Others have gone to the seats of these sacred monuments to admire and venerate. But they went to pack up and transport. Their armies advanced, burning houses and violating women. And in their rear came the members of the Institute, to worship fine art and commit sacrilege in its temples. In the morning the soldiers perpetrated every species of ruffianism in Rome, and in the evening they removed a statue of Brutus, at the expense of its mutilation, to excite fine sentiments and touching sensations in one of their theatres. Whether we consider the character of these removals with reference to the glory, as it is called, of those who committed them, or to the interests of taste, it will be found that they chiefly reflect ignominy and merit censure. France says that her victories enriched her museums. But who now looks at their contents without recollecting that her defeats placed them at the disposal of her enemies, and that her continued possession of them is solely owing to a generosity, the benefit of which she experienced, but the example of which she never set? On the other hand, the finest emotions and associations of thought which these works suggested in their original seats, became dissolved and dissipated by their transportation. The statue that warmed and inspired the soul in Rome, is chiefly a prompter of regrets and misgivings, when placed in a gallery of the Tuileries. The enthusiasm it excited in its primitive situation was of the highest poetical and moral kind. But this is chilled when we find it surrounded by French academicians and connoisseurs, taking notes in snuff. Neither can I allow that even the study of art is likely to be benefited by the change. A worse mistake cannot be committed than the supposition that facilities are chiefly useful to the cause of taste and science. It would be much more true to say that difficulties and impediments do it a service. The pockets and convenience of students may be consulted, but nothing that tames the ambition of genius, or the enthusiasm with which the works of art are regarded, can promote its excellence or reputation. Let the student be exposed to hazards. The fire is necessary to part the pure metal from the dross. Let him incur difficulties. They will, if he be worthy of his pursuit, increase his ardor. A lover's passion is rendered more intense by having to rescue his beloved from behind the bars of a window. Let the student be led in a painful pilgrimage to the honor of his divinity, from Paris to Germany, from Germany to Rome, from Rome to Florence. The sacred flame will be fanned by the motion, and his mind be informed and corrected by observation. When, therefore, the French learn true notions of what is valuable in character, and are rendered, as it is to be hoped they will be, wise concerning national glory by the experience of national happiness, they will not regard the spoils in question as honorable to their possessors. On the contrary, they will see in them only the memorials of a black and disastrous period, when their name was abhorred in Europe, and when a degrading tyranny led them through every variety of misery at home, and rapine and violence abroad, until their outrages were terminated by their invasion, and the capture and disgrace of their capital. It is really high time that France should give up the profligate and puerile fancy that she has acquired glory by carrying the firebrand that agonized her own body into the harvest of Europe's possessions. If her frown has been destructive of others, its terrors have proceeded from the snakes which, issuing from her own head, tortured herself. France must be taught better conduct by the expressed indignation of her neighbors, if she have not grace and sense enough to derive profit from experience. A little said now may prevent the necessity of doing much hereafter. Our French friends must be told that they are expected to show at least some signs of sober thinking. The time for admiring their splendid freaks, their mountebank exploits, and wonderful vaultings beyond their proper limits is gone by. Such performances, though brilliant, have become tiresome. They have been acted with éclat in almost every capital of Europe, but the catastrophe had Paris for its scene. Let them now, then, be contented to study that of which they are very ignorant, namely, the first principles of politics, morals, art, and literature. By this means they will become wiser and happier than they have been, if not quite so showy and so glorious. And the great nation will not after this change less deserve or receive its favorite adjective. The halls of the Louvre on the ground floor are filled with the ancient statues. Painting to me does not seem to have ever executed anything so wonderful or striking as these. If I were condemned to a solitude, and had my choice of the treasures of the sister arts collected in this museum, I would much rather surround myself with these sublime marbles than with the canvases upstairs. Criticism, or rather praise, has been so entirely expended on these extraordinary productions, that anything I could say must either be a repetition, or unnaturally original. The triumphant godhead of the Apollo, the delicacy and beauty of the Venus, the terrors and agony of the Laocoon, the symmetry of the Hermaphrodite, have been stated in all the power and variety of language, and in works dedicated solely to them as subjects. I shall not therefore here attempt any particular description of these wonders, but keep myself within my principal and favorite design of illustrating and discussing national character and manners. The gallery of paintings is prodigious. The number of pictures, the length of the walls, the recollection of the events that have filled it, form a union producing an overpowering effect. But the place is by no means well adapted for the purpose to which it is devoted. The cross lights render it almost impossible to see the pictures, and with regard to many of them it is quite impossible to catch their nicer beauties. The great congregation of these works, bearing so plainly and palpably the air of an exhibition, lessens their influence on the mind as poetical conceptions. To please the vanity of the multitudes of Paris, who flock in to view their pillage, a long avenue with pictures forming its sides, like so many regularly planted trees, may be best adapted. But the person of taste and feeling would be most touched and gratified by a distribution into different rooms, where a sort of precedency might be observed, by means of which natural distinctions might assist the judgment, and prevent that bewildering of the senses which is produced by a vast promiscuous assemblage. In the Palace of the Luxembourg, on the other side of the Seine, there is a collection of paintings by Rubens, which excites the highest ideas of that master's powers of hand and feeling for the forms of nature. There is scarcely to be found in the world an equal display, within the same compass, and performed within the same time, of the genius of one man. The following extracts from the commonplace book of an English artist, who has the right of a kindred mind to express his opinion of the excellence of these great men, will, I am sure, be read with much interest. Quote, I passed rapidly down the immense gallery, recognizing by rapid but keen glances many noble pictures of the masters with whom my thoughts had long been familiar, and with the prints of which I was well acquainted. But I never stopped till I stood before the Transfiguration. The first look disappointed me. Its general effect seemed to have even a character of meanness. The figure of the Christ gave me dissatisfaction as small. It was evident that it had been seriously injured by cleaning. But notwithstanding, I was soon impressed by the beauties of this famous production of Raphael's. The head of the father, who is putting forward his possessed son, is intensely expressive. It seemed as if his voice having failed, and his internal frame relaxed through agony of mind, all he had strength to do was to look his distress. I procured means of getting close to Christ's head. Its superhuman expression is now certainly gone. St. John, bending back, and shading the glory from his eyes, is full of soul and sentiment. And the young girl who is leaning forward near the boy is exceedingly sweet. The woman in front is certainly not handsome. It is doubtful whether any of Raphael's women are standards of beauty or form. St. John seems to have been a character Raphael delighted in. It was in fact his own. Wherever he appears he has the same look of purity, piety, benevolence, meekness, and voluptuous rapture, with a glowing cheek enveloped in long, heavenly hair. Raphael's feeling for expression was probably the most intense feeling ever bestowed on a human being, except Shakespeare, in the world. Every turn of drapery, every bit of ornament, in Raphael, contributes to assist in expressing the peculiarity of the character they adorn. Sometimes he clothes an innocent youth in all the purity of white drapery fringed with gold. His head dresses, his hair, his sandals, every tassel, every thread, were in him vehicles of expression and means of refinement. He did not clothe his women to conceal their beauties, but to add interest, to produce sensation, to excite love. Raphael must not be judged by his works in the Louvre. Alas! There is not a single work of his there, except the Vision of Ezekiel, which was in the old royal collection, which has not been mutilated, stippled, scrubbed, and overwhelmed almost to ruin by the unfeeling, detestable French. There is no woman of his in the Louvre to be compared to that exquisite creature the cartoon of the beautiful gate, that carries, with a fairy lightness, a wicker basket full of fruit and flowers on her head, and holds in her hand an elegant boy, with 2 doves that undulate their little necks to suit the motion of her steps. Raphael's faces are full of the light within, and truly it is a divine light. His eyes glisten, his cheeks glow, his mouths quiver, the soul seems bursting for utterance. The heads of Raphael are the emblems of greatness, intelligence, and love, and his children are the germs of his men and women. But Raphael wanted, at least in oil, that comprehensiveness of feeling for imitation or the representation of objects which he possessed so fully for expression and telling a story. In consequence, his representations are all equally detailed, prominent, and coarse. By the side of Correggio, Raphael looks hard and German. Painting is the effect of an object. Sculpture is the object itself. To insist on the details of objects in a picture, because objects are made up of details, is insisting on having all the stones of a tower seen 10 miles off, marked so plainly and distinctly as if the eye were within 10 yards of it. Rubens, without beauty, without refinement, without poetical conception of character, has obtained and will ever keep a splendid reputation, solely by his gigantic comprehension of the lowest parts of his art. He felt the representation of objects as Raphael felt their characters. That power which, almost singly, would give Rubens his fame, would not surely have detracted from the greatness of Raphael. In fact, it alone was wanting to complete it. In the organization of forms, Rubens was a most extraordinary being. His hands and feet and trunks are as perfect in formation, that is to say, in parts that are essential to motion, as the Elgin marbles, though, as every one knows, most brutal and most disgusting in taste of design. The next picture I turned to was the Pietro Martire of Titian. This too has been injured, but the effect is still prodigious. The expression of the assassin's head is wonderful. He has cut his victim down with a dreadful gash. His look does not give the idea of hatred or peculiar ferocity, but a sort of of professional exultation seems to break from him, as if he were a hired assassin having no personal revenge to gratify. The exhausted, languid, and yet penetrating look of the monk is sublime. He is mortally wounded, he is dying, he is helpless, but his last look is the look of an inquisitor, a look of thorough penetration. The background is in perfect harmony. The sun has shot up his last blaze, before sinking. The evening breeze seems rustling amidst the towering trees. Some friends are escaping in the lurid horror of the forest, and the immediate companion of the murdered monk is rushing off, with his dark drapery against the deep sky, producing a sense in the spectator of terror and agony reaching almost to despair. In color, this picture must have been once complete. It is now seriously injured, and one can only judge of what it must have been by parts that are left. The intensity and truth of Raphael's feelings for ideal character were possessed by Titian for real, viz. Portrait. The eyes of his portrait shine with intelligence, his figures look as if they were standing in a Venetian veranda on a summer evening, listening to the strains of guitars from distant gondolas. The Marriage of St. Catherine by Correggio was the object of my next contemplation. It was the first undoubted picture by that admirable master that I had ever seen. Of all men that ever lived, Correggio was the most extraordinary for a sense of what may be termed the essence of sweetness. There is a magical refined beauty in his women. He has seized and realized all those fleeting momentary expressions which scarcely have existence, and yet affect us with their beam. He has caught them and kept them with a harmony, a poetry, an enchanting grace, such as if his fancies had been the dreams of an angel. Reynolds had well studied the same system of harmony, in color. That look of surface in painting, which Reynolds carried to excess, is apparent in Correggio. A detailed description of great works is of very little use. A student should survey the whole gallery, compare one master with another, and from the comparison form principles of practice for his own guidance. When once he can paint with facility what he sees in nature, let him not dwell, in heavy indolence and stupid pondering, over a painful copying of a favorite picture. The great advantage which the Louvre affords lies in the matchless opportunity it gives for making a comparison of the different excellences of the different schools. One principle settled in the mind from such a review will be of greater use to a student than if he were to return with 20 much-studied, well-detailed, well-bungled copies. After having compared the ancient great, one with another, let him compare the modern little. Let him compare the French with the Italians, and the English with both, and make deductions and form conclusions of principles from these examinations. By looking through the Louvre on this system, he will find that, in effect, breadth and brightness, size and depth will bear down all opposition, because nature is oftener seen under such aspects than under that of Guido's gray or Rembrandt's brown. He will find that a particular view of nature will carry a man but a very limited way, and that fame can only be certainly attained, and securely kept, by acting on the most general principles, and applying to the most general feelings of life. The French artists display cleverness as distinct from genius and feeling. They are full of what will commonly be termed the knowledge of their art, but are devoid of its spirit. They know not how to employ what they have collected. In expression they are theatrical. Their color presents to the eye and mind a green doughy mud. In effect, they are flat, smooth, marbly, and mawkish. But let me say that in the principles of costume and in architectural skill they are great and excellent; and let English artists endeavor to supply their deficiencies in those respects, by attending to the excellence of their rivals. In their imitation, the French attend more to the imaginary boundary than to the actual substance of nature. Substance, and not line, is the great principle of imitation. For a school of painting, the Louvre is unrivaled. But in the Elgin marbles and the cartoons, England possesses a higher school of design and expression. They have nothing in the Louvre to compare with the Elgin marbles in system and style, and had our government any taste, they would purchase these unrivaled productions, erect a national building, and place them and the cartoons in distinguished situations, providing also the means of study. But they suffer the one to lie in a private yard, dusty and damp, and the other to remain shut up in a dingy gallery, unthought of and unfelt. What is the wonder of every enlightened foreigner who visits this country? It is that out of the thousands and millions voted by Parliament, nothing is proposed for the encouragement of historical painting. Sculpture is fairly encouraged, but painting is positively thwarted. The directors of the British institution, who deserve the sincere thanks of every friend to taste and refinement, for having raised the value of British art, applied to the government for a small sum of £5,000 annually, to assist them in their meritorious endeavors; and this small sum was refused. What would Denon say to this? The present state of historical painting in England is owing to the energy of its artists' minds, backed certainly by the laudable institution which I have mentioned. And to be sure there is some consolation, or rather cause for exultation, in this very circumstance. Yes, energy of mind and vigor of talent will force their way to greatness, in spite of every neglect, and of every obstruction that tasteless apathy can plant in their path. And the painters of England are making their way in a nobler track, and at a swifter rate, than any others of the present time, although they have no national gallery, although they have no public patronage, and almost no natural encouragement; although the government denies and individuals neglect them; although the fogs of the nation are thick and its days are short, and its people not generally prone to run their pretensions to taste before their actual feelings. The above observations are dictated by sound judgment as well as by strong feeling; but something in the way of explanation relative to the encouragement which fine art can fairly claim, and that is calculated to do it the most legitimate service, is probably necessary. It is no doubt irritating to see thousands on thousands of the public money thrown away on pastry and pagodas and fireworks, while the paltry pittance aforementioned was refused to an object connected with the expansion of the national intellect and the vindication of the national character. But the present state of art and literature in France affords a most convincing proof that the native energies and best dispositions of both are more likely to be weakened and depraved than developed and strengthened by the forcing system of patronage and galleries, and public rewards, meetings, and institutions. A British painter of the present day, one of whose works for sterling character and interesting incident, for humor and pathos, and truth, and, in short, for all that is most valuable in a picture, would outweigh the whole that the French school has produced for the last 20 years, made a most judicious observation on this subject. He said, "The modern French artists were evidently the consequences, not the causes, of patronage." A more fatal inversion than this of the proper order of things cannot be imagined. Patronage never can produce merit, although it ought always to be produced by it. To place art on the footing of being reared and fondled and pampered, formed out of models and collections and lectures, fed with daily bread from the hand of power, and with the cant of praise from the mouths of the ignorant, is sure to reduce it to the state in which we now find it in France. It is there an exertion of acquired dexterity, an observation of rules, and a habit of industry; something very smooth, and regular, and systematic; but it neither springs from the heart nor goes to it. As a lesson of life it is nothing, as an appeal to the affections it is nothing. How then can it be anything worth having or caring for? It will appear very clear, after a little consideration, that the encouragement which really promotes the display of genius in a country, must spring from its own operation on the hearts of the people. At the same time, a disgraceful coldness to its productions may exist, which ought to be made the subject of reprehension, in order that individuals may have their attention turned to what they are losing for want of a well-directed application of their means. But encouragement, in order that it shall do good, must take the shape of a natural demand. It must not have an eleemosynary aspect, or come down as rewards, given in the exercise of taste and knowledge superior to the merit that is rewarded. The feeling of being necessary to the public gratification and welfare, is absolutely essential to that respectability and excellence, the existence of which reflects honor on the public character; and this feeling cannot spring from commanded competitions, adjudged premiums, awarded medals, authoritative decisions, and arbitrary rejections. This is a hard doctrine, I know, for the pride of patronage. It will not easily be digested by well-dressed and well-meaning directors. It is not likely at first to find favor in committee rooms, where lords and commoners, the wealthy buyers, and sometimes the wealthy sellers of pictures, sit in secret round a table, and with their glasses clapped to their eyes, settle infallibly and indisputably who is to receive the £100 and who the £200 prize for this season. There is something vastly pleasant in the possession of this power of dispensation, and so long as those who exercise it can lay the flattering unction to their souls, that they are forwarding the cause of taste, and assisting the endeavors of genius, it is not likely to be resigned. But believing, which I sincerely do, that those to whom I am alluding have it at heart to do those laudable things, I am equally convinced that they sadly mistake the method. The present imperfect but advancing state of feeling in this country relative to fine art renders it necessary that, for a time, some persons should take the lead in its encouragement; but that encouragement should be at once put on the only footing on which it can be durable and extensive. It is not by holding out, in the view of the country, a distribution of gifts and prizes, that ever the public generally will be led to encourage the higher exertions of the pencil. Such a spectacle is of itself calculated to convince them that this style of painting is not adapted for them, that it lies quite out of their way, that it cannot support itself, and rather belongs to the class of useless and expensive pageantry than to that which includes what is a source of natural and common delight. This is a notion the most fatal for fine art that can prevail, and the course usually taken by institutions is precisely that which is most likely to engender such a sentiment. Their business should be not to display their own power and skill and weight, but to increase the respectability and the independence of artists, by setting the example of a legitimate demand for their works on the principle of their being wanted. Painters should be fairly and unequivocally employed, and left to themselves to do justice to their employers and themselves. A selection might still be made as to those commissioned, and in this way the highest merit might, as it should, receive the greatest share of encouragement. But, I repeat, the artist should commence his work supported by a certainty that he will not, at its termination, be exposed to cruel disappointment and ruinous disgrace through the effects of caprice, or cabal, or ignorance. His degree of skill being known, let it be decided whether he is worthy of employment. But employment once given should be absolute. It is in this way only that the real powers of men of talent can be drawn forth. It was in this way that the powers of Raphael and Michael Angelo were allowed to mature themselves, till they became manifested in the sublime works which these great men have left behind them. It is in this way only that those who have the care of the public buildings of England will be induced to employ artists in their decoration, and that a general taste for the loftiest and most poetical achievements of the pencil can be engendered, providing for the excellence of art, by ensuring to the best artists a proper reward from a discriminating public. To return from this digression to the museums, etc., of Paris. Magnificent galleries of foreign productions do little or no credit to the mind of a country, and perhaps it would not be too much to say that they are positively injurious to its mind. The Greeks had no galleries of Egyptian art. If they had, we should not have received from their artists the precious bequests which have survived to this day. The Romans, like the French, were overwhelmed with the works of other people, and they did but little, comparatively speaking, in sculpture or painting. It was not till the 15th century, when but few vestiges of ancient art remained, that the genius of Rome reared its head in majestic splendour. I do not mean to affirm that excellence is not assisted by experience. But what has been done before us should be rigidly and merely regarded as objects of study and examination. It was in this light only that they were regarded by the great Italian masters to whom I have just alluded. Paris, as has been stated, is full of public libraries, exhibitions, and museums, They are all open to the public, and that city thus affords aids and facilities to every kind of study unequaled in the world. It is the highest of all treats, therefore, to visit it. The stranger finds a banquet spread out before him, and put within his reach, the richness and variety of which beggar description. Tables and chairs and fire and pen and ink are provided for him in the midst of the most splendid libraries. He has but to enter and sit down and study. Whatever book he wants is brought to him. The scarcest prints, the rarest medals, the finest pictures and statues are each or all put before him according to his taste or pursuit. These are advantages and gratifications which it makes one almost feverish to recount. They stamp an impression on the mind of a visitor to whose habits and dispositions they address themselves that never can be obliterated. But there is every reason to believe that their continued possession is not such an advantage to a country as to common thinkers it may seem. They are likely, I grant, to bring out a great number of persons respectably versed in science, literature, and art. They are likely to render the general public conversational and pretending on all these subjects. But their results will be acquirement as opposed to genius, talking as opposed to feeling, research as opposed to production, and imitation as opposed to invention. The character of the French as a people, and the character of their works, may be appealed to in confirmation of this opinion. The present state of French literature is confessedly low. They say the talent of the nation has been turned into other channels, and there is a good deal of truth in the remark. They have not at present a writer above the rank of a pamphleteer; and the cleverness of a flimsy unprincipled article in one of their public prints is about the outside reach of their literary genius. Like ourselves, they are totally without dramatic writers of the best class, though their small pieces have much effect and point. In oratory they are at once poor and vicious. I never heard a speech in the Chamber of Deputies that was not wretched, and Regnault St. Jean d'Angélé, who was the government orator under Bonaparte, and is esteemed the best public speaker in France, is very meretricious in his style, and by no means possesses a high order of talent. In science France has still several very distinguished names, the most of whom will be found enumerated in the article on the Jardin des Plantes in the appendix. But she does not seem to be replacing those whom she is losing with anything like their equals. In one science of the highest importance to mankind, she is very decidedly behind England, namely, in that of medicine. Her practitioners, comparatively speaking, are not skillful, and their principles are not sound. In military tactics, the French, as is well known, may boast to possess some who are deemed the first masters of the day, and as they have introduced quite a new system of making war, and have brought forth into practice military powers and capacities that were never before thought of, they seem fairly entitled to take the lead in this respect. In the field, however, England has quite maintained her equality; but then her generals have never been properly pitted against him, who was always deemed the greatest captain of the French armies, and who has conducted war on a vaster scale, and with greater variety of resources, and comprehensiveness of plan, than any of his predecessors or contemporaries. But in all those efforts of mind that denote deep internal feeling, chaste and sound principle, and enlarged and honest observation, the French are at present behind not only the English, but also the Germans. The whole of their system of society and instruction is opposed to what is natural, touching, and pure; and their remarkable disposition to look for models only to themselves and their own possessions stands directly in the way of their improvement. England has at present 5 or 6 excellent poets. France has not one. It might be said she never had. But she cannot be convinced of this. And she cannot be convinced that the hardness and poverty of David do not constitute a standard of the first-rate excellence in art. She has the antique, and she prides herself on these monuments as if they had been achieved by herself; but her vanity prevents her from making a judicious use of her good fortune in this respect. She merely extracts a few mechanical rules from these high examples, but to the soul of the lesson, and to the inspiration of the inducement, she is utterly callous. Her students, when I saw them in her museums, surrounded by Raphaels and Titians and Rubens, were generally employed copying from David. They preferred the sublimated and refined essence of art as contained in the works of this modern Frenchman, to its crude and coarse body in the productions of the Italians of the 15th century. The estimate of the French character and condition given in this volume is an unfavorable one, and I can only say that I went over to Paris in the expectation of forming conclusions more to its credit. The gross public faults of the nation have been flaunted in the face of Europe for many years, so that no one could pay it a visit in the belief of finding it immaculate. But more of accomplishment, and more of purpose, and more of favorable symptoms of every kind than it presented to my observation I did expect to find. In conclusion, however, I repeat, what I have more than once thrown out in the course of these pages, that the capacities of the French nation are very great. What it chiefly wants are principles of thinking. It is probable that much of that quickness and dexterity in action by which its people are distinguished, would fail them if they took a more reflecting, scrupulous turn of mind; but if to the qualities which they have they could add one or two which they have not, their rivalship would be of the most formidable description. As it is, a settled and liberal government, if such a one should be established among them, acting with the efficient instruments and stout fresh materials supplied by the Revolution, must build up a strong state. The capabilities of the country have been materially improved by that tremendous event, though hitherto its actual condition has been the reverse of what is respectable and desirable. The visit of an Englishman to Paris cannot but produce the liveliest impressions on his mind. And as affording fresh knowledge, inspiring new feelings, and linking additional associations, it is calculated to increase the extent and value of his character. The mere curiosities, as they are termed, and amusements, are sources of powerful excitement and interest, but the great gratification arises from coming perpetually in contact with novelty. Novelty presents itself in every face, in every motion, in every piece of furniture in the room, in every utensil of the house, and almost in every breath of air that is inhaled. The visitor, therefore, feels his existence sit as lightly and elastically as if he were just born in the full possession of the powers of manhood. His return to his home will be endeared by a contrast which he never before could form; and the general influence of the journey, I think, is to humanize the heart, even while it suggests conclusions to the disadvantage of those among whom we have been. For looking widely, and without personal attachments or resentments on the surface of society, we see how little individuals are to be blamed for what we most dislike in their conduct. And when the impression of this sentiment of forbearance and kindness is coupled with a display of what has been working to produce the mischief and imperfection that we cannot but see and regret, the lesson, which thus unites a knowledge of what ought to be corrected with a motive to cheerfulness and charity, is the most useful that man can receive. It has a direct tendency to raise his nature towards that higher rank of intelligence, in which irritation against disagreeable consequences is prevented by a knowledge of their natural and necessary causes. End of A Visit to Paris in 1814, by John Scott. Recorded by Celine Major. Thank you for listening.